I'm a bad mood, gotta keep it tight. Hold my baby squid, keep him out of sight. Talking about my life, government, stay away. If you drive, I'ma do it my own way. Squid in the ocean, swimming all alone. Ain't nobody telling me where to go. Living free, gotta stay true to myself. No need for interference from anyone else. Squid pro quo, that's the way to be. Living on my terms, setting myself free. Mama to my baby, protecting with my no government intrusion. I control my life.
Hey guys, it's Squid. Welcome back to the channel. So we are back with what we didn't get last night. And if you hadn't heard, the defense wrap today, the verdict is in. Sentencing is in like an hour or so. Excuse you, ma'am. Who are you trying to beat up? We are, I mean, honestly, like, no spoilers, but at the same time, like, we don't need a rocket scientist to figure out how this was going for the defense. So one can assume what the verdict was, but we are going to it doesn't take a rocket scientist to tell you what the verdict is going to be. So no spoilers, but at the same time, the world's not stupid, you know? It's not like there was a jury where, you know, you have to deliberate and like there's, you know, the judge is seeing what we've seen and like the writing's on the wall. But we are going to get to what we were doing last night when we had a rough night and had to abruptly end. I was going to straighten my hair and then I went outside to get an Amazon package. And it's misting outside. Like I feel like I live in a spray bottle right now. So there will be no straightening my hair today because it will not last. My hair will end up like this, only not as pretty. So we're just gonna get through what we were doing last night and we're just going to act as if we didn't get a verdict. And we're just gonna keep going. But I wanted to start earlier than I wanted to because I want to get as much done as possible. Are you taking over, ma'am?
I'll put that back in while you look at stage 88.
No.
What did you do to stage 88? I processed this item by performing a visual exam using a magnifying glass, and I removed any possible hairs and their fibers.
And did you find possible hairs or fibers on it?
Yes, I did.
Did it those go on to your treatment session?
Yes.
Well, the infamous Apple Pen. But guess what? She knows what to do with it. Morning. We're afternoon now. Yep. She's taking over the stream as usual.
I have 1 moment, Your Honor. I believe those are my questions, except for one final thing. The key that you found in Laken Riley's jacket, did you know what color it was in your report?
It was pink.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Your question?
I really like this prosecutor. Straight to the point.
Just a couple questions, please. The gloves that you mentioned, did you photograph them?
No, I did not.
The damage or the hole that you testified about, did you measure that at all?
No.
And then what about the possible hair or fiber that you collected from the other items? Did you photograph that when you removed it from the item?
No.
Thank you.
Were they photographed by the forensic biology section? The gloves?
Yes, they were.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Did you make sure?
Yes.
Thank you.
Alexander Coleman.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but I say this every time when someone brings that up or when I see that clip. Like, Bruce, how many dicks have you sucked where an Apple Pencil doesn't activate your gag reflex? I mean, running around with it and poking herself might be an issue, but which is why when she runs, I tell her not to. But she is down here coloring, using it as a marker. She does not put it in her mouth because she uses it as a pen. Like, we're old enough where there's certain things we don't put in our mouth, and that's one of them because she knows what it's for. And as usual, whoop, there we go. I'm skipping through the
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you will give today in the matter of the state of Georgia versus Ibarra will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
It is Baby Squid Scream.
And state and spell your first and last name.
My name is Alexander Colvin, last name C-O-V as in Victor, I-N.
Where do you work, sir?
I'm currently employed at the Georgia Bureau of Investigations, Division of Forensic Sciences, commonly known as the State Crime Lab.
How long have you worked there?
Going on 10 years now.
What are your duties and responsibilities?
I am a microanalyst or scientist in the trace evidence section, and I perform casework in the areas of gunshot primer residue, or GSR, paints and polymers,
Man, you should do that.
fractured materials or physical fit, as well as some general unknowns.
Girl, you can only have one
and
pet at a time, either yours or mommy.
Are you a microanalyst?
Yes, I am.
What is a microanalyst?
A microanalyst
What she
is
does.
a scientist that is in the trace evidence section, performing casework in those areas I mentioned earlier, including hair and fiber examinations as well, typically using microscopes or analytical techniques that take a look at different components of evidence that are microscopic to the naked eye.
Could you tell the court a little bit about your training and your education that qualifies you for your job?
I received a Bachelor of Science in Chemistry from Albany State University, and upon being hired at the GBI Crime Lab, whatever area of analysis is needed at the time upon being hired, that will be the training program that you will begin. So for me, when I was promoted to a scientist, the first area of casework that I began in was GSR. And then once you start casework in that area, finishing the training, you will move on to different areas of analysis and complete those training programs as well.
Have you completed a training program on plastics and polymer?
Yes, I have.
What is that in general terms?
Plastics or polymers are monomers or molecules that are chemically bonded together to form structures. These are the basis for any natural or man-made substances or materials, to include plastics and rubbers, things of that nature.
And could you describe what kind of training you have received in that area?
The training for that particular area of analysis involves practical exercises, written and oral exams, lots of reading, and at the very end, for certain areas of analysis, there will be an oral board or a mock trial phase, and then a supervised casework phase where you're doing real casework while your trainer is going through these technical processes with you.
And have you completed all that training?
Thanks, Tim.
Have you previously been qualified before as an expert in the field of microanalysis?
Yes, I have.
And is plastics and polymers like a subsection of microanalysis?
Yes, it is.
How many times have you been recognized an expert in the field of microanalysis?
Generally about 84 times.
And would that include in the superior courts of the state of Georgia?
Yes, it does.
Now, at this time, the state would tender Mr. Colvin as an expert in the field of microanalysis.
Any objection? Willing to be allowed to testify as an expert in the area of microanalysis.
And Mr. Colvin,
Flash fan, this guy reminds me of you. I know you're not here, but when you rewatch this, he reminds me of you.
I'm going to hand you two items. Oh, you have your own item. I'm going to hand you two items, dates 149 and 244, and I'm going to ask you some questions. And I'm going to stay away from you.
Okay. Okay.
Do you recognize both of those items?
Yes, I do.
I want to start with the first one I handed you. Was that 149 using my state exhibit sticker?
Yes.
Okay, let's start first with that. So my state exhibit sticker 149, you recognize your unique GBI case number associated with Laken Riley on it?
Yes, I do.
And do you see your initials on that as well?
Yes, I do see my initials and date when I began my examination, as well as my initials on the seal when I completed the examination.
What is your unique item number for state exhibit 149, the three black gloves that I can see here?
That is item number 2.
And were they sublabeled 2A, 2B, and 2C?
Yes, they were.
And the next item that I handed you is state's exhibit what?
State's exhibit 244.
Do you recognize state's 244?
Yes, I do.
And you see your initials and your GBI unique case number on state's 244?
Yes, I do, as well as the initials on the seal when I completed the analysis.
And state's exhibit 244, does it have 3 gloves in it as well?
Yes, it does.
And what unique item number were those 3 gloves given at the crime lab?
Item number 40 and sub-itemized as item 40A, 40B, and 40C.
And in your report, is it noted where item 40 came from?
Uh, the gloves from item 40. Let's see.
And that's your item 40 for the record.
Yes, my item 40. Your Honor, may I look at my notes, please, just to make sure I'm getting this correct. So the gloves from item 40 were identified as being recovered from an apartment complex, or an apartment inside of a drawer.
All right. So did you look at those two exhibits, States 149 and States 244? Did you examine both of those exhibits?
Yes, I did.
And what did you do to both of those exhibits? Tell us how you did it.
So I did a comparison between the 3 gloves that were identified as found in bushes to the 3 gloves that were identified as being found in an apartment drawer. This included taking a look at all of the physical characteristics of these gloves, taking measurements for the sizing of the gloves, thickness measurements of the gloves, as well as noting any physical characteristics on the gloves, such as these black gloves having a very small textured gridded pattern on them. And then upon noting that these 2 sets of gloves are consistent physically, I then moved on to a microscopical comparison using a polarized light microscope to compare the optical characteristics between the 2 sets of gloves, and then a variety of analytical techniques that allowed me to compare the chemical components of the gloves, the elemental constituents of the gloves, as well as the optical characteristics of those gloves.
What were your conclusions?
My conclusions were that the black disposable gloves that were recovered from the bush are like the disposable gloves that were recovered from the apartment and could have originated from the same source.
What is the chemical makeup or the composition of those gloves, both States 244 and 149? Are they latex? Are they plastic? What are they?
Typically, disposable gloves, as we all know them, are composed of latex or PVC or polyvinyl chloride or nitrile gloves, so rubber. However, these gloves were polyethylene.
What is polyethylene?
Polyethylene is just another polymer type. Excuse me, polymer type. Typically, when it comes to polyethylene gloves, these are maybe a more inexpensive type of disposable glove that may not stretch as much or have that rubbery or latex quality to it.
When you say may not stretch as much, what do you mean by that?
They're not plasticized, so not latex or rubber. So if these gloves were to be strained or pulled or stretched in any way, they may tear more easily.
And safe to say that you were not the first person at your lab to look at these gloves or examine these gloves or process them. Would that be safe to say?
That is correct.
And I know that you all have a certain order about how you do things. It's trace, latents, DNA. Can you tell us if you know, and I don't know if you know, so I'm asking this way, you know in what order the gloves went? What number scientist were you in your lab to examine these gloves and test them?
I believe I was the last scientist to do an examination on these gloves after processing, after Laken prints, and then I believe biology as well.
Okay, all right, thank you, that's all I have.
No problem. Thank you, Judge. Is it Mr. Coven? Is it Agent Coven? What's the?
Mr. Coven's fine. Yep.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I just want to make sure that I'm understanding kind of what your job is correctly. Your job is more to examine the composition of the gloves rather than the condition of the gloves. Is that a fair kind of assessment?
That's a fair assessment. I may note the condition of the gloves, but doing a comparison will be more so not based on the condition I received them in.
Okay. The condition of the glove and kind of things that might be relevant to an investigative purpose might have been covered by the other scientists in that before you, right?
That's correct. That's reasonable to expect.
The trace people, the processing, I think is what.
Processing, at least Laken prints, and then DNA biology as well.
Okay. And all of those people are it starts when the gloves are how they're found, right? How the GDI gets them.
Correct.
Okay. And each one of those kind of processes affects what those gloves look like in the end. Is that fair to say?
That is fair to say, yes.
Okay. They're putting chemicals on them perhaps, or fingerprint powder, that sort of thing?
That's correct.
Okay. They might even cut the gloves in half.
That's correct.
Okay. And so the condition when you got them would not have allowed you to, you talk about measuring the gloves, but what you were talking about is the size of the gloves, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Not necessarily holes that were in the gloves, or you don't know how the gloves came to the GDI, in other words.
I did not lay eyes on these gloves as they were when they were received by the GDI. However, when it comes to doing the measurements that I did in this examination, any areas that if they were damaged or altered in any way, I tried to stay away from those areas so I could do the best comparison between the known gloves and the question of the gloves in the bush.
And when you were making did you mention
in my report? Not in my report, but there was mentioned in the notes, yes.
Okay. When you say they're like the gloves recovered from the apartment, that just means that they're the same kind of gloves, right?
That's correct. So when we're referring to them being like each other, this is the optical characteristics I mentioned, the physical characteristics with the texture pattern, the same polyethylene-based type of glove, same measurements, etc.
Okay. And that they could have come from the same source.
That's correct.
Okay. What source is that?
That is not something that I could speculate to. The known gloves were identified to us as being found in a drawer inside of an apartment. So these questioning gloves found in a bush could have come from that source as well, but they could have come from some other source of gloves that were manufactured the exact same way.
Okay. That's all the question I have.
Correct.
Yes, sir.
Need to excuse?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
We call your next witness.
I think this is the time when we want to take early lunch break, as we discussed. Thanks.
Thanks for being patient with me getting lunch. But Flash Man, you could be like personality wise.
Uh,
It reminds me of you.
Now, since, back to 12:30. Wow, thank you.
Very intelligent, soft spoken, smiles when he gets nervous. Alrighty, we're just gonna skip ahead. This judge looks like he's already done. Like, why did this even go to trial?
State College, Dr. Michelle DeMarco.
I believe that's the ME, right? Yep, medical examiner. Hey, Uncle Frank. How are you, my friend? Oh,
You took the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God. You please take a seat, state, and spell your first and last name.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. My name is Dr. Michelle DeMarco, MICHELLEDIMARCO.
Good afternoon, where are you employed?
I am currently employed at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation in the Medical Examiner's Office.
What are your duties and responsibilities there?
I am an associate medical examiner, so my duties include performing autopsies to determine the cause and manner of death, as well as testifying in court.
How long have you worked as a medical examiner for the Georgia Bureau of Investigation?
I've been an associate medical examiner for 3 years now.
Could you tell the court a little bit about your training and your education that qualifies you for your job?
Of course. So starting out back in college, I had a 4-year degree in a major in biology with minors in chemistry as well as biomedical physics. So I had my bachelor's degree in 2011. Following that, I did 4 years of medical school at the Medical University of South Carolina in Charleston, South Carolina, to get my MD degree or medical doctor degree. Following that, I moved to Atlanta to have a 4-year residency at Emory. My 4-year residency was in anatomic pathology as well as clinical pathology. Following that 4-year residency, I entered my first fellowship. I spent a year at the Children's Hospital of Atlanta for a pediatric pathology fellowship. Following that, I entered my second fellowship with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation in forensic pathology.
Are you licensed to practice medicine in the state of Georgia?
Yes, I am.
How long have you been so licensed?
Since residency training.
And what year is that?
I started residency in, oh gosh, what year was that? Sorry, thanks. I started residency in 2015.
Are you board certified?
I am board certified. I am board certified in anatomic pathology, clinical pathology, pediatric pathology, and forensic pathology.
Do you belong to any professional organizations?
I have been a member in the past as a trainee when the memberships were free, but currently I am not paying any membership dues for those organizations.
Is it your duty to perform autopsies?
It is.
What is an autopsy?
So an autopsy, you can think of it as 3 components. So the first is our external
hey,
examination,
Yoda.
which consists of essentially a physical exam. head
Glad
to
you're
toe.
home.
Following that, we have our internal examination where we will remove all of the organs and examine them and dissect them. Following the internal portion, we will collect evidence and submit testing such as toxicology, and that's kind of the third ancillary aspect of our
Hey,
autopsies.
Gabby.
And our autopsies are performed to determine the cause and manner of death.
Tim, I think we all know the verdict.
Career and training.
Over 1,000.
Like,
You
we can
previously been
assume,
qualified before in a court of law as an expert in the fields of pathology and forensic pathology.
right?
Yes, I have.
Approximately how many times?
It's almost like, why did this go to trial?
The state of Georgia. Have you testified as an expert in Georgia?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender Dr. DeMarco as an expert in the fields of pathology and forensic pathology.
The witness will be allowed to testify as an expert in the areas of pathology and forensic.
And what is briefly pathology and forensic pathology?
Of course. So pathology is essentially the study of disease. My residency
Hey,
training was mostly spent in the hospital in the pathology department in the laboratory. So there's anatomic pathology, which is more so dealing with the tissues. So let's say, for example, you have a biopsy performed. A pathologist is the person that will oversee the lab that processes the biopsy and look at it under the microscope. In addition to that, anatomic pathology also includes autopsies. So there'll be medical autopsies in the hospital that are performed. Clinical pathology is, instead of dealing with diagnosing disease in the tissue, it's diagnosing disease in liquids. So if you get a blood test performed, that goes to a laboratory that is run by a pathologist to get your hemoglobin level, per se. Then forensic pathology is a subset of anatomic pathology that deals with medical legal autopsies, sudden unexplained deaths that are usually not natural, but natural also occurs as well.
Welcome back to the
Were
world.
you the doctor that performed an autopsy on an individual named Laken Riley?
Yes, I was.
Would you tell the court, please, on what day and what time did you perform that autopsy?
On February 23rd at approximately 8:35 a.m.
Where was that autopsy performed?
at the GDI headquarters in Decatur, Georgia.
When you performed the autopsy on Laken Riley, did you photograph it?
Photographs were taken under my direction by our forensic photographer.
Thank you. And did you also produce a report summarizing the findings?
I did, yes.
And what is the unique case number that was assigned to Laken Riley? And did you use that unique case number in the photographs and in your report?
Yes, that unique case number was used throughout. May I refer to my report so I don't misstate the case number?
Yes, you may.
Thank you.
Also, looking at that, let me go ahead and make an announcement to the media that there will not be any photographs or any depiction of autopsy evidence going forward.
The case number is 2024-1005107.
And may I approach the witness, Your Honor? I'm sorry, I'm going to approach the witness, and I'm going to hand you a series of photographs. And what we have done, Your Honor, is made multiple copies of the photographs. The defense counsel has some at their table so that they can follow along. I'm handing Dr. DeMarco states 299 through 218, and I ask if she recognizes those, and I'm going to have an extra copy for the court so that she can talk about a photo by number, and everybody can see that same time, without having the need to post.
But is there, they haven't been admitted yet?
Not yet.
Okay, so I'm going to leave them right here.
Thank you,
where
sir.
they are. Okay.
I said that. 299 to 318.
Yeah, Cliff, and it really shouldn't take long in a bench trial, considering it's only one person that has to go over things and not, 6 to 12.
Do you recognize states 299 to 318?
Yes, I do.
What are they?
These are the photographs that were taken at the time of autopsy.
Of Laken Riley
Correct.
and her belongings? Or items that came in with her body, sorry.
Right.
Okay.
Yes.
The statement, no, did they fairly and accurately depict Laken Riley and her body as you saw it on February 23rd of 2024?
Yes, I do.
Statement moved to admit
Hey,
states
fly on the wall.
299 to 318. And in lieu of publishing them over the Elmo, Your Honor, if you could take those, thank you, for the court. So let's start first with, could you tell the court in what condition did you receive Laken Riley's body?
Laken Riley was received to our office in a body bag with identifying tags on the zippers of the external surface.
And is that what we see in states 299?
Correct.
And in states 299, do you see that unique case number that you just read to us?
Yes.
States 300, could you tell us what we're looking at there?
Following the photographs that are taken of the tags on the bag, we will take as, quote unquote, as is photographs. So as we receive the body, we will take photos of how they come in. And that is photos 300 through 302.
So I want to talk to you about the condition of her body. First of all, were her hands bagged?
Yes.
And do you see those bags in states 300,
Yes, and 301.
301? And what other, could you describe her body in terms of how was she clothed and what, if any, other items you saw around her hair?
She came in wearing pants, undergarments, as well as shoes and socks. She had a necklace on her neck as well. There was a hair tie in her hair, as well as admixed leaves and twigs, vegetative debris.
And are those items depicted in states 300, that is the vegetative debris you see at the top of states 300
Yes.
in her hair?
Yeah.
All right. And then moving to states 302, does that depict her bottom part of her clothing, her leggings and her shoes?
Correct.
Could you please describe Laken Riley in terms of age, height, and weight?
May I refer to my report for height and weight? Just so I'm accurate. She was a 22-year-old female, 64 inches or 5'4", and 143 pounds.
Did you observe any injuries to Laken Riley?
I did.
Can you globally describe them, and then we'll cover them in more detail. Globally describe the injuries that you saw. Some
Okay.
general terms.
So Laken exhibited blunt force head trauma, as well as signs of asphyxia.
What is asphyxia?
Asphyxia is essentially the inability to deliver oxygen to your tissues and cells.
And what types of actions can cause asphyxia? Where do you see asphyxial deaths?
Asphyxial deaths can be seen in hangings, which are ligature strangulation. They can be seen in manual strangulation, as well as neck compression, either by somebody using their arm or doing an arm bar or chokehold or something like that.
Have
At any
fun.
time as a medical examiner, are you able to determine what type of asphyxia caused or contributed to a victim's death?
In cases where we have good autopsy findings that would allow us to categorize them into one of those areas, we can.
And in this particular case with Laken Riley, were you able to determine what type of asphyxia you saw?
I was not able to categorize it.
So how did you categorize it in your report then, or how did you categorize it?
I just refer to it as asphyxia, not otherwise specified.
So it could be manual strangulation, but you just don't have enough findings to say that.
Correct.
Could be compression.
Correct.
So you told us the global injuries. I want to start first with Laken's face and head, and then move down the rest of her body, if you could.
Okay.
So we're looking at states 303. Can you tell the court what we're
Trigger
looking at?
warning.
303 is what we call our quote unquote IP shot. So we take this for every case where we put the case number under the individual's face and take this photograph.
Do you see any injuries to Laken's face?
Yes.
What are those injuries, please? Can you describe
They
them
don't
for
show
us?
pictures,
She has a
but
combination
it
of
is
abrasions,
enough.
which are scrapes, as well as contusions, which is just a fancy medical way of saying a bruise, so bleeding under the skin, as well as lacerations. Lacerations, as opposed to an abrasion just being a scrape of the skin, a laceration is a defect of the skin and the tissue immediately underlying it.
States 304, what are we looking at there?
This is another photograph of her face with a little bit of a closer view, as well as more exposure of the injuries to the left side of her head.
And can you see in states 304 her neck?
Yes.
And did you observe any injuries to her neck? And if you did, could you please describe them for us?
Yes, on external exam, she had approximately 1-inch cluster of small abrasions on the left side of her neck.
And what can cause abrasions?
Abrasions are a form of blunt force trauma.
States 305, what does that depict?
In this photograph, we have shaved away some of the hair on the left side of the scalp so that we can better see this cluster of lacerations that are on the left side of the scalp. In addition to these lacerations, there are associated areas of contusions, which is that red bruising that is around the lacerations, as well as some abrasions associated with this one.
What is a laceration?
A laceration is a form of blunt force trauma in that the skin and the tissue underneath the skin are separated.
Did you notice any injuries? You told us the laceration. I'm going to ask you to describe them first. If you could describe for us the most severe injury that you saw to the left side of her head first, and then I'll ask you to describe the other lacerations.
The largest laceration was over 1 inch in greatest dimension, and you can see it associated with a defect of the underlying skull,
And when you say a defect in the underlying skull, what do you mean?
a fracture.
So did she have a skull fracture?
Yes,
How did you describe that skull fracture? Or how would you describe it?
it is a complex displaced fracture of the left calvarium.
What does that mean?
It is a segment of her skull on the left side is displaced from its usual anatomic location,
And displaced in what way?
displaced into the calvarium.
Okay, so into her skull.
Correct.
There's a part of her skull missing that's been displaced inside her head. Is that the way of saying it?
It's there, yeah, it's just displaced, yep, into the skull.
Into her skull. Right. And you told us how long it was. Is that what you described in 1 inch plus?
The largest dimension, I could refer to my report for the exact, I know it was over 1 inch. It is 1 13/16 of an inch, so just under 2.
And is that the wound that we're talking about, the skull fracture? Is that the one in the center of 305, which would be the largest wound that we see in that photograph?
Correct.
And how deep was that wound?
If you are measuring from the outer table of the skull, it was 1/4 inch.
And with that wound, would you expect that wound to cause Laken Riley to bleed?
Yes.
What, and that wound itself, this skull fracture, is that, or could that be a fatal wound to Laken Riley?
It could be fatal.
Explain to us why and how.
Well, the wound, as you mentioned, caused a displacement of the skull into the brain. In addition, underneath the wound, there was some subarachnoid hemorrhage. So essentially, there's a coating around the brain. Right under that coating, there was a little bit of hemorrhage associated with it as well. And like was mentioned, there was bleeding under the scalp associated with this injury and associated with that laceration.
And why could that be fatal to a person?
It essentially is causing trauma to the brain.
Did you observe any other lacerations to the left side of her head?
Yes,
How many did you observe?
there were 8 in total.
And if you could go through with us, do we see them in Stacy Exhibit 305, the others?
Yes.
And could you describe them as you describe, how would you describe the other 8?
They ranged in size from 1/4 inch to the largest wound that was over 1 inch. Some of them were curvilinear or linear, whereas others had a more irregular shape to them.
What type of, you said the lacerations are blunt force trauma?
Correct.
Is a rock a blunt surface?
It can be, yes.
And are the injuries that you see in States 305 consistent with a rock?
They could be consistent with a rock.
On the left side of her head, we're still on States 305. Could you tell us what, if any, injuries did you observe to her ear on the left side?
She also had a contusion or a bruise to the helix of her ear, as well as an associated abrasion in that area.
And the helix of the ear, can you just tell us for the record, what part of the ear is that?
It's, my apologies, it's the upper earlobe.
Okay, where my hand is right now?
Yes.
All right, on the left, upper top of the earlobe. And what type of injury did you say that was?
A contusion with an associated abrasion.
And is a contusion also a way of saying a bruise?
Yes.
And it states 306, if you could flip that photo for us. What are we looking at there in states 306?
This is just another view a little bit further away, showing all the injuries to the left side of her head and neck.
So a complete photo of the 8 lacerations that you discussed.
Yes.
States 307. Tell us what we're looking at there.
307 is a closer up view of those injuries to the left scalp.
And 308.
308 is part of our internal examination. We will reflect the scalp from the head, and this view shows you the hemorrhage on the undersurface of the scalp, as well as a better view of the fracture of the skull.
Of the left side?
Correct.
Did Laken Riley have injuries to the right side of her head?
She did have injuries on the right side as well.
Could you describe those for us, please?
There was some discoloration over the right temporal region, as well as her temporalis muscle, which is the muscle that's kind of on the side of your head under your temple, had a laceration to it. It was hemorrhagic, so it was bleeding, and there was also hemorrhage on the undersurface of the scalp in that region.
What type of injuries were those injuries?
Also blunt force trauma.
What is petechia?
So petechia are very small punctate uniform hemorrhages that can be seen either in the eyes, on the facial skin, in the mouth, in instances of asphyxia.
Did you see petechia at Laken Riley's office?
I did.
Where did you see it? And I have states 309, if that would help you as well, if you want to go to that photo.
There were petechia within both of her eyes, as well as coarser, larger hemorrhages associated with these petechia in her eyes. There were petechia of the skin surrounding her eyes, her periorbital region, as well as a small amount of petechia in the gingival mucosa, which is essentially the gum.
So are those things documented in your photographs that extend all the way to states 315?
Yes,
And that is that the petechia you observed on Laken Riley's body?
yes.
So what causes those types of injuries?
Petechia are a result of increased pressure within the vasculature that causes small vessels to burst and create those tiny pinpoint hemorrhages, and that can be seen in asphyxia.
And do you know how long does it take approximately for someone to be deprived of oxygen before petechia can form?
No,
I could not say with certainty the time.
I'm pretty sure we,
And
I know the verdict is
in.
in, and I know sentencing is
You've already
soon.
pretty much told us about it. It's asphyxia of
We'll
some
get
sort.
there.
Sure.
I just really wanted to
And
hear the medical
manual,
examiner.
Could be compression when someone's sitting on her, is that right?
It's possible, either manual strangulation or some sort of compression of the neck or chest.
And had to be done long enough for her to be deprived of oxygen. Is that right?
Yes.
And what other injuries did you see to her body?
In addition, there were also abrasions of her torso, her abdomen, as well as abrasions on her left hand and left leg.
Let's talk about her torso. States Exhibit 316. You recognize that photo, and do you see those? Do you see her torso?
Yes.
How would you describe the injuries that we see on the left side of her torso?
These injuries are clusters of linear abrasions that are both parallel to each other as well as intersecting with one another.
And there's a lower one. I want to talk to you about the lowest one that we see in 316, right above the measuring tape that has your unique case number on it. Do you see that injury?
Yes.
How would you describe that injury?
That is also a linear abrasion.
And this might sound like a really dumb question, but by linear, do you mean a line?
Yes.
And could these abrasions be consistent with something like a belt buckle or some kind of metal object?
It's possible.
What would these also be considered blunt force injuries?
Yes.
Would you consider these a brush abrasion? And when I say these, I'm talking about these linear injuries on her torso.
I can't entirely exclude them having a brush component, but they don't appear to be the stereotypical brush abrasions that we can see.
Why not?
The stereotypical brush abrasions will have, and usually will have areas of like a coalescence. So you'll have those linear striation abrasions as well as a larger patch area as well. And I don't see the same features in this.
Are these linear injuries consistent with something like a belt or a key or some object like that?
They could be considered an object.
States 317, what are we looking at there?
This is a photograph of her left hand depicting a small.
Is that the
Yes,
red mark that we see above the
yes, I did.
stick or tape that has your unique case number on it?
Yes.
YouTube
Stage
doesn't
3,
care
18,
for
what are
some
we looking for?
people.
Also, the left hand, this is showing a linear abrasion on the left pinky.
And these abrasions, are they also a form of blunt force trauma?
Yes.
I want to talk to you about the evidence that you collected at your autopsy. Were Laken Riley's fingernails clipped at autopsy?
Yes, they were.
I put some gloves in front of you if you need them, Dr. DeMarco, here you go, in case. So states 319, I'm going to hand you states 319, and we're not going to open it, but
Okay.
we're going to open some other stuff, so you should hand it to. States 319, do you recognize it? Do you recognize your unique case number? Is your name on it?
Yes, it has my name as well as the unique case number, the county, and the name of Laken Riley.
And are those the fingernail clippings that you took at autopsy at Laken?
Yes, these are the ones taken at autopsy.
State legitimate 319. No objection.
319 submitted.
Did you perform a sexual assault kit on Laken Riley?
Yes.
Tell me what you did. What is that, and how did you do it in this case?
The sexual assault kit consists of collecting evidence samples. So we took swabs of the vagina as well as the anus. And then we also collected scalp hair.
And at your autopsy and in your examination of Laken Riley, did you observe any signs of a completed sexual assault?
I did not observe anything that would make me believe there was a sexual assault. She had no anal genital trauma. In addition, I'm sorry, I forgot to mention the sexual assault kit also includes a swab of the oral cavity.
So states exhibit
How come I never knew that?
24, do you recognize that?
Yes,
What is it?
this is the envelope containing the sexual assault kit.
And again, do you see
All
your
those,
unique case number, your name, and Laken Riley's name on that?
Yes,
State would move to admit states 324.
If you're Laura Owens.
Did you, at autopsy, or was there at autopsy a sample of Laken Riley's DNA obtained during that procedure, during that process?
yes, we obtained 2 bloodstain cards.
Did you also, at autopsy, have samples of Laken Riley's hair collected?
Yes,
How, and what's that process like?
some of the scalp hair will be removed from the scalp, and when it's removed, you make sure that there's, the root comes along with it. So a collection of scalp hair from different areas of the scalp is collected.
Was her clothing also collected?
Yes,
And the vegetation that you observed in her hair when she arrived at your facility, was that also collected?
yes,
I'm gonna come up near you. This way. First, states 323, you recognize it?
yes.
What is it?
This is a sample of the vegetative debris, so leaves and twigs taken from her hair.
Again, do you see your unique case number and your name and Laken Riley's name?
Yes,
Same with you, Miss States 323. No objection.
323 submitted.
Did Laken Riley have a hair tie with her hair or some hair in her hair?
yes,
And was that collected as well?
yes.
States Exhibit 326, can you tell us what that is?
This is a evidence bag containing the black hair tie.
And the state would move to admit States 326. No objection.
326 submitted.
And I want to move to her clothing. Let's start first with her shoes. States 322. Do you recognize 322?
Yes,
What is it?
this is an evidence bag containing her athletic shoes.
State would move States 322, move to admit States 322. No objection.
323 submitted.
States 320, what is that?
This is an evidence bag containing her pants.
State would move to admit States 320. No objection.
320 submitted.
States 321, what is that?
This is an evidence bag containing her underwear.
State would move to admit States 321. No objection.
321
Don't
submitted.
open that.
States 325.
This is an evidence bag containing her socks.
State would move to admit States 325. No objection.
325 submitted.
States 327.
This is an evidence bag containing a piece of black fabric that appeared to be a bra strap.
And the state would move to admit States 327. No objection.
327 submitted.
Dr. DeMarco, did you form an opinion as to the cause of death of Laken Riley?
I did.
What is that opinion?
Her cause of death is the combined effects of blunt force head trauma and asphyxia.
What is
Oh.
her manner of death?
Homicide.
May I have 1 minute?
Yes.
Oh.
I will pass the witness. I just have a moment. for my
It's like
colleagues.
you know it happened, but when you hear it, it like hits home. Like I just can't. Like it's.
Okay.
Well,
Is
here we
hemorrhage
go.
considered a subset of a cause of death, or can it be its own cause of death? Blood loss. Is blood loss considered a subset of other causes of death, or can it be its own cause of death?
So blood loss or exsanguination is not usually a word that we'll use for a cause of death. It's more so a mechanism of death. The cause would be the blunt force trauma that caused the hemorrhaging. If that makes sense.
That was my next question. So in this case, the blunt force trauma, it's not just the trauma, it would be possibly also the bleeding that came from that.
I think they're pretty intrinsically linked, but yes.
When I look at your report, and I just want to make sure we're looking at the same document. Do you have a 6-page report in front of you?
Yes.
And the top says official report, and then it has the GBI sigil in it.
Yes.
When I look at your report, it has a section called case individuals. Did you fill that out?
I did not.
That is automatically populated with this case number?
Yeah, it's just, excuse me, it is automatically populated by our LIMS system, which is Laboratory Information Management System.
Do you know who decides how to categorize these 4 individuals?
I do not.
And just for the record, is it true that it lists the victim as Laken Riley,
Correct.
the subject as Jose Antonio Ibarra,
Correct.
elimination Argenis Ibarra,
Yes.
elimination Diego Jose Ibarra?
Yes. But I examined them.
How would you describe the state of the fingernails before they were clipped?
They were intact. They were not broken.
Is it true that there was blood on the inside of the fingernails?
I would have to refer to the photograph to see, but I know that there was soiling of the fingers, specifically blood. I would have to look at the photographs.
In other words, you can remember if there were blood on the fingers, you just can't remember if they were underneath the fingernails?
Mhm.
And is that
Yes, sorry.
The scratches on her torso, you'd agree with me that they're in a variety of lengths?
Yes.
There's also a little bit of variety of the width of these scratches.
A small amount, yes.
And you were discussing with the state the possibility that they were brush abrasions. Can you explain what you mean by brush abrasions?
So when we say brush abrasions, we're just giving a characterization to their appearance. So they have an appearance where there was some sort of movement across the surface.
So for example, someone could get brush abrasions by dragging somebody across the surface.
That's possible.
And you can't eliminate the possibility that some of these scratches are brush abrasions.
I can't entirely exclude it, but I don't favor that they are.
Do you have an opinion as to whether these scratches could have been caused post-mortem?
I do not think that they were postmortem.
And why not?
These scratches showed something that we call a vital reaction. So when you see red discoloration in the area of the injury, that is an indication of bleeding, and you will not see bleeding into the tissues in a postmortem injury.
Does that differ depending on how close in time to the death that happens?
No.
So if somebody is deceased and then the next second there's a cut, wouldn't that also have bleeding associated with it and the blood left in the body?
So the bleeding that goes into the tissues is a effect of the heart pumping. So the heart needs to be pumping to have the pressure to push that blood into the tissues at the injury site.
And so you're saying you didn't notice, I'm not putting words in your mouth, just trying to repeat, you didn't notice signs of blood being pumped through those wounds, or you did notice signs of blood being pumped through those wounds on scratches?
Yes.
Just one moment. Do you have an opinion as to what caused the scratches on her torso?
Some sort of blunt force trauma.
Is it possible they were caused by fingernails?
It's possible.
I don't have any questions.
Briefly, when asked about, so again, the marks her torso, he said, I don't favor that they are called brush abrasions. Could you explain that to us, and what do you really mean about I don't favor that?
They don't have the stereotypical appearance of what I would call a brush abrasion.
And that's why when you say you don't favor, they are, what do you mean by the word favor?
I mean, based on my experience and the brush abrasions that I've seen, these have a slightly different appearance, but I cannot entirely exclude them being from a brush injury.
And you answered to defense counsel's question. It's possible it's fingernails. It's also possible that it's an object. It's possible that it's anything that could cause blunt force trauma to her in this manner.
Correct.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Anything else, Ms. Beth?
I don't think so, Your Honor.
Can she be excused?
Yes, sir.
Any objection? From the defense? Okay, excuse her. You call your next witness.
The state calls Annie Kissler Rowell.
Annie Rowell.
May I have a moment to
Yes.
raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm the testimony you will give today, no matter the state of versus the Ibarra, will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Please take a seat, state and spell your complete name.
My name is Ann Kisler-Rao, ANNEKISLER-RAO.
What do you do for a living?
I'm employed with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, Division of Forensic Sciences, also known as the State Crime Lab, and I'm employed as the technical leader of the Trace Evidence Section.
What is the trace evidence section?
Trace Evidence Section analyzes small, often microscopic pieces of evidence, such as hairs, fibers, glass, paints, plastics, and fractured materials.
How long have you worked in that capacity?
I have been employed with the GBI Crime Lab for over 18 years. I've been the technical leader for over a year now.
Over what?
1 year now.
And as the technical leader, you have certain additional responsibilities.
Yes, in addition to examining pieces of evidence, I'm also responsible for training other individuals in our section and coordinating the proficiency testing in our section and overseeing the analytical.
Are you a microanalyst?
Yes, so part of my job is to perform duties as a microanalyst.
What is a microanalyst?
A microanalyst is someone who analyzes small, often microscopic pieces of evidence, like the ones I mentioned, like hairs and fibers.
Would you describe to the court, please, your training and your education that qualifies you for your job?
I have a bachelor's degree in biology from the University of Pennsylvania. I have a master's degree in forensic science from John Jay College. With the GBI Crime Lab, I have completed extensive training programs in hairs, fibers, glass, plastics, paints, and fractured materials. I'm also certified by the American Board of Criminalistics in hair and fiber analysis.
In your career at the GBI, how many hair and fiber analyses have you conducted?
I think it's somewhere over 800 hair analysis and definitely over 150 fiber analysis.
Have you been qualified before as an expert in a courtroom in the field of microanalysis and hair comparisons?
Yes, I have.
Approximately how many times?
I've testified about 67 times within trace evidence, and I think hair was at least 35 of those.
So over 100 times.
And at this time, Your Honor, the state would move to tender Ms. Kisler-Rao as an expert in the fields of microanalysis and hair comparison.
Any objection? Witness will not testify in those fields.
I'd like to turn your attention to your case number 2024-1005-107. Do you recognize that case number? Is that a case that you worked on for at the GBI?
Yes, I do recognize that case.
And who is the victim associated with that case number?
The victim is Laken Riley.
I'd like to ask you
I have to go
a few
switch over my
things about
laundry
some of the
because,
tests you did in
Mama
this case.
didn't
First of all,
stop.
were you asked to examine
And make
some
sure my
hairs that
daughter's
were
not
removed
destroying the
from
kitchen.
a jacket, which is your item?
I will
3?
be back in
Yes, I
2
was.
minutes.
And what were you asked to do, and what did you observe about hairs, and how did you?
I was asked to compare question hairs that were removed from the jacket to the known head hair of Laken Riley. So in order to do this, I took the previously collected tape lifts of the jacket. I then removed question hairs from those tape lifts and mounted them on microscope slides. I did this using a stereo microscope, which is a low-powered microscope. I then I classified the hairs using the stereo microscope and also a higher powered microscope as to if they're animal or human, what body area they came from, possible ancestry characteristics. I evaluated the root ends of those hairs, and I determined if they were suitable for a microscopical comparison. So typically we will compare head hairs and pubic hairs because they have more distinctive features. I then took the known head hair standard of Laken Riley and mounted that on separate microscope slides. So at this point, I compared the question hairs to the known head hair standard. And when I say known head hair standard, we like to have at least 25 hairs to encompass the entire range of features present on that person's head.
How many head hairs did you have from Laken Riley from the jacket item 3? I'm sorry, how many head hairs did you have that you determined were consistent with Laken Riley?
Okay, so from the jacket, there were 29 hairs recovered from the jacket that I found to be microscopically consistent with the known head hair of Laken Riley, meaning they either originated from her or someone else with hair possessing the same distinct characteristics.
Were you able to make a determination of those 29 hairs? Did any of them have roots?
Yes, they did.
And how many of the 29 did?
So to explain, when we're looking at hair roots, there are basically 3 growth phases. We have anagen hair roots, which are the actively growing growth phase. Those would be the hairs that you need some sort of force to remove from your head. Catagen is the transitional phase, and then telogen is the resting phase, where those would be your naturally shed hairs. So when I looked at the roots, and you can tell the difference by the morphology of the root. So when I looked at the roots, 21 of those hair roots were in the anagen phase, the actively growing phase. The remainder were either broken, and I think there were 2 that were in the resting phase, the telogen phase.
And were you able to form any type of conclusion about those 21 hairs and how they may have been removed from her head?
So because they were in the anagen phase, some sort of force was needed to remove those hairs.
Some sort of what? Force, okay. And when you explained to us your conclusion that you reached, and I may have misstated it, so I want to make sure you stated correctly. What was the conclusion that you reached on the 29 hairs from the jacket?
So the 29 hairs either originated from Laken Riley or someone with hair possessing the same distinct characteristics.
And how were you able to determine that?
So in order to perform my comparison,
Basically, the basic structure of a hair that you're looking at is the main body of the hair is called the cortex. That's where you find the pigment granules that give the hair its color. Running down the center of a hair is a tube-like structure called the medulla, which may or may not be present. And then running along the outside of the hair is a thin layer of scales called the cuticle. So in order for me to determine whether or not the question hairs are consistent with the known, I examine them using the stereo microscope, the low-powered microscope, and then I take them to a comparison microscope. So a comparison microscope is basically two microscopes that are connected together by an optical bridge, where I can put the question hairs on one side and the known hairs on the other side and see them at the same time under the same field of view. So when I look at the hairs, I'm examining features like the color of the hair, the pigment granules, the size of the pigment granules, the distribution of these pigment granules, the density of them. I'm looking at the medulla. Is it continuous? Is it broken up? Is it not even there? Is it translucent? Is it opaque? I'm looking at features like the scales and any other microscopic features that might be present. And I will compare those in the question hair to that in the known hair standard as I go from root to tip throughout the hair to determine whether or not the question hair falls within the range of the known.
And you did that for all of your hair comparisons in this case, that process that you just described?
Yes, I did.
And is that process that you just described a generally accepted or widely accepted method of comparing hairs in your scientific community?
Yes, it is.
And has it been, this method been published in relevant scientific journals?
Yes, it has.
And is it reproducible and reliable?
It is.
When doing your comparisons that you just explained to us, and I'm going to move on to other objects, but in doing it, my question is globally for all the hair comparisons that you did in this case, did you follow the GBI's protocols and procedures in conducting your tests?
Yes, I did.
And does the GBI have specific protocols and procedures in how you do your microscopic hair analysis and comparison?
Yes, we do.
Are you familiar with those?
Yes,
And do you in fact train people on those?
I did.
And did you follow those in this case?
Yes, I did.
I want to move on to rocks. Were you asked to look at
Her
hairs
shadow.
that were removed from two items? And I'm going to use your GBI numbers again. So for your case number 2024-100510, I want to refer your attention to two item numbers, and I'm talking your GBI item numbers, which would be items 2 and 3. Are items 2 and 3 rocks?
Actually, I think those were our items 22 and 23.
Yes, sorry. 2 and 3 was the crime scene. Your item numbers 22 and 23 are those rocks from the crime scene.
Yes, they are.
And did you look at those hairs removed from those rocks from the crime scene?
I did.
And what were your results on that? Well, first of all, did you use the same process that you just described to us?
Yes, I did.
And what were your results?
I found off of one of the rocks, there were 2 hairs, and off the other rock, there were 27 hairs, all found to be microscopically consistent with the known head hair of Laken Riley, meaning they either originated from her or someone else with hair possessing the same distinct microscopic characteristics.
I probably want to ask you about a pair of underwear where you asked to examine Laken Riley's underwear that was removed at autopsy.
Yes, I was.
And what is your GBI item number for that item of evidence?
Our GDI item number is item 44B.
King Bob is the original troll. He is Megan's Reddit troll that called her, well, he didn't call her.
Hand you what has already been
Right.
admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 321. Open the bag on, yeah, go ahead.
He was part of the Reddit group that called Megan the demonic pizza with toppings from hell.
Do you recognize?
It's like the best name ever.
Yes, I do.
And do you see your unique GBI number associated with Laken Riley?
Yes, I do.
And do you see the item number for her underwear?
Yes.
Your GBI item number?
Yes, I do.
And do you see your initials too?
Yes,
And did you examine that underwear 321?
I did. Yes.
And can you tell the court what you did to it?
So for the underwear, I was asked to determine if damage was a cut or a tear. So I used the stereo microscope, which is the low-powered microscope, to look at the damage and evaluate the features of the damage to determine that.
Did you see, and I'm asking you to show it now, did you see damage to her underwear when you examined it?
Yes,
And how did you examine it?
yes. So I looked visually and then
What?
using the
Out of
microscope too.
And the damage that you see, can you show the court the damage that you see
The damage is right here.
in Bill's underwear? And you were asked to determine what about this damage?
I was asked to determine if it was cut or torn.
How did you go about determining whether it was cut or torn?
I looked at features of the damage. So some of the features that we might observe in something that is torn would be a curling under of the fabric. You might see the yarn ends might be frayed of differing lengths, lying in a different plane, whereas something that is cut would more likely be straight yarn ends that
We'll
are
go
less
with that,
frayed.
King Bob.
And then also you might see stretching. Also with a knit fabric like this one, sometimes you can see rows of loops that make up the knit fabric remain still intact with a torn fabric because they're being torn at the point of weakest structure. Whereas with a cut fabric, you might often see that those loops are cut straight through.
Did you perform your examination by using a microscope?
I did.
What were your conclusions?
I determined that this damage is consistent with having been torn.
May I have 1 moment, Your Honor?
Hey, Cass.
Is that cross-examined?
So let me ask you just a couple questions about the hair comparison that
you testified about. Well, first of all, I heard you say that that the methods you use are published in scientific journals.
So the methods that we use are recognized throughout the scientific community as acceptable methods. And there's a standard published that describes the methods.
But that wasn't what Ms. Ross asked you, if their methods were published in scientific journals, and you said.
Scientific journals have been published that have used the same methods.
Could you point me to one?
Sure. There's one journal by Hauk and Boudoyle that was discussing the discrimination of microscopical hair comparisons versus the results of mitochondrial hair comparisons.
What year was that?
I don't actually, I don't recall exact year. It was Journal of Forensic Sciences.
Was there any, are you aware of any
Stacking strawberries.
public scientific
You're
publications
obsessed with
outside of
stacking
forensic sciences, like
things.
an academic science journal that has published a peer-reviewed article on hair comparison?
So most of the hair comparison articles are within forensic science journals that I am aware of.
that's true to us, dog.
And that is.
But we're not gonna crap talk here because one, it's too easy,
Some of them
and
might
two,
testify for it.
we're better than they are, so we're just going to,
It's the use of the
not do
application of
it.
science to.
it is funny though.
Investigation in the courtroom.
Yes, and there are people who work at universities who also work within the forensic science team.
I read about one FBI study from 2002. Are you familiar with that one?
Could you explain?
Well, it's the one where they found that in 80 cases that there was an 11% error rate based on the comparison that the microscopic hair examiners had compared against when the mitochondrial DNA was examined.
So that's actually the article that I mentioned. So yes, they did find that about 90% of the hair comparisons were in fact verified by a mitochondrial DNA exam. Of the ones that were not verified, a lot of them were more lightly colored blonde hairs that had less features for comparison.
But it did conclude that 11% of the examiners were wrong in that test.
I would not say wrong, that's just showing the limitations of this particular examination. So they did show that about 90%, they said about 11% were shown to did not actually support the microscopical comparison.
And so.
Sometimes making fun of people is low and just too easy. Like,
Control there was the
you gotta be more
mitochondrial DNA.
creative.
They were just comparing basically the two examinations together to see what the results were from the mitochondrial DNA exams versus the microscopical.
You would agree that the mitochondrial DNA testing is going to be a lot more accurate than the hair comparison.
I would not say more accurate. So mitochondrial DNA also is not an absolute form of identification, and there is actually the potential for hair exams to distinguish individuals that mitochondrial DNA cannot.
And in a number of the hairs that you examined, well, the lab would have had the ability to go beyond the mitochondrial DNA testing to the full DNA profile testing.
So yes, there's sometimes potential for nuclear DNA testing.
And you even note that in your report that, hey, if you want to go further and either get other results that could confirm this test or eliminate Laken Riley as a potential donor of the hair, that DNA testing was available.
Yes, that's right. That's awesome.
That's all. Thank you.
What color was Laken Riley's hair?
May I refer to my notes? So I have it described as a medium brown, and then a lot of her hairs, the longer hairs, got lighter towards the tip of the hair.
That's all I have, thank you.
Anything else, Mr. John? You should be excused.
Yes, sir.
You're excused. Call your next witness.
The state calls Katrina Ostapovich. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give today in the matter of the state of Georgia versus Jose Ibarra will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you could please take a seat, state and spell your first and last name.
My name is Katrina Ostapovich. That is Katrina. Last name Ostapovicz.
And if you could adjust that microphone, so make sure, and maybe speak up a little bit, just to make sure that when you're speaking into the mic, so everyone can hear you. Good afternoon, where do you work?
I work at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, or GBI, crime lab.
What are your duties and responsibilities there?
I am a
People
forensic
they're better
biologist.
than everybody else.
So I test
Right.
evidence that comes in to the forensic biology department for the presence of bodily fluids, semen, saliva, and blood.
How long have you worked there?
A little over 3 years.
Tell us about your duty or your education and your training that qualifies you for your job.
I have a master's in biomedical forensic science from Boston University. I also underwent approximately 6 months of training at the GBI, which included mock casework and written and oral exams.
And what, in general terms, I think you've already told us, but as a serologist, how do you look for the presence of blood, semen, and saliva?
I perform testing. The majority of it is what's called chemical color change tests, or essentially I add
Hey, John.
different chemicals to small sections of a sample or a stain item. And if there is a color change, it's considered a positive result. If there is no color change, it's considered a negative result.
How many items have you had the opportunity to test in your time at the GBI for the presence of blood seen in the saliva?
I'm not sure, hundreds at this point.
And in doing your test at the GBI, are you familiar with your policies and procedures?
Yes, I am.
And do you all have policies and procedures about how you're supposed to perform your job?
Yes.
And did you follow those in conducting your test in this case?
Yes, I did.
Have you previously been qualified before as an expert in the field of forensic serology?
Yes, I have.
At this time, the state would tender Ms. Ostapovich as an expert in the field of forensic serology.
Objection.
Ms. Ostapovich, I want to direct your attention to your unique case number 2024-100-5107. Is that the case that is associated with Laken Riley?
Yes, it is.
And did you conduct some testing on items in her case to determine the presence, if there is blood, semen, or saliva present?
Yes, I did.
We're going to go item by item, but not necessarily in the order in which you tested it. So if you need to refer your notes to your report, please let me know. Okay. First of all, though, I want to talk to you about your item number 2 at the GBI. What is your item number 2 at the GBI?
Can I look at my report?
Sure.
I'm actively working on getting a copy of the bar complaint that Judge Mata filed against David Gingras.
My item number 2 at the GBI is a sealed package containing 3 black gloves.
And those 3 black gloves, did you test those 3 black gloves?
Yeah.
And prior to conducting tests on those 3 black gloves, did you photograph them?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as States Exhibits 291, 292, and 293.
Oh,
Ask that you recognize, if you recognize those, to start there.
Did you just throw a Pyrex bowl on the floor?
Yes, I did.
Do you recognize 291 and 293? What are they?
They are photographs that I took of some of the gloves that were.
Okay.
in the item.
I have to make a statement on this real quick. I know Bubbles hangs out in here sometimes, and it's kind of weird because he doesn't talk. He just lurks, and I think figures out things that he can like attack me on or talk about me, whatever. They're one and the same, but I think Bubbles is just doing what people tell him to and just wants attention. I literally think Gingras needs mental health. When you are showing a pew-pew on camera on YouTube, talking about how mad you are at the judge while pulling out a pew-pew in a holster, that is unhinged behavior. As much as I think Bubbles is annoying and kind of funny, like overzealous with the lawsuits, every time he gets mad at somebody, it's a lawsuit, it's a lawsuit, it's a lawsuit. But I think Gingras is literally unhinged. Like, I think he needs mental, like, no joke. Like, when you are talking about how angry you are at a judge and you whip out a pew-pew on YouTube, that's a problem. That is a problem. Yes, David Gingras is the attorney for Laura Owens. Laura Owens, for those of you who are new here or have never heard of that case, because I stopped covering it when it just got absolutely ridiculous. David Gingras is an internet lawyer out of Arizona who has a blog, and now he started a YouTube channel. Laura Owens is the person who accused the Bachelor contestant Clayton Echard of getting her pregnant with twins through a mouth hug. So, yes, the tonsil twins. Yeah. And then accused him and his lawyer of ARP. It's just ridiculous. There was a court hearing back in June, and it just got ever loving ridiculous. But it did not go well for them, and that Gingras told Mata that she was not like performing because her daddy was in the court, and he put in a legal filing. Look at me, daddy. Look, or I'm a judge now, or something like that. In a legal document. and he started a YouTube channel a few weeks ago, and I am not giving him traffic, but he basically threatened every YouTuber who goes over his content that he was going to sue them. But in one of his first vlogs, or one of his first YouTube videos, he talks about how mad he is at Judge Mata because she filed a bar complaint against him, which I'm working on getting my hands on if I can find it. There's been screenshots and snippets of it, but like I haven't seen the whole document, and I would love to read it. He is like, Bruce tries to create drama where there really isn't any. David Gingras is legit like off the rails, unhinged, and I believe is dangerous. Oh no, like he threatened to go after he's been attacking a YouTuber named Laken Reilly who covered his blog or his YouTube video, and he's been like attacking her, and it's like because she called his bluff. Yeah, he really hates Dave Neal, but he hates all of us because we're in a cult. That is yet another cult that I am in. Just, so, and he really can't try to come after me because, well, fair use for one, and don't put anything on YouTube that you don't want to be public. Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's even more ridiculous than Bubbles. Like, because Bubbles, I don't think would actually like physically attack anybody. I hope I'm right about that. Like, if I've ever been right about anything before, I really hope I'm right about this. I don't think, in my opinion, that Bubbles is physically dangerous. I think that David Gingras would be the type, mental health wise, to like, who honestly talks about how angry they are at a judge and then pulls out a pew pew on a YouTube video. Like, I can't get past that. Like, what? Like, I don't think Bubbles would ever do that. One, because he seems to be a lefty who's like anti-2A, so he would never own a pew pew to begin with. He's probably scared of them. But that's another level that I don't ever think that Bubbles would get to. That's not to say that Bubbles is a great person, because we all know that I have IP address traces and I have things that prove that Bubbles and them two are not nice people. However, I don't think that they would go to that level. Like, what Tori said to Flashfan was very, very bad. But like, I don't think that they would say that on a YouTube video. Like, yeah. But I think Gingras is a little, something's not right up here. Him and Laura are like I think Megan put it as the match made in hell. So, okay, we'll get back to this. I just had to like pull over the chat for a second. Like, I don't think that Bruce
We pick the gloves and
About
you
a
observe them,
pew-pew?
and on what day did you pick
talking
these
about a
photos?
judge.
I took these photos on February 23rd, 2024, and yes, they show what I saw when I opened.
So you moved to admit 291 or 291?
Good. I'll let Mr. Ross just go ahead and press on my here with these. I'm not-
Those are the photos. But I'll show where the actual item is. But we gotta wait for a ruling on the admission.
291, 292,
I think that girl needs softer
And
glasses,
and can you,
like
put that
brown
up?
glasses. Because her facial features are so defined that I think she needs a round pair of glasses to soften her up a little bit.
291. First of all, where were you when these photographs were taken?
This was at my workbench in the serology lab.
So you're at the crime lab?
Yes,
Did you observe any damage to these gloves?
yes, I did.
What damage did you observe, and can you see it in the photograph 291? And if you can, if you could use a pointer, there should be a pointer next to you.
That's all.
Show us with the pointer. Go ahead.
That's it.
Yes, you may, so long as you keep your voice up.
Okay.
And if you could, just make sure you keep your voice up so Madam Court can hear you, but she's turning, I think, so she can hear you. Okay.
So there was quite a bit of damage on these gloves. The most notable was a large tear or rub mark, I suppose, right here in between the thumb and the forefinger.
And was there holes in the thumb area of the gloves?
Yes.
Can you show those to us?
So yeah, you can see it right around here.
And you're circling the thumb area of the glove on 291 for the record. Was there more than one hole in these gloves?
As far as I recall, yes.
States 292. What are we looking at there?
So yes, this, you can see there's a hole here, which is down.
I hate to stop you, but I can tell my court having a hard time hearing you. So keep your voice up. Okay, you're good. All right. There's a hole at the bottom. You were pointing to the bottom of 292.
Yeah, so there's a hole around this area here, and then there's a hole.
Okay, for those of you who are new to my channel, I did do a ethical video about Gingras a few months ago. It's not a live stream, it was an actual recorded video, where I looked at what he did during the June 10th hearing, where he called the cops on Mike Maritini, even though Mike Maritini had a summons for court. And I basically compared his actions with the Arizona Bar Code of Conduct. So, which I'm going to do with Bruce and a few other James Owens, maybe, because what we call unethical, and here's my thing, what we call unethical might be unethical to our own moral code, but is it actually unethical according to the lawyer's state bar code of conduct? So that's what I'm always, and I want to do the same thing with the Thomases too. I have a whole series that I want to do called Unethics in Law. It's basically lawyers and judges who I think have unethical behavior, but does it meet the standard of unethics or unethical according to their bar rules? So
Up in the finger area up here as well.
States 293. What are we looking at there?
So this is, again, glove. And then there is a hole up here, on the finger up here, and one of this finger up here, and then there's some tearing down here as well.
On the thumb area?
Yeah, that thumb area.
Thank you. You can resume your time. So in front of you, I have a bag. If you could just look inside that bag, see if you see your initials on that bag.
I do see my initials, yes.
And inside that bag, what item number is that for you? Did you get?
This bag?
Yes.
The bag is item number 2.
All right. And so in that bag, would that be the gloves that we saw in the photographs?
Yes.
Can you tell us what you did to the gloves that we saw in the photographs?
So the gloves in the photographs, I performed a blood examination. This involves essentially 2 chemical color change tests that are run simultaneously. One of them, a positive result, would be a bluish greenish color change, and the other would be a pinkish color change. Both of those would need to be positive, like show positive color change, or because they're presumptively positive for blood and then sent off for DNA.
What were your results of those tests?
For each of the drugs, my results were that I got both showed a positive color change, so both were presumptively positive for blood.
And did those go on to DNA?
Yes, it did.
I want to ask you about a jacket, which is your item number 3. Did you conduct testing on item number 3?
Yes, I did.
What did you do to item number 3?
For item number 3, I also performed a chemical color change test, or the same chemical color change test. It was a blood examination on a visible stain on the jacket.
And when you say a visible stain, what did you see?
I saw a reddish brown stain on the jacket, which is what I tested.
What kind of test did you do on that reddish brown stain?
It was a blood exam, so it was the same 2 chemical color change tests as I performed on the gloves.
What were your results?
It was both tests showed positive color changes, so they were presumptively positive for blood.
And the blood on the jacket, did you do anything to the jacket once you realized there was blood on the jacket, or not once you realized it, once you tested it and your tests were positive?
Yes, I cut out the stained area and packaged it in its own package for it to be sent on for DNA.
So I'm going to approach with 2 items. The first is what has been marked States Exhibit 147, but is your evidence number 3. So I want you to look at that, see if you recognize.
You're fine.
Your initials.
I knew what you meant.
Recognize that item.
Although I did look first to see if it's on within the chat and I missed something.
Yes, it is.
And I'm going to go with the cutting then. And may I publish, it's already been admitted, may I publish 147?
Unhung Hero, thanks for the $10 super chat. This is the last several streams. Hopeful all is most drama free and hinged. I'm going to do an unhinged stream on Sunday.
You did your cutting.
Yes, so I took the cutting.
That might be a regular thing.
Which is the shoulder area.
So that would be the left shoulder area of the jacket?
Yes.
Where we see the white?
Yes.
Okay, that's your cutting.
Yes, it is.
States Exhibit 176, what's that?
This is the envelope that I placed the cutting into, and that was then sent on for DNA.
And do you see your initials on that 176?
Yes, I do.
And your unique case number?
Yes, I do.
So you need to admit States 176.
Any objection? Okay. 176.
So this makes sense for the question, but when you tested the jacket for blood and your results were positive, does that mean there's blood on this jacket?
It means that there's likely blood in this jacket. My tests are presumptive, so I can't say with absolute certainty that it's positive.
And then it goes from where to from?
Then it gets sent on for DNA testing.
And what did you observe about the staining that caused you to test it?
So blood has a distinctive reddish-brown staining. So when performing blood exams on large items like pieces of clothing, I look for reddish-brown stained areas, and those are the ones that I test.
And did you see reddish brown stains on the jacket?
Yes, I did.
I want to ask you about a part of a tree. Did you test part of a tree?
Yes, I did.
What did you do to that part of the tree, and what is that item number for the GBI?
The item number for the GBI is item number 24, I believe. And I performed the 2 chemical color change tests that I had mentioned before for both the gloves and the jacket. I performed a blood exam.
What were your results?
Both tests gave positive color change results, so presumptively positive for blood.
And was that sent on to DNA?
Yes, it was.
2 rocks. What are the item numbers? Did you test 2 rocks?
Yes, I did.
What are your item numbers of those 2 rocks for the GBI?
For the GBI, the item numbers are number 22 and 23.
What did you do to those 2 rocks?
I performed a blood exam, so those same 2 chemical color change tests.
And what were your results? And did you do that for both rocks, for the record?
Yes, I did for both rocks.
Okay. What was your results for both of those rocks?
For both rocks, both tests gave positive color change results, so they were presumptively positive for blood.
And where did they go from there?
They were then sent on for DNA.
I want to ask you about black Adidas hat. Did you test a black Adidas hat for the presence of blood?
Yes, I did.
What is that item number for you at GBI?
That would be item number 39.
And I want to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 151. Ask you, first of all, do you recognize or see on State 151 your unique GBI case number?
Yes, I did.
And you see the item number that you just told me was the hat?
Yes, I did.
And can you look inside of that item number before you open it? You don't have to look inside. Can you look inside? Yes. And what do you see inside of State's? It's not looking inside. 151.
I see a black Adidas hat.
And is this the black Adidas hat that you did present to blood testing on?
Yes, it is.
Can you admit 151 that happens a lot? So 151 is then something published with the court commission. It's 150, which is. That was a stipulation. 150 was admitted this morning. 150 was admitted this morning by stipulation, which is the same result. So that 151, and now that we have all that settled, is in. Can you tell the court? I'm going to hand you 151 now. It's out of the bag. Where on that item did you test for the presence of blood?
So I tested for the presence of blood on each of these circled marks. So one on the brim here, and then I believe 7, I believe, on the hat itself, and then 1 on the bottom of the brim.
And what were your results?
So my results were that for this hat, one of these had a positive result, or presumptively positive result, which means that again the 2 chemical color change tests gave positive color changes.
And which one was it?
I believe it was this one down here, 9 on the bottom of the brim.
On the rim of the hat on the inside.
On the inside, yes.
Where you circled it. Is that your circling?
Yes, that's my circle.
That's where
Which
you
would be
circled your
consistent with him.
And so when that tested positive for blood, what did you do with this?
It was then sent on, or I swabbed it, packaged the swabs, and then sent the swabs on for DNA.
Just like you had done for all the other items that had tested positive.
Yes.
Did you have the opportunity to test a white styrofoam cup and its top and a straw? And you have to tell me which of these items for the presence of amylase.
I guess I did.
Okay, what is amylase, first of all?
Amylase is a component of saliva. It is the component that helps to digest carbohydrates.
Handing you what's already been admitted to State's Exhibit 141. You can look inside of it if you need to. You recognize 141.
Yes, I did.
And what is your GBI crime lab number or item number associated with that?
Item 64.
And what did you do to item 64?
So I tested the straw and I tested the rim of the cup for the presence of amylase or presence of saliva. That's a different chemical color change exam, but it works much the same way. For this one, a positive color change would be a blue color. And I tested, as I said, the rim of the cup and the straw separately.
And did you put your initials on them?
I put my initials on the bag. I did not put my initials on those. I'll look myself that online.
So the rim of the cup is in my hand?
Yes.
And in the straw, which is also in my right hand?
Yes.
What were your results of your amylase test for the cup and straw?
So the cup was a negative result or no color change, and the straw had a positive chemical color change or a color change to blue, which means it's presumptively positive for amylase, saliva, and was then sent on for DNA.
Did you examine all of the clothing of Laken Riley for the presence of semen or seminal fluid?
Yes, I did.
How did you do that?
So at first, the first step is taking each article of clothing to the ALS or the alternate light source. This functions much like a black light, where stains that might not be visible to the human eye glow underneath the black light, underneath the ALS. And then for each of those stains that I saw, I then performed another chemical color change test for the presence of a component of seminal fluid. For this one, the positive color change would have been 2 up to purple color.
What were your results of all of your tests?
For all of the clothing, I found stains to test, but each stain was negative or no color change, except for one stain on the underwear, which had a weak and positive result.
And so what were you able to do?
So with that weak positive result, what I then did was I moved it forward into the testing. I performed a microscopic exam, or essentially I took small cutting of it and looked for the presence of sperm cells, and that was negative. So I then performed another test for the presence of seminal fluid. This one functions more somewhat like a pregnancy exam, where during the testing, if you get 2 lines, it's positive, and 1 line is negative. For this, I got 1 line, so it was negative.
So in the end, does that mean there was no seminal fluid or semen present?
Yes, that's what that means.
On any of her clothing?
On any fluid.
May I have 1 moment?
Ma'am, what are you doing?
I'll pass the instrument.
Good afternoon, Ms. Ospovich.
Okay, yes.
We're only today?
So I just,
It's every day.
we've had a couple of the GBI people here, and I just kind of want to go through how the system works. When the GBI receives a piece of evidence, it sends them to people to be kind of presumptively tested. There's different levels of testing that go on. Is that right?
So the presumptive testing is like a screening procedure.
A screening procedure, and that's kind of what you're doing in this case. Is that right?
Yes.
Right there.
Obviously, there's limited resources. We can't test everything for everything.
Yes.
Is that-
Yes.
Okay. And so it's your job to kind of figure out what needs to go on to the next person.
Yes, through my testing.
Okay. And so we call them presumptive tests because they're not definitive, but they're worth looking at further.
Yes.
Okay. And so when you looked at the gloves in this case, did you notice whether or not they were whether you could only wear them on one hand or the other?
Oh, no.
I'm going to say dexterous, but it's ambidextrous is the word I'm looking for. I'm sure there's a better word
You're going to be an anchor?
for it.
No, I didn't.
Right, I told her
As I said, they were quite
anything she wants to be a cut for
and
her
as with a
clothes
lot of
minded
gloves,
little
including
girl.
ones I'm wearing right now, they can be put on either hand.
Okay. And so there's no part of your
Focus on the
examination
clothes
that would
minded.
tell you which hand any of these gloves were being worn.
No.
Okay. And you've mentioned some holes that were, you said the biggest one, it sounded like was between the thumb and the index finger. Is that right?
As far as I recall, yes.
Okay. And there were also some holes on one of the thumbs. Is that right?
I believe, yeah, there was some tearing on one of the thumbs and then on some of the other fingers as well.
Okay. And some of the other fingers. Did you measure those at all?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did you try to reconstruct where on the thumb those would be? I mean, were there pieces of plastic missing, for instance?
No, I didn't do that. That's not part of of the testing I performed, though.
Okay. And you don't know how the gloves were ripped, obviously.
No.
Okay. And I noticed that you're wearing gloves now. Is that to prevent DNA transfer, to prevent biological contamination?
At this point, it is, yes, to prevent biological contamination from me to anything or from anything to me.
Okay. And if you had holes in those gloves, obviously you would be worried about biological contamination, right?
Yes, I would.
Okay.
Just because you have a hole in the glove
The
doesn't
cap.
mean there will be a
Do you know who that was taken
careful
off?
transfer.
No, I
Do
do
you know how
not.
it was collected?
No, I do not.
And you first look at these things visually. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And so
Hey, General.
were you circling places that you had visually seen what you thought might be blood?
On that?
Yep.
On that. So for that, I was circling ones that I visually saw blood. Then I took that one under the ALS as well, because there is a setting that can be used to look for blood, as blood does not fluoresce. So blood looks very dark under ALS.
Okay. And the area that you noted that was positive for blood was area number 9. Is that right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Well, when you say you believe so, how would you know? I mean, it's not in a report as to which one of these circles was presumptive for blood, was it?
No, but the way that blood testing works is that I perform test after test after test for each stain, and I continue on until there are no more stains left or until I find something that's positive. So the final circle there would be the one that was positive. And the one that I had circled that was under the brim there was labeled as number 9, and that was the highest number.
Okay. And then how did you, we saw in the jacket that you cut out a piece of that. Was there any more processing that happened with that?
Well, the hat, because I took the presented positive result that I got was on the brim, which would not be feasible to cut. That I swabbed that and then sent the swabs on for DNA.
Okay. You also performed the semen analysis, which is the last thing you talked with Ms. Ross about. I just want to be clear about something. There were some presumptive tests, and again, we have layering of things to make sure we're right on this. There were some presumptively positive tests, but ultimately there was no semen or seminal fluid found on any of the clothes that you were sent as part of coming off Laken Reilly.
Yeah, so there was one stain that had one positive result, but overall, yes, there was no semen or seminal fluid on any of the clothing.
Okay. Had there been anything that was positive from your end of however many layers you have to go through, you would have sent that on for further testing, correct?
Yes, I would have.
Okay, and that would have been sent to be DNA tested, correct?
Yes, I would have.
Okay, that's all the question I have.
We're direct.
No, sir.
She excused.
Yes, sir. Maybe approach quickly while she's.
Yes. You're excused.
Hello. Thank you for your patience. Mama duties are aplenty these days. Yeah, I heard this. Oh, Palmer's, feel better. I am so sorry. I hate days when you don't feel good. Like the diddler.
Raise your right hand, please.
Sorry, I
You
can.
serve from the testimony you will give today in the matter of the state of Georgia versus Jose Ibarra, will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Please take a seat, state and spell your first and last name.
Ashley Hinkle, Ashley, Hinkle.
Where are you employed?
I'm employed at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, the Division of Forensic Sciences in the Forensic Biology section in Decatur, Georgia.
How long have you been working there?
Approximately 18 years.
What is your title and your duties and responsibilities?
I'm a crime lab scientist. My duties and responsibilities include analyzing evidence for the presence of bodily fluids. If those are present, I attempt to obtain a DNA profile and compare that profile to reference sample profiles that are collected directly from an individual. I'm also trained in a software program to analyze complex mixtures called True Allele.
What is your education and your training that qualifies you for your job?
I have a Bachelor's of Science in Biology from East Carolina University and a Master's of Science in Forensic Science from Marshall University. I have extensive in-house training at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation and the National Forensic Science Technology Center. I have continuing education and proficiency testing on a yearly basis. I also have a approximately 1-year training initially in the True Allele software.
And that is initially, when were you first trained on the True Allele software?
2017.
How long was that training and what did it consist of?
It was approximately a year. It consisted of, we had a presentation from Dr. Perlin, who is the creator of the True Allele software. We read literature on True Allele and videos that were available. We had mock samples of known mixtures with known contributors, and we performed the testing from start to finish on those mock samples.
And so just to explain a little bit about that process, would that be like you taking my DNA and your DNA, mixing it together so you know it's mine and you know it's yours, and you know at what levels we both contributed? You would then test it in True Allele and see if it was accurate?
Yes, it's employee profiles mostly, and we can't practice on casework samples, so we have to use these type of samples for training.
So for training, y'all practice on yourselves, basically?
Yes.
Okay. And you did that for the True Allele software in this case as well, and you receive ongoing training?
Yes.
How many items of evidence have you had the opportunity to process for DNA in your career at the GBI?
In the thousands.
How many times have you testified as an expert in a court of law in the field of forensic serology, forensic DNA, and True Allele?
Approximately 300 times.
At this time, Your Honor, the state would tender Ms. Hinkle as an expert in the field of forensic biology, forensic DNA, and True Allele.
Objection. For due, hold the motion to involve in this, Judge. Really, expert in this case.
I will allow the witness to testify in the area of forensic biology, DNA profile comparison, True Allele software process.
I want to direct your attention to your case number 2024-1005107. Is that the case number associated with Laken Riley for the GBI?
Yes, it is.
And did you conduct DNA testing in this case?
Yes, I did.
And I want to go item by item to talk about which items you tested, what type of DNA testing you did, your methodologies that you use, and your results. But if you could first globally tell us what types of DNA testing are involved in this particular case with this case number?
DNA testing, it consists of what we call traditional DNA testing, where we look at 21 locations along the DNA strand that we use to compare between individuals. Everyone should have a unique profile except for identical siblings. The next type of testing was YSTRs, where we look at 27 locations along the Y chromosome. This allows us to tell if a male individual is present or not present in a DNA mixture where there is too much female DNA that it overshadows the male profile. Also, True Allele testing was used.
And in all the types of DNA testing, traditional, YSTR, and True Allele, did you follow the GBI's policies and procedures as regards to each of those different types of DNA testing?
Yes, I did.
And of the methods that you used for traditional DNA, YSTR DNA, and True Allele DNA, are all of those methods and the methodology that you use generally or widely accepted in your scientific community?
Yes.
Have they been published, the methodology, in relevant scientific journals?
Yes.
Has it been tested, and are those methodologies reliable and reproducible?
Yes, they are.
And were your results in this case, all of your results, peer-reviewed by another scientist?
Yes, they were.
And is that part of the GBI protocols and procedures?
Yes, it is.
And was it followed in this case?
Yes, it was.
I want to start with you by, let's just go item by item. I want to start with the first item, if you don't mind. How about a jacket, item 3 from the crime lab? Did you test, and I've got item 3 here, so one more. Did you test a blue jacket? And a
Don't
cutting from a blue
insult
jacket?
her like that. She is not
Yes, I tested
Rachel
a cutting
Levine.
from a blue jacket as well as
God.
contact swabbings from the blue jacket.
What is contact swabbing?
Might not have
Contact
listened
swabbings
to
are an
Crawford.
attempt to obtain a profile from someone generally
Mark.
wearing an item of clothing. It doesn't work too
More
well for just touching an
intelligent
item of
than any of
clothing, but it's someone who has physical contact with their skin and clothing as compared to just testing for bodily fluids.
And I want to ask you that question. So you will do contact swabbing for someone if you believe that they wore the item of clothing you just told us. Why doesn't contact swabbing work well for people just touching an item of clothing?
There is a minimum amount of DNA that needs to be present for the testing to be reliable and reproducible. So just touching generally doesn't leave enough skin cells behind to obtain a profile.
I'm going to hand you what's been already admitted, State's Exhibit 147, and there's
Hey,
also a cutting
Mercedes.
from State's
How are
147.
you?
Do you recognize these two items? And the cutting for the record is 176, and I'll give you some gloves if you want. Do you recognize those two items?
I recognize 176, yes, and I recognize that it comes from the jacket, although I did not handle the jacket myself.
Because that was done by Katrina before you?
Yes.
Okay, here, if you need those. And so can you tell us for the jacket, the cuttings from the jacket, which is 150 again? Sorry,
176.
176. What did you do to 176? What type of DNA testing did you do on the jacket, and what were your results? And if we could start first with the traditional DNA with the cutting.
Traditional DNA testing was where we look at the 21 locations along the DNA strand. Do you want me to go through the process or just?
Sure, go ahead just for one. I don't want you to go through the process for every single item, but the first one, go ahead.
The first step is to extract the DNA from the material. This is used by taking a small cutting, placing it in a tube with chemicals that help separate the DNA from the other biological material. A robot is used in this step as well. The next step is to quantitate the amount of DNA to see if there is human DNA present. We then make copies along the DNA strand of 21 locations we use to compare between individuals. These locations are different in size, and it's these differences in sizes that help distinguish individuals. These fragments of DNA are separated on an instrument called a genetic analyzer. And it is the software from this genetic analyzer that we use. No, it is the data from the genetic analyzer that we use with the software program to type the profile.
When you conducted testing from the cutting of the jacket, that would have been traditional DNA?
Yes.
What were your results?
There was a partial major profile obtained from the cutting from the jacket, and that matched the profile of Laken Riley. There was also a partial minor profile obtained from the cutting from the blue jacket, and that matched the profile of Jose Antonio Ibarra. There are 2 people contributing to this DNA profile.
Now, since this is a mixture of 2 people, why didn't this go to true allele? Why were you able to do traditional DNA testing on this jacket cutting?
We are able to use other methods to separate mixtures into individual contributor genotypes, which is necessary in order for us to say whether a reference sample matches or not. Sometimes we can't separate mixtures into individual contributor genotypes, so that is when we use the software program.
So you have a threshold at the GBI in which you send items to true allele versus dealing with them in traditional DNA.
Correct.
Okay. And so the cutting from the jacket, did it fall below the threshold where you had to send it to true allele, or was it above the threshold so you could keep traditional DNA?
It was above that threshold, so yes.
Okay. And so did you assign a frequency for the partial profile of Jose Antonio Ibarra for the jacket?
Yes, the partial minor profile was 1 in 9 billion individuals.
And this mixture of Laken Riley and Jose Ibarra on the jacket cutting is just the 2 of them?
Yes.
And prior to, I guess I should ask you this, did you obtain or did you have at the laboratory known DNA samples of Laken Riley,
Yes.
known DNA sample of Jose Ibarra,
Yes.
known DNA sample of Diego Ibarra,
Yes.
and known DNA sample of Argenis Ibarra?
Yes.
The jacket, does that complete the traditional DNA results on the jacket cutting?
There was a probability for the match to Laken Riley.
If you could give us that too.
1 in 10 quintillion individuals.
What about the contact swabs on the jacket? What were your results for that? Were you able to do traditional DNA or did you go to true allele?
Those were a complex mixture that had to go to true allele.
And what were your results? And tell us for your first true allele results, we're not going to repeat it for every item. How did you move on to the next step for the contact swabs for the blue jacket and the true allele? What was that process? What did you do?
The true allele process consists of using the electronic files that are generated by the genetic analyzer, as well as controls that we use in the testing. They are uploaded into a software program. I determine the number of contributors I believe is in a mixture, and then the software performs calculations to assign probabilities for genetic combinations at each of these 21 locations along the DNA strand for each contributor. And at the end, those possible genotypes are compared to a reference sample, and a likelihood ratio is given in the form of a match statistic.
What in general is a likelihood ratio?
Likelihood ratio is a ratio of probabilities. The probabilities of seeing the mixture with one person's reference sample over the population database.
The true allele results from the contact swabbings from the jacket, what were they?
The contact swabbings from the jacket contained a mixture of at least 3 individuals. A match was identified between the major evidence genotype and the contact swabbings from the blue jacket and Jose Antonio Ibarra. A match between the contact swabbings from the jacket and Jose Ibarra is approximately 100 trillion times more probable than a coincidental match to an unrelated person in the population.
How many zeros are in 100 trillion?
Billion is 9, trillion is 12, and then it's 100, so it's 14.
What was the results for the other person in the mixture?
Match was identified between a major evidence second a second major evidence genotype and Laken Riley, that match is approximately 8 quadrillion times more probable than a coincidental match to an unrelated person in the population.
And you said there were at least, you said how many people in the mixture?
At least 3.
Were you able to make a conclusion regarding other individuals that might be present in the jacket? And I guess specifically, did you compare the known DNA of Argenis Ibarra to see if he was present in that mixture?
Yes, I did, because our comparisons are for unrelated individuals. I went ahead and did the comparison to the 2 brothers.
Okay, and what were your results first for Argenis Ibarra? Was he present in that mixture?
No, he was not present in the major contributors. The match is approximately 60 quadrillion times less probable than a coincidental match to an unrelated person in the population.
And so does that mean he was excluded?
Yes.
What about Diego Ibarra? Did you look to see if he was in that mixture?
For Diego Ibarra and the profile from the contact swabbings from the blue jackets, he was approximately 10 million times less probable than a coincidental match to an unrelated person in the population. For this match likelihood ratio, there is a 5.36% chance of a false exclusion, and that is based on our validation data.
Was Diego excluded?
Yes, he was.
Were your true allele results for the jacket concordant or consistent with your traditional DNA results for the jacket?
They were different samples, but yes.
The same 2 people?
Correct.
I had a very awkwardly worded question. Thank you. It was the same 2 people, both traditional and true allele.
Yes.
Moving on then to gloves, black gloves. Can you tell me, did you have the opportunity to test some black gloves and do DNA testing on those? And what item number would that be for you for the GBI?
I tested swabbings as well as contact swabbings from 3 black gloves. The black gloves are item 2A, 2B, and 2C. The swabbings and contact swabbings were item 6 through item 11.
What were your results?
Each one?
Yes, please. Sorry. You can start with 2A.
2A. The contact swabbings from the black glove contains the DNA profile of at least 2 individuals. The partial major profile matched Laken Riley. The frequency of the partial major profile from the contact swabbings from the black glove, 2A, item 7, is approximately 1 in 10 octillion individuals in the population. And due to limited data, I could not make any conclusions about the minor contributor. So that was, the data was set to true allele test.
And what were the true allele results?
For the, sorry. 2A, item 7, at least 2 individuals. Again, it matched Laken Riley. This time it was 10 octillion times more probable than a coincidental match to an unrelated person in the population. And due to limited data, we still cannot make any conclusions about the minor contributor. When a contributor is less than 4% of the overall mixture, we don't make any conclusions based on our validation.
So you're not able to tell gloves.
Correct.
Next item, which would be glove 2B. Same question, same form.
The next one to be item 8. Again, on this one, there was a DNA profile of 1 individual. That profile matched Laken Riley, and the probability was 1 in 500 octillion individuals.
So on one of the gloves, which is 2B, it's just Laken Riley.
Correct.
2C.
2C. Or 2B, item 9. Yes.
The third glove.
We're still on 2.
I thought we finished 2B. It was just Laken Riley?
2B, item 9 was at least 1 individual, and it matched Laken Riley with 1 in 500 octillion individuals, but there was 1 additional genetic allele marker. But based on our policy, we couldn't make any conclusions about this 1 marker.
So would that be inconclusive as well?
For the minor contributor, yes.
Okay. All right. And 2C.
2C, item 11, is at least 2 individuals. The major contributor to this profile from the contact swabbings 2C from the gloves is Laken Riley, approximately 1 in 500 octillion individuals.
And were you able to make any kind of conclusions about anyone else in that one?
Jeez.
Again, due to limited data, no conclusions could be made about the minor contributors, so it also went to true allele testing.
And what were your true allele results?
2C, item 11, again, a mixture of 2 individuals, at least 2 individuals. The major contributor was Laken Riley, 10 octillion times more probable than a coincidental match to an unrelated person in the population. And again, due to limited data, being below 5% mixture ratio, mixture contribution, no conclusions could be made about the minor contributor.
Did you test the fingernails of Laken Riley?
Yes.
How did you do that?
The fingernails were tested for traditional DNA as well as for YSTRs and true allele.
What were Laken Riley's fingernails, her item number in your unique item number for her case number?
Fingernail clippings from the right hand, item 18A, or is the swabbings was item 42. The swabbings from the left-hand fingernails were item 18B. The swabbings are item 43.
Okay. So did you look at both the left hand and the right hand?
Yes.
Tell us your process and tell us your results, starting first with the right hand.
The right hand, the extraction, amplification, quantitation amplification steps I previously detailed were used. And sorry. Amplification was performed with the traditional DNA method. And because of the complexity of the mixture, I could not make any conclusions. We went ahead and did YSTR testings as well on the fingernail clippings.
And did you do YSTR testing before you did true allele?
They were kind of at the same time.
So why don't we talk about YSTR first on the right hand, and then we'll move to the true allele for the right hand, and then we'll repeat the questions for the left.
For the right hand, there was the YSTR haplotype was one individual, one male individual, Jose Antonio Ibarra, and Argenis Ibarra cannot be excluded from the YSTR haplotype from the right-hand swabbings and the left-hand swabbings. Under the assumption no mutation has occurred, paternal male relatives also cannot be excluded.
So paternal brothers share the same YSTR haplotype, is that the word?
They should, unless there's a mutation.
And did you actually see a mutation in this particular case?
Yes, there was a mutation in Diego Ibarra's YSTR profile.
And so because of that genetic mutation, were you able to exclude Diego Ibarra as the donor of the male profile underneath Laken Riley's right hand?
Yes.
And so you could not under YSTR exclude Argenis Ibarra, you told us?
Correct.
And you could not exclude Jose Antonio Ibarra?
Correct.
Did the right fingernails go on to true allele?
Yes, I did.
And what were your results in true allele?
Can I state the probability for the YSTR?
You may, yes, sorry.
The YSTR profile has been observed in 0 of 29,207 total individuals in the national database. So it is expected to occur approximately in 1 in 9,750 male individuals.
All right. And moving on to true allele.
For true allele, the wet dry swabbings from the fingernail clippings from the right hand, 18A, item 42, was a mixture of at least 2 individuals. We assume that the profile of Laken Riley was present when we did the calculations, so there will be no match statistic for her because it's an NMS sample. The DNA match between the wet dry swabbings from the fingernail clippings from the right hand and the match was to Jose Antonio Ibarra. The match is 10 billion times more probable than a coincidental match to an unrelated person in the population.
Was Diego Ibarra able to be excluded by true allele?
Diego's Ibarra's match was approximately 1 billion times less probable than a coincidental match to an unrelated person in the population.
I will be right back.
6% chance of a false exclusion.
Does that mean he was excluded?
Yes.
What about Argenis Ibarra?
Argenis Ibarra, his match was 200 trillion times less probable than a coincidental match to an unrelated person in the population. Again, the 5.36% chance of a false exclusion.
And does that mean Argenis Ibarra was excluded?
Yes.
So then moving on to the left hand, does that complete the results from the right hand?
Yes, it does.
So that would be in the right hand, the true allele results would be Laken Riley and Jose Ibarra.
Correct.
Left hand.
Left hand contained a mixture of DNA from at least 2 individuals. Again, the reference of Laken Riley was assumed in the calculations.
And why are you permitted to do that?
Because the DNA is collected directly from her person, so we would expect her DNA to be there so we can make an assumption.
All right, thank you.
Due to limited data, we could not make any conclusions about the foreign evidence genotype from the swabbings from the left hand. So again, that fell under the 4%.
But
Moving on then, did that complete both, that completed the fingernails, right and left?
Yes.
The straw, did you test a straw for the presence of DNA?
Yes, I did.
And what was that number from the presence?
hey, boo boo.
The straw was
Think about
64 feet, and the swabbings from the straw was item 66.
What did you do to the straw and what were your results for the swabbings from the straw?
The serologist prepared swabbings from the swab that was used to test for her screening, and I used those same swabbings to obtain a DNA profile.
And the serologist in this case, would that be Katrina Osipovich?
Yes.
And so what did you do once you, what were your results of the straw then?
The results from the straw was for the traditional DNA testing, I could not make any conclusions because it was about a 50-50 mixture, so I could not separate the profile into individual contributors.
So then what did you do?
I did true allele.
And what were your results?
The swabbings of the straw contained a mixture of DNA from at
Mute
least two
me.
individuals.
Those two
There was a match
couldn't
from
plan to
swabbings
mute
of the
me if
straw
I
to
planned it
Jose
for
Ibarra. This is approximately 50
They're too
quadrillion times more probable than a coincidental match
To me,
to an
anyway.
unrelated person in the population.
And what about the other DNA profiles there in the straw?
The other profiles, Argenis Ibarra was excluded from the data from the swabbings,
how we do that.
10 sextillion times less probable than a coincidental match. Diego Ibarra was also excluded, 10 quadrillion times less probable than a coincidental match.
And what about Laken Riley?
She was also excluded, 200 million times less probable than a coincidental match to an unrelated person.
And were you able to, other than identifying a match to the likelihood ratio of Jose Ibarra to approximately 50 quadrillion times more probable than a coincidental match to an unrelated person in the population, were you able to draw any other conclusions about the profile in the straw?
The profile from the straw, I know it shouldn't be a paternally related male individual because the kit we use contains one YSTR location that we test for, and this looked like one YSTR location was different from both of the brothers and from Jose Ibarra, and it was a male individual.
All right. Did you test a swabbings from an Adidas black hat?
Yes.
What is the hat number for your laboratory, and what did you do?
For the hat, the number is item 39 is the black ball hat, and the swabbings are item. Sorry.
She's
Item
trying to
56.
turn on the.
What did you do to the swabbings, and what were your results?
The traditional DNA testing was performed first, and because of the complexity of the mixture, I could not make any conclusions.
She's trying to
And then
turn
what
on
happened to
the
the-
treadmill,
Data from
but
that.
it doesn't work without.
The true allele was used on the swabbings from the hat. The black ball hat contained the profile of at least 3 individuals. There was a match from the data from the swabbings from the black ball cap and Laken Riley. This match is approximately 1 octillion times more probable than a coincidental match to an unrelated person in the population.
It's a lot of
Due
high
to the
pitch.
complexity of the mixture, no conclusive determination could be made as to the minor contributor.
So you can't tell us who the minor contributors are on the hat.
Correct.
But Laken Riley was present on the hat for True Allele.
Yes.
Did you test rocks, which would be your items 22 and 23 at the crime lab?
Yes, rocks were tested.
Tell us about that.
There was swabbing from a rock, item 22, and contact swabbings from a rock, item 22, swabbings 58 and 59. And
Okay,
there was also another rock, item 23. Those swabbings
I asked
were
if I could see
item
her
60.
stuffed
and
animal.
those contained the
No,
DNA
no,
profile of
no.
one
Can mommy
individual,
see it?
and that profile matched the reference
This
of
is what the
Laken Riley.
cops gave her.
The frequency of the profile is approximately 1 in 500 octillion individuals in the population.
Okay. What about the other rocks? So only Laken Riley on that item,
Yes, only Laken Riley and the rock swabs,
both rocks.
both rocks.
All right. What about a tree? Did you test swabbings from a tree?
Yes.
And what were your results?
The tree, the cutting from the tree was the profile of one individual. That again matched the profile of Laken Riley, approximately 1 in 500 octillion individuals.
And only Laken Riley on the tree.
Correct.
I want to go back to the fingernails. And you told us on the right fingernails, it was for True Allele results, Laken Riley and Jose Ibarra, correct?
Yes.
And are there any other persons present there?
No.
How is it that a person, or under what situations would you expect to find a person's DNA underneath another person's fingernails?
Usually it either has to have some sort of scratching or contact with the inside of the nail. These were shorter nails, so it wasn't like they were long nails that you can just accidentally have contact with. Also, you could have someone's DNA from bodily fluids present in the fingernails.
May I have 1 moment, Your Honor?
I understand that her information is super important, but like
Briefly, the YSTR results
too much to
for
focus
Laken
on
Riley's
at
fingernails
one
for the right hand that
one time.
I may be saying this wrong, so you have to correct me, could exclude Diego Ibarra, but could not exclude Argenis Ibarra, correct?
For the right and left, yes.
So good. When you go on to True Allele, and True Allele is able to exclude Argenis Ibarra, and True Allele also excluded Diego Ibarra, does that mean he's excluded?
Yes.
All right. I believe that is all I have, Your Honor. I will pass the witness.
Biology was not my best subject. I know biology in an anatomy sense, not a physiological DNA sense. Biology was not college biology was not my
Is it the single?
Yes.
Okay. So I just want to go through the list again that I heard you talking about. There's the cup and the straw. Is that right?
There was a straw in the cup. The straw from the cup.
Okay. The straw is what you tested.
Straw from the straw, yes.
Okay. And that had to be tested with True right?
Yes,
Okay. And the result was a mixture of 2 people. Is that right?
correct.
And I'm just going to use for right now, just for simplicity's sake, we have a match with Jose Ibarra.
Yeah, I'm gonna go as long as I
And who
can
was the other
today
person who
on
was in that
the morning. 'Cause
It's
I want to
an
see what the defense
Unknown male
said.
individual. I would need a reference
And
sample
then-
to match that person.
Okay.
Let's
So-
get to
We have 2 people's DNA on that straw. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. One Jose Ibarra, one we don't know.
Correct.
Okay. And that's a straw that you're using to, I mean, it's like a regular straw you use to drink.
Yes, it's like a styrofoam takeout cup straw.
And so 2 people would have had to use that straw in order to get DNA on it, right?
Correct.
Okay. And we don't know who that other person is.
Correct.
We have the fingernail swabbings. Is that right?
Yes,
Okay. On the left and right hand.
yes,
Okay. And on those, what we start with, when we have what we would assume would be the reason you use a YSTR is that only male individuals have a Y chromosome. Is that right?
correct.
Okay. And in order to see if you have male DNA in a sample that would otherwise be normally full of female DNA, you're looking for that Y chromosome.
I can tell that there's male DNA from the quantitation step because we also test for male DNA.
Okay.
So I would have to know that the male DNA was present before I amplified with the YSTR kit to find that profile.
Okay. You do that in this situation.
Correct.
Okay.
I'm
And
dumb.
you get a
This
result
is all over
that,
my head.
Excludes Diego, according to your results.
Correct.
But does not exclude Jose and Argenis.
Correct.
And so there's a match that you make with the YSTR, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. It also doesn't, or I guess the chances of that happening in just the random population is 1 out of every 10,000 people, males, is going to have that same profile. Is that right?
It's approximately 1 in 9,750, yes.
So 1 in 9, it's a match, but 1 in 9,750 is going to, we'd likely see that repeated. Is that right?
Yes, and also paternally related male individuals unless there is a mutation.
Okay. So I'm just going to make a note of that number. It's 1 in 9,750.
Yes.
Okay. The fingernail swabbings of the left hand, there's no, you can't make a match in that. Is that right?
There was also male DNA, so it's the same results as the right hand fingernails.
Okay, is that just YSDR?
Yes.
Okay. Do you get a true allele result out of the left fingernail?
Yes.
Okay. And what was that?
The true allele was for the right hand swabbings. There was at least 2 individuals. Laken Riley was assumed. The match to Jose Ibarra is approximately 10 billion times more probable than a coincidental match to an unrelated person in the population.
Woo! 10 billion times more probable.
And for the left?
Beat that.
The left, there was, assuming the presence of Laken Riley, due to limited data, no conclusions could be made about the minor contributor.
Okay. So on the left fingernail, we don't have any match. Is that right?
Just the assumption that Laken Riley is there and she is.
Okay. Not to Jose Ibarra.
Correct. Well, except for YSTRs, but yeah, using true allele.
Okay. So we have the Adidas hat.
Yes.
Okay. And there is no match to Jose Ibarra on that hat. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Do we know whose hand that hat came off of?
That would be information from someone else, not.
Okay.
It's not, I'm not aware of.
I got you. And
Nice try, though.
we have the rocks and the tree cutting.
Yes.
Okay. Those are, none of those has any of Jose Ibarra's DNA on them, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And we would expect for that, if someone were not wearing gloves, or if there were holes in the gloves, would we expect contact DNA in the case?
Not necessarily.
What would it depend on?
Well, it would depend on how much contact they have, the condition of their, the palms of their hands.
Okay. And when you say the conditions of their palms and their hands, what do you mean?
If your hands have calluses or dry skin, you're more likely to leave contact DNA than soft palms of your hands.
Use
Okay.
your lotion,
If it
people.
related to a particular object, would it be how hard you grip that?
That could be a part, yes.
Okay. And moving on to the gloves in this case, did you testify about testing number 6 on your?
6 was a complex mixture where no conclusions could be made with traditional DNA testing, so true allele was used.
Okay. And what were the results of number 6?
For number 6, it was the mixture of 2 individuals. The major contributor was Laken Riley, and 100 septillion times more probable than a coincidental match. And again, due to limited data, no conclusions could be made about the minor evidence genotype.
Okay. So that
How
was
many zeros is that?
All right.
I'd have to write that down to be.
Was any of the hair in this case that was recovered by whether from the autopsy or turned over to the FBI or the GBI? I'm sorry. Was any of the hair tested using any traditional DNA methods or true allele?
No.
Okay. And were the fingernail swabbings taken from Jose Ibarra ever tested?
No.
Okay. Who made that decision?
That would have been management.
Management?
Management of the in the section, the
Okay.
forensic biology section.
And who's that?
Jim Sebastian.
Okay. And do you have any notes or any reason for that included in your file?
No.
Would those notes have been made when that decision was made?
That would be up to James Sebastian. So he may or may not have made a note as to what we were testing and why.
Okay. Would Preston Norris have been a part of that decision?
There's a Aaron Norris. I don't know a Preston.
Okay. And what about a GBI agent Bayer or Bayer, B-E-Y-E-R? Would he have been a part of that?
I don't know if he was. This wasn't something I was privy to, so I can't say.
Okay. As it relates to items 14D
Nice try, but
and
no.
14F received by the FBI or the GBI, I'm sorry. What are those?
They're not on my reports.
Do you have a copy of all of the evidence that was sent to the GBI?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did you ever receive, for testing, a sealed package containing swabs from anyone's abdomen?
They may have been received by GBI, but I did not test those.
Okay. Did you receive any or test any sealed package containing swabs from an abdomen that would have been dry swabbings?
Again, they may have been received by GBI, but I did not perform that test.
Okay. And did you perform any testing on wet swabs from anyone's neck?
No.
Okay. And were you a part of any decision-making process to not test those items?
I was not.
Okay. Do you know who was?
That would have been, again, the management at GBI, and they may have spoken to other people involved in the investigation.
Okay. But you weren't. You're the head person who's in charge of all of the DNA testing in this case.
For this case, but not for GBI.
But for this case.
Yes.
She's basically given stuff and say, here, test this, here, test this. She's not given, it's not like freaking Abby on NCIS where you just give her a bunch of stuff and she decides what she wants to test. It's like, no, she's just given. So things could be given to GBI and then her not be given stuff because they don't deem it important to test. I think that's where this lawyer is trying to go. But I think he's trying to basically say, well, you didn't make the decision or you didn't want to test this stuff. It's like, I think that's beyond her scope. Like, I don't think that's her job. Her job is, here, test this. Like, not, here's this, and this. Please figure out what you want to test. Yeah, this is the defense. This is that clean-cut, gray-haired guy. The younger gray-haired guy.
Okay. Were you ever consulted by a Preston Norris or GBI agent Bayer as to whether or not to test those items that we just went over?
No, it's not.
Okay. Aside from the jacket in this case, all of the other matches that you make to Jose Ibarra come through True Alley, is that right? And the known sample and the jacket.
Yes.
Okay. And aside from the YSDR. Okay. So the YSDR on the fingernail and the jacket are the only non-true allele matches to Mr. Ibarra, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. On direct, you testified. Actually, let me ask you this. Without true allele, then, you personally could, and setting aside the jacket and the YSDR, without true allele, you could not have made any definitive matches in this case. Is that right?
I could possibly match major contributors, but not minor contributors.
Okay. And when you have the minor contributors and the mixed samples, you have to use true allele, right?
If they're minor, below what we call a threshold, where there could be, it's called stochastic threshold, we have to use true allele.
Okay. And so aside from the YSDR and the fingernails and the jacket, all of the minor contributors fell below that threshold in this case, correct?
All the minor contributors did, yes.
Okay. So you had to use true allele for all of those tests?
Correct.
Okay. So I just want to talk to you a little bit. You testified on direct about the reliability and reproducibility of True Ally. And I'd like to just talk to you a little bit about that. What are some of the problems and limitations of True Ally?
Problems and limitations with very low level DNA. We can't make matches. That's based on our validation. If there is dropout at one of these 21 locations, it could skew the match statistic. That's another issue. We can only look at mixtures between 2 and 5 individuals. Once you get up to 5 individuals, the software could do what's called stalling, where it has a hard time determining the genotypes. That's something we've encountered.
Okay, so and I'm new to all this, but I think that you went through all the ones that I could find, through my research. And so one of those problems is determining how many contributors there are. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And anytime that you have one of these mixtures of DNA, the scientist has to determine how many contributors there are. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And what they do is they say, okay, we think that there's 2 or 3 contributors to this particular mixture of DNA.
Yes.
Okay. And you plug in that number of contributors, and then the software runs does its thing.
Yes.
Okay. Depending on how many contributors you decide are in there, will change the probabilities, these likelihood ratios.
Are they trying to say that she messed up?
It will change them. Yes. If I say there's 3 individuals, but there's actually 2, then it will spread out those probabilities to those other individuals, and there would be a match, but it would have a lower match likelihood ratio.
Okay. And when you're making those determinations as to how many contributors there are, the opinion on how many contributors there are could differ. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Amongst people who know this stuff, right?
Yes.
Okay. Other experts, for instance.
Yes.
The other thing you talked about is the quantity of the DNA. Are there limits that you can't go below when you're using True Ally?
There's limits we can't go below when we use the traditional testing, so that then applies to True Ally as well.
Okay. So are they the same limits between traditional DNA testing and True Ally?
Well, since you start with the traditional, that's the limiting factor.
Okay. Who is that limit set by? Is that GBI?
That's GBI, but it's based on our validation of the global Fowler kit that we use for traditional DNA testing.
Okay. What about cybergenetics validation studies? Do they have a limit that you're not allowed to go under?
I'm not aware of that. It would depend on what the amplification was, but not to my knowledge.
Okay. What about separating out these mixtures if it involves close family relations? Are there any limitations on True Ally about that?
If it's a lower match, you can have false inclusions with family members, but with the match statistics in this case, and also that we had the reference samples of the 2 brothers, I don't believe that had any effect on the results.
Okay. And if we kind of control for these limitations, then True Ally should be perfect, right? It's just running numbers.
Thanks for trying.
Well, it is a random process. So then we do run the software 3 requests each, and we must have 2 requests that are concordant. However, we do have instances where those requests, we don't have concordant requests, and we cannot make any conclusions about a mixture.
I don't understand. What does that mean? It can't, it's not concordant. I don't understand what that means. Can you explain that?
Concordant mixture weights and concordant genotypes for contributors we must have before we can make any conclusions. They must be concordant in 2 different True Ally requests.
Hey,
so
Mr.
if this doesn't occur, we can't make any conclusions.
Okay.
She decided that she didn't want to play with the blocks anymore, and she's just playing in
the True Ally is you testified that it's
container.
reproducible. Is that what you were just saying?
Yes.
Okay. But every time you run it, it's going to have a different number, right? I mean, it's going to give you a different likelihood. These huge numbers that you're using, every time you run it, the numbers are going to be different, right?
They're going to be slightly different because how True Ally determines those contributors is a random process.
It's a random process.
Yes, but the results, again, they must
That
be within a
seems to be
certain
their only thing. Throw the
number of
brother
log
under the
units or a
bus.
certain amount difference. There can't be a big difference between the 2 requests for us to report the results.
If you run one of these tests, one run of this test, 5 minutes later, you run a different run of this test. Are the numbers going to be the same?
Not exactly.
Okay. So it's not exactly reproducible.
It's reproducible within an approximation.
Okay. Who sets that approximation?
That's based on the validation. We do have an amount that they have to be close to each other in order to report the results.
Okay. So in this case, we're comparing the DNA against kind of 3 different individuals. We've got Jose, we've got Argenis, and we've got Diego. Is that right?
Yes, and Laken Riley.
Okay. And I just want to take
Don't forget the victim.
the right fingernail clipping and just kind of go through the process here. You got the YSTR And that's the first test that you do, right?
Correct.
Okay. And that eliminates Diego as a possibility.
Correct.
Right. And when we go to a true allele test, it says that this is 200 trillion times less probable that it's Arrhenius. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. But that it's only 1 billion times less probable that it's Diego's.
Correct.
Okay. So that means that according to true allele, it is more likely to be Arrhenius than it is to be Diego, correct?
Arrhenius is exclusion number is more than Diego. Yes.
So it is. So according to true allele, this is more likely to be Arrhenius than it is to be Diego.
Yes, but that's more based on the difference in their DNA profiles.
Okay. But you already excluded them with the YSTR, is that right?
I excluded Diego.
Okay. So you excluded Diego, but he's more likely to be the contributor according to true allele.
That's using his DNA reference sample, and it would be based on his profile. It would also be based on how much genetic information he shares with his brother. And so that's not an unexpected result.
Okay. Why do the odds change depending on which test it is in terms of, why isn't it always 200 trillion times more likely or less likely to be Arrhenius and 1 billion times less likely to be Diego?
Because you're comparing to their specific reference samples for them, and it's based on how often their genetic information is found in the random population. So if someone has genetic information that is found more in the population or less in the population, it can change that number. So it's all based on that they have different DNA profiles, so there's different match results.
Okay.
She kind of has the attitude or the look on her face, like, how are you not getting this?
Okay. And their reference samples didn't change, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you say it's run against the population. Within the course of this case, the population didn't change that much, did it?
No, it's actually the same database.
Okay. So why is
Did they
it
test?
odds change? If for the fingernail, for instance, it's 200 trillion times less probable to be Arrhenius,
Mhm.
and it is 1 billion times less probable to be Diego, why isn't it always 200 trillion and 1 billion?
Because it's based on the comparison of their reference sample to the data.
But we just said that the reference samples haven't changed, right?
Correct.
Okay. And so the population numbers haven't changed, correct?
Correct.
So why does the likelihood change?
Between the two individuals?
Yes, it's always the same DNA that you're plugging into the machine, right?
Yes, but I mean, if they were identical siblings, they would have identical likelihood ratios. But since they're not identical siblings, the numbers are different.
Sure, but the siblings in this case didn't change between two tests, did they?
They're different tests with different type of results. The YSTR test
Sure.
has different type of results in a different statistical database than the TrueAllele.
Did you say the YSTR has different database than the TrueAllele?
Yes, the Global Fowler and the TrueAllele have the same database, and the YSTR is a different database.
Right. The
Duh.
200 trillion and the 1 billion are the strong numbers, correct?
Yes.
Or, I'm sorry, the fingernail numbers, correct?
10 billion for Jose Ibarra,
He's
200
trying
trillion. and 1
hard. I
billion
give
for
him
Ibarra.
credit.
Okay. And then when we get to the straw,
There's a
It changes
reason you're a
10
lawyer,
sextillion
not a scientist.
and 10 quadrillion, right?
Yes,
Same reference DNA
Prosecution.
that you're putting into the TrueAllele, right?
yes,
Okay.
Whoops.
Same population database that you're using for TrueAllele.
Hey, Sandra.
right?
yes,
Okay. And the same three brothers that you're testing against, right?
correct.
Okay. Why has the number changed from 200 trillion to 10 sextillion as it relates to Arrhenius if it's the same DNA that's being put in?
Because it's a different mixture than the fingernails.
Okay.
It's
TrueAllele
Okay.
doesn't identify DNA,
basically,
does it?
there's a difference between when you test like a cheek swab and when you test DNA in fingernails. It's yes, it's the same DNA, but like it's a different profile. You get different amounts of I don't know the exact like phrasing, but like you get different like it's like taking a fingernail from my big toe and taking a nail from my thumb. Yes, they're both fingernails, but they're from different parts of the body, so you're gonna get a little bit different. It's not gonna be an exact match from the finger to the toe. Like it just.
It gives a match
Where
statistic
you
in the form of a
going, but
likelihood
it's like,
ratio.
tell me you don't
doesn't
know
identify
anything about
DNA,
science.
does it?
I don't understand you.
Okay. Well, let's take an example, and it relates to number 6, the testing on number 6. Okay. The report that you gave and you testified to on direct said that due to limited data, no conclusive determination can be made as minor evidence genotype. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. But at least on one attempt at running TrueAllele on this, you did get a result, didn't you? On number 6.
I may have had one of the 3 requests fall above 6%, 4%, but they had to be concordant for me to make a match.
Sure, but you got a result, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay. And that match score was above a 4, right?
I would have to look at the notes.
All right.
Totally different question. What I thought you were asking.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
okay. You got a match score above 4.
I got a match when compared to our staff database.
Hold on, who?
We have a staff database that we use of people who are involved in the DNA section and spread out through GBI, investigators, admin. So we compare the Trullo results to the staff database.
Okay. So you got my question was you got a result in this when you were running item number 6, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Trulio didn't say, we don't know whose DNA this is. I can't give you a result. Is that right? It didn't shut down.
No.
Okay. It gave you a result and it told you that it had matched who?
It was a random match to a former GBI agent who did not work in the Athens area.
Okay. So that GBI agent didn't work in the lab, did they?
No.
Okay. And you don't have any reason to think that he was a part of this case, do you?
No.
You don't have any reason to think that he handled any of the evidence in this case, do you?
She, but no.
She, I'm sorry.
Yeah, don't misgender
And
her.
what True Alio told you on that test was that it was 10,000 times more likely to be this former agent than it was to be a random match. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Is there another way to say that? 1 in 10,000?
10,000 times more probable, yes.
Okay. Why did the software do that?
That was on the contributor who was less than 4%, which is why we don't report less than 4%.
Was the
Because the
contributor
accuracy
in this
in
less than 4%?
4% sucks.
What did True Alio tell you?
Which sample analysis?
Number 6.
She just answered your
Well,
question.
they would have been compared to the major profile, which would have been Laken Riley, and then the minor profile, which would have been less than 4%.
Okay. On the QC report there, it says that it's over 4%, doesn't it? It's over 4.
The match statistic is over 4.
Okay.
That match statistic, which is the 10,000 times more probable.
Okay. And but the software is running against all of the GBI employees or all of the lab employees?
All the ones we have in the database, yes.
Okay. So it's not just considering the 3 contributors that you have, right?
Correct.
Okay.
I don't
How
understand
did
what
if
he's
we
getting
know
at.
that this person
He's trying to
didn't
poke
touch
holes in the
the
DNA, but
didn't work for the lab, how long have they not worked for the lab? It says.
It's been a few years, and they live in a different part of the state.
Okay. Pretty good. In your mind, this is an incorrect result.
It was, but it was to that less than 4% contributor.
Okay.
she basically
How did it get to this person?
she basically told you less than 4% profile is not accurate. That's why we don't report less than 4%. And he keeps bringing up the fact that this DNA matched someone in the GBI database that doesn't live there anymore. And he keeps like hammering it like, but it matched this person. Yes, that's why we don't report less than 4%. She's answered your question like 10 effing times and you keep asking it in a different way. Oh my God, that's annoying.
Person who was not there, who we know didn't have anything to do with this case. How did the software actually calculate that it was 10,000 times more likely to be this person than a random chance?
It took that person's reference sample and it took the data obtained from that less than 4% contributor and it issued a likelihood ratio.
Okay.
And since we don't report less than 4% contributors based on our validation, and that we can get some false matches. And that's just because that's the reason we don't report less than 4%.
Because you don't think it's reliable, right?
But less than 4%, it's not. That's why we don't report it.
Literally answered your question 5 freaking times and you keep answering it a different way, expecting her to say it differently. God, this was I hate lawyers. Like you're just trying to trap her into getting confused and answering your question a different way, and then you're going to call her out because she lied. It's like, no, she answered you. Well, why did it give you a false positive? Because less than 4% is not accurate. Less than 4% is not accurate. That's why we don't give you less than 4. That's why we don't report less than 4%.
Okay, but that's what the software itself is doing, is reporting that, correct?
You can still look and see if someone matches even if it's less than 4%.
Okay, and so it was you who considered that an error, not the software.
It was a technical leader who saw that as a false match, so we just went ahead and reported it. It's inconclusive. No conclusions could be made less than that 4%.
That's all the question I had.
What's validation?
Validation is when we test software before we use it on casework to make sure it works properly.
And have you at the GBI tested the TrueAllele program and have you validated TrueAllele?
Yes, we have.
How long was that process?
It was several years.
And in the several years that you all validated the True Allele program, did you create a threshold within the GBI that you do not call True Allele results?
Correct.
What is that threshold?
Less than 4%.
And why don't you call results less than 4% at the
love her.
GBI?
Because we didn't go down that far in our validation. And once you start getting less than 4%, there may be some of the 21 locations may be missing information. So it will actually use the population database to help fill in the blanks where it's missing information. So it's just not reliable.
And that's why you don't call it.
Correct.
It's like the brain. It fills in the gaps for you, and those gaps aren't always accurate. That's why people's memory sucks. It's because when you have a hole, or when you have a hole in your memory, like your brain has to come up with some logical answer. So like that's why you remember things that aren't always accurate. I know neuroscience. And it's literally the same way. When you don't have a full profile, the machine has to have an answer, and it fills in those gaps for you. And those gaps aren't always accurate. But I love this prosecutor. She's my spirit animal. She's like, this is me. And we're at 1.5 speed, so she's doing a little more animated than it would be, but that's totally me.
And so in any of the results that we have talked about in this case, specifically the right fingernails of Laken Riley, which is a mixture between only Jose Ibarra and Laken Riley, was that below 4%?
No.
Are those reliable results?
Yes.
And were those results produced through are they reliable based upon your validation of True Allele?
Correct.
And True Allele does have an error rate, a demonstrated error rate. Is that right?
It has a range where we don't report results, yes, but on match statistics.
And so I want to break that down. Does that mean that you all know what the error rate is of True Allele, correct?
Yes.
And you don't call matches below that threshold, is that right?
Yes.
So that you compensate for the error rate.
Yes.
And so this 4% that he just asked you about is not a reported result, correct?
It isn't.
And because it's not reliable, is that correct?
Correct.
And that would be consistent with what you all do every day at the GBI, and that's why you validate this software, right?
Yes.
So going to back to the fingernails and the statistics versus YSTR and the statistics versus True Allele and which brother is more excluded than the other, both brothers, Argenis and Diego, have been excluded as potential donors underneath the fingernails by True Allele.
Correct.
Doesn't matter at what level they're excluded.
Correct.
The determination of the number of contributors in a sample that is ran in True Allele, who does that?
I do that.
How do you do that?
I do that based on looking at the data called an electropherogram. If one person should have no more than 2 peaks at each of these 21 locations, or no more than 2 pieces of genetic information. So we look at each of the location, the number of peaks, the imbalance between peak heights in case people share genetic information, and we use that to determine the number of contributors.
And did you determine the number of contributors in this case correctly?
There is an at least caveat that we use, but I believe I did.
And when you run results in True Allele, do you run it more than once?
Yes.
And why do you run it more than once?
To make sure we have concordant genotypes and mixture weights.
And so from what I heard defense counsel asking you, that if you run it more than once and you get different numbers, does that mean it is unreliable?
No.
Why not?
Because it's a random process, so it may assign slightly different probabilities to different possible genotypes. So based on that, it can change slightly the match statistic.
And I heard you use the word concordant. What does concordant mean?
Concordant is generally having the same results as far as possible genotypes at each of the 21 locations.
And when you ran the True Allele results in this case, the data in this case, were all of the data that was generated, was all of the data concordant?
It had to be concordant to be reported, so yes.
So if it wasn't concordant, it would not be reported, right?
Correct.
On the rocks and trees that you were asked about would you expect to see somebody else's DNA on the rocks, for example? The rocks in this case had the DNA of only one person on them, is that right?
Correct.
And that only one person on the rocks was Laken Riley.
Correct.
There was no other foreign profile on those rocks, right?
On the parts that were sampled, yes.
Because you swapped them, correct?
The serologist swapped them.
Katrina swapped them. And you were asked about that in those results. Does that mean no one ever touched those rocks?
No.
Okay. Does that mean that Laken Riley hit herself in the head with those rocks?
No.
And why not?
Just because the DNA of another individual is present doesn't mean that they never touched.
You're not even having to think about it.
You always leave a DNA behind when you touch something, right?
Yeah, the saying absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. So it's consistent with that.
The sexual assault kit, which I failed to ask you about, did you test the sexual assault kit of Laken Riley's that was done at autopsy by Dr. DeMarco?
Yes, it was tested.
And what were your results there?
There was a male screening performed to look for the presence of male DNA on the vaginal vault swabs, the peri-anus swabs, and the oral cavity swabs of Laken Riley. The testing failed to reveal the presence of human male DNA.
And why not just test everything in every single case?
Because we have limited resources at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
And I heard lots of questions to you about what was tested, what was not tested. Is it your decision to decide what is tested and what is not tested?
No.
See,
And you
I
told
was
us that would be
right.
a decision made by your manager, Jim Sebastian,
Yes,
in conjunction with other people.
Correct.
Who are not you.
yes.
One moment.
Didn't I call it? She's not given a tray full of stuff and said, figure out what to test. She's given a cell phone, a rock, a cheek swab, and said, this is what you need to test. She's not, like, the defense attorney made it seem like she was picking and choosing. It's like, that's not her job, genius. She's just a tester. She's not an investigator. An investigator finds out what might be worth testing and what's not. This is not NCIS. This is not Abby. She's not given like a table full of shit and said, here, figure out what to, Yeah, King Bob, somebody mentioned that. I think Roy mentioned that earlier, but you're fine. I don't mind mentioning other cases because it gives, something to talk about after. But I might watch that parole
What does a
hearing.
match score above 4 mean?
Match score above 4 based on our validation. That's when we start reporting a match. Below that, you could have false inclusions or exclusions.
Okay, so a match score above 4 means that you have reached the threshold above
You're
which the
so
validation
focused
studies
on
are
that
good, right?
4%.
Yes, for samples that are at least 96% of the mixture.
Okay, and on that sample, number 6, your quality control report says it is a match score above 4, correct?
Yes,
Okay. It wasn't recorded because it wasn't reproducible, correct?
it wasn't reported because it was determined to be a false match to data that did not meet the
Dude.
requirements of our validation for us to report as reproducible.
Thank you, Judge.
I would be say
Anything else?
objection asked and
Any
answered.
issues? Any objection, Mr. Kirby? Issues?
I'm so glad that's over. Not because didn't have good information, but that freaking defense attorney was driving me nuts, asking
State is rested.
questions.
Is Mr. Ibarra ready for me to ask him questions about his decision to testify or not?
Yes, sir.
All right. Mr. Ibarra, Ms. Smith, I don't know what's going to work best because I'm going to be asking these questions directly to him. All right. Okay. Mr. Ibarra, I'm asking these questions directly to you. Do you understand that you have a right to testify? And if you want to testify, no one can prevent you from doing so.
God, get your fat head out of the way, lady.
Yes, sir.
Do
And
you
I know
understand
this
that no
is
one can
yesterday.
make or compel you to testify?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand that you have a right to not testify if you do not want to?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand that not your lawyer, but you personally are the one
Well-
that decides whether you will testify or not?
La decisión de testificar o no testificar no es de los abogados, sino de usted personalmente, ¿comprende? Yes, Your Honor.
You understand if you do not testify, then the court will instruct myself that it's not to be held against you. Typically, I would tell a jury that.
Si usted decide no testificar, la corte se diría a sí misma que usted no estaría obligado a hacerlo, no tomaría eso en contra suya, ¿comprende? Yes, Your Honor.
You understand if you choose to testify, you'll be examined by your counsel and cross-examined by the district attorney.
Si usted decide testificar, usted sería confrontado y preguntado por su propio abogado y por la fiscalía como tal, y por la corte, ¿comprende? Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Ibarra, do you want to testify?
Señor Ibarra, ¿desea usted testificar? No, sir.
Anything from counsel regarding that decision, and can you say if you believe he understands his rights to testify or not, Mr. Donovan?
But yes, we believe he understands his rights, and we don't have anything else to add to his response.
If I'm defendant decided to not testify with complete understanding of his rights.
Yes, sir.
Nanny goat, I love this prosecutor. She's my spirit animal. Like, if I were to be a prosecutor, like her facial expressions, like I'm sitting here making the same one she is. Like, all right, Christopher Schultz update. Christopher Schultz is the hot car case in Arizona. He left his 2-year-old in a running car because she was taking a nap when he got home, and the car auto shut off after 30 minutes, and he forgot she was there, and she passed away. So, 10-day trial period, plea negotiations are being had status hearings set for January 27th and August 11th. Flash fan, you're amazing. Could you do me a favor and just write that in the Discord server so that
Just
I
click it up here.
don't forget and I can write it in my planner later?
Would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Please take a seat. I'm going to start by asking you to state and then spell your name for a court order.
Joseph Clementi, JosepClementi.
And Mr. Clementi, what do you do for a living?
I work at a music management company.
And where do you live?
I live in Athens, Georgia.
Were you living in Athens, Georgia in February of this year?
I was.
Mr. Clementi, do you sometimes take exercise by going for runs?
I do.
And did you take a run on the morning of February 22nd?
Yes, I did.
Did you, after finding out about this case, contact the police about what you had observed on your run?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember approximately when you contacted police?
I believe it was the day after February 22nd, so February 23rd.
And you met with UGA police officers?
I didn't meet with them. We just had a call.
So you got a phone interview with the police officers?
Yes,
And then afterwards, you sent them some pictures to kind of clarify what you said on the phone call.
that's correct.
So I want to just ask for you to briefly recap when you ran and what you saw, please.
Sure. So I started my run at 9:39 a.m. on Thursday, and I ran for, I believe, 36 minutes. And I ran around Lake Herrick, starting at the intramural fields, and I ran for 3.5 miles. And what I noted to the police officers was that I saw an individual that was wearing dark clothing and seemed out of the ordinary.
So let's kind of break that down. You started running at 9:39. How do you know that time?
I tracked my run with a running app called Nike Run Club.
And so when you were reporting for police, when you were running, you were comparing to that Nike Run Club.
That's correct.
And then you said you saw an individual around Lake Herrick at the intramural fields. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And did you prepare for the police a sort of a screenshot of the area with a star where you saw this individual?
That's correct.
Okay, I am going to show it to you, and this is going to be marked as defense 6. I want to show it to you. Mr. Clementi, do you recognize the document I handed you?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
It's a map of Lake Herrick, and there's a star placed on where I said I saw the individual. And one of the pictures has an arrow, which is where I was describing that the individual was walking.
Okay. At this time, Your Honor, I'd like to move defense exhibit 6 into evidence.
Any objection?
No, sir.
Submitted.
Mr. Clementi, the state has entered a large map of the area, so I'm going to turn around and see if you can kind of put where you marked on this little mini map in context of this big map, okay?
Sure.
So, Mr. Clementi, do you see over here at the top left side of the board where it says Lake Herrick?
Yes.
And can you say where on this map you would have seen the individual?
By the retention pond.
And do you see the retention pond marked on this map?
I do.
And where is it?
It's in the southwest corner.
Your Honor, may he briefly come down just to point to where he saw the individual? Come on down. Silver corner. So for the record, you're pointing to the north of the retention pond?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you also said you saw it moving. With your pointer, can you just kind of indicate the direction?
Sure. So there's the trail that's going around here, and then it curves, and the individual's going that way.
Should you get that out of order? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Clementi. Why did this individual catch your attention?
He was not in typical athletic gear, which at that time that I was running, everyone was pretty much running or hiking that I was passing, and the individual was wearing very dark clothing, and they seemed to be wandering kind of aimlessly.
And you said you started to run at 9:39. What time did you see this individual?
In between 9:46 and 9:48.
And again, how are you so certain about what time you saw this individual?
Using the Nike Run Club app, I can pace. I know my pacing during that time, and so I can see 7 minutes into my run where I was exactly on the map.
Okay. And so you used the map and Nike Run Club to come up with this 2-minute window where you saw the individual.
Yeah, it shows me where.
And the last question I have for you, you say dark clothing. Can you give any specifics as to what dark clothing you saw?
I really just remember just black or dark bluish clothing, and that there was either a hood or a hat on this person.
So basically, he's describing the defendant.
I neglected to ask Mr. Clementi. Can you describe the height and the build of the person you saw?
It was the person had like a more masculine build, and based on that, I thought it was a man, and they were probably above like 5'9".
Like the defendant?
Did you notice, or could you tell if they were slender or more chubby?
Their weight didn't really stand out to me.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, how are you?
Hey, good.
Could you identify this person if you saw them again?
No,
Did you see this person's face?
not really. No,
Do you know what race this individual is?
no, I don't.
Could this be a white male?
Yes.
Could be a black male?
Yeah.
Could be a Hispanic male?
Mhm.
Could be an Asian male?
Yeah.
Did you notice that this individual was wearing gloves or anything?
No, I don't really remember or recall.
And what kind of look did you get of this individual? How long did you look at this person?
Sorry.
How long did you look at this person?
So, I mean, it was really a split second.
I love her.
But they seemed, like I said, they seemed to be kind of aimlessly wandering.
And you noticed a hooded sweatshirt, you said?
Yes, or a hat. Their head was covered by something.
And khaki colored pants?
Yeah, I wasn't totally sure what. I remember their dark clothing really stood out to me on the torso above.
Okay. What about the pants?
I don't really recall totally what color they were.
Could they have
Like,
been
so
khaki
you
colored pants?
can't tell if it was him or not.
The police department?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
And do you recall using the word khaki with her?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And khaki to describe, first of all, what color is khaki? What is khaki?
Beige.
Beige, okay. And what khaki did you see
What khaki pants?
on this individual?
Oh, like beige coloring on their pants.
Okay. And you were asked about whether there may have been any logos on this individual's clothing. Do you remember that?
I do remember being asked about that.
And do you remember saying that there may have been a white logo on this individual's clothing?
Yes, there may have been.
And do you recall describing this individual as skinny
I do remember.
and over 5'9" tall?
Yes.
Okay. And to this day, you do not know the race of that person?
No.
And you would not be able to identify that person if you saw them?
Correct.
That's all.
When you said there could have possibly been a white logo, do you recall if that was on the hat or the jacket or where that would have been?
No, I don't recall.
I don't have any other questions.
Yes.
You excused?
Yes, sir.
You're excused. Call your next witness.
That was useless.
Yes.
That was absolutely useless. I don't think Mia Bailey will plea. There's just too much. There's too much ego there. Ooh, that was a
I hesitate
long
to
one.
say this. They want about 10 minutes to talk about something. I know. If you need to stand up, go somewhere, that's fine. 10 minutes. Thank you.
All truth and nothing but the truth? Have a seat.
I did well with that
Should
one.
we start by stating your name and then spelling it for our court reporter?
Name is Vincent Slayton, STEPHA9 SLA.
And Ms. Layton, where do you live?
I live the Grove of 5 Points now. It was formerly Argo.
You may not. Do you happen to remember the street address for your apartment?
Yeah, that was definitely a waste of time. I understand that they have to do something.
What
But,
building
like-
in that apartment complex did you live in?
D.
Ms. Layton, were you living there in February of this year?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have a chance in February of this year to speak to police officers about the Laken Riley case?
Yes.
What day did you first? I just want you to look closer to that.
Okay.
What day did you first speak to police about what you had observed?
On February 22nd.
Okay, and that was in the evening or the morning?
I just didn't want that to go down those stairs.
Okay. Thank you. So you said first on February 22nd. What time of the day was that?
That was my birthday, and I know that I wanted just to sleep in. I'm guessing around 12 or 11.
Is it bedtime or nap time?
Yeah.
Okay. And so it's dark outside when this happening.
Did y'all hear her?
No, it was
It is a nap
in the midday.
time? No.
At some point, did you have a conversation with a man named Diego Ibarra about the case?
That was on the evening. It was dark then.
Can you just very briefly describe what happened?
So yes, ma'am. He came and sat next to me at my patio furniture in front of my apartment, and there was like foot traffic with law enforcement circling my apartment, and he asked me what was happening, and so I told him that there was somebody who had passed away in the back of our apartment, and I knew that he travels that way to go to work, to the bus stop back there. And so I was talking to him, and like, he speaks broken English, I speak broken Spanish, okay? So I told him, if you have seen anything or heard anything out of the normal, you need to say something now, because have you seen anything out of the ordinary? Then now's the time to say something because this poor girl has lost her life and her parents need, some closure. And then that moment, do you want me to continue?
Yeah, what did he do in response to you asking him to share what he knew about the case?
Well, at that moment, 2 police officers walked up to me and him. And they asked me what we were talking about. And I told them exactly what I just relayed to you guys just now. And they was like, okay, so they walked off. And the very moment they walked off, he spoke into his phone. He has a translator app. And he was speaking into it, and then he turned it around to translate into English, like words, where I could read it and understand. And verbatim, he said, if you tell them, I will tell them you did it, and then I will kill you too.
I don't have any further questions.
Okay, so Diego made a threat to protect his brother. That
So
doesn't
do you
mean
speak Spanish?
Very, very, not fluently at all, a little bit.
And did Diego speak to you in English?
His broken English, and I spoke broken Spanish. So I don't think our messages got under, that's, I'm saying, I don't know what his frame of mind was, but I'm sure that the way we speak, that sometimes things get misinterpreted.
And you told us that this one statement that he told you, the one you just ended on,
Yes, ma'am.
which was, if you what? Say it one more time for me.
He said, if you tell them, then I will tell them that you did it, and then I will kill you too.
And that was over Google Translate.
It was on some kind of translator app. I'm not sure which one.
On his phone.
On his phone.
And you read that from his phone.
Yes, he turned it around. I never touched it, so I could see it.
And he never told you he killed her, correct?
No,
He never told you that he saw her, correct?
no,
He never told you anything about Laken Riley's murder.
No,
is that
ma'am.
correct?
no, ma'am.
He said to you, if you tell them, like, who was he referring to?
The police officer just walked off. I'm guessing.
So if you tell them what? Because he didn't tell you what. He just says, if you tell them, I will tell them that you killed her and I will kill you. That's what he said.
Ma'am, I can't speculate on what his intentions were or what he was talking about. I'm just relaying the message of what he said.
And prior to that, before he says this to you through Translate app,
Yes, ma'am.
you're sitting there kicking it with him, I guess, and talking about a murder. And what I heard you say was, Diego asked you what was happening, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Because he didn't know what was happening, right?
No, ma'am.
And that's because your police or your apartment complex was literally being swarmed by an army of police officers, right?
It wasn't like the 23rd, but it was a lot there. Yes,
Lots,
ma'am.
lots of police officers.
Yes, ma'am.
And you and he are just outside of your apartments,
I
right?
sit outside my apartments at nighttime. I sit outside my residence on a daily basis. He lives next door to me.
And so y'all are sitting out there while all these police are around.
Yes.
And this whole conversation begins with him asking you what is going on, right?
Yeah.
And you tell him what?
And I told him that there had somebody had passed away behind our apartments. And I said, now I know like that you go through that path to go to work in the mornings. And I said, if you know anything, or just like if you've heard anything out of the ordinary, please say something.
And that's, and these preceding conversations that you had, where Diego asked you what's up and you tell him what happened, how are y'all doing that communication?
Well, we were like speaking in the broken, like, we can understand, like, but I don't know how to explain it. Like, I could speak a little bit of Spanish, you can speak a little bit of English now, and somehow we get it.
Your impression is that you got it, right?
My impression is that I can't make an impression right now because I can't speculate on that.
So your birthday was that day, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you do for your birthday?
I was just hung out of the house. In fact, there was a lot going on that day, and I was upstairs with all the rest of the neighbors wondering what was going on.
And did you celebrate for your birthday?
Yes, I did.
And how'd you do that?
I drank alcohol.
Okay, who'd you drink with?
Myself.
Any other people?
No.
And you eventually end up talking to the GBI about what you just told us, right?
Yes,
Next
ma'am.
day, correct? Yes?
Yes.
And when you talked to the GBI the next day, were you under the influence of alcohol?
Yes.
And in fact, Ms. Slayton, you've had a sexual relationship with Diego Ibarra, is that correct?
I plead the fifth.
You don't have a constitutional right to plead the fifth about a
Then
sexual
yes.
relationship. Okay, you did, right?
Yes.
And as a matter of fact, when the GBI interviewed you on the 23rd day of February 2024, you actually told them at some point you got mad at Diego because you felt that he was having sex with another woman, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You remember saying that to them?
Yes.
And you had actually purchased a phone for Diego, right?
Correct.
And then you turned it off because you found out he was having a relationship with
Correct.
another woman, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Not a relationship.
Okay, a what then?
Please excuse me. I've seen a video on the phone. He was in a club and somebody was twerking on him.
Okay.
So I don't believe that. I purchased the phone for him to find employment, not to make videos like that.
Okay, but you actually used a word to the GBI that you found out or you thought he was blanking somebody else,
Yes,
correct?
probably so. Yes, ma'am.
And that word blank that I said, and excuse my language for the court, began with an F, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you guys were all adults here, and I need to say it. You thought he was fucking somebody else, right?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll say it for you.
Right,
Right.
all right.
She
And
was,
you told that to
she
the
thought he was fucking some other bitch.
And
I've been at this for 2 hours, 45 minutes. So I can say that now.
Do you recognize state 328? Do you recognize your name on that document?
Let's make sure I'm still monetized. Nope, I'm still monetized. We're good.
We are willing to admit that by stipulation.
Yes, ma'am, I see right here on the back of the page, my name.
Okay. 328.
Hey, and I've managed to gain 2 subscribers during this shit show. Thanks, y'all. You're the best.
Okay, 328 submitted.
May I say something, please? I don't mind. Yes, sir.
That's the question. Are you on active probation as well?
Non-report, non-supervised probation, yes, ma'am, and I'm sacrificing a lot to tell the truth, so this girl can have justice today. I'm not
like
not
this
here
judge.
on 14 side, I'm just here to tell the truth, so,
He never told you he killed Laken Riley, right?
no, never did.
He's a good Southern judge, but not a good old boy like the
I
Thomases.
came forward to tell the truth about anything that I might know, to my knowledge is the truth, to help whoever is
Roll is
responsible
2,000 by
pay
Curtis.
for taking her life.
And you did multiple interviews with them.
It's multiple.
Did you allow them to download your phone voluntarily?
Everything that I had, at all, the Ibarros, and I compiled a whole GBI list of everything I wrote. They asked me anything that I could remember at all. Even not if I don't think it's important to write it down, and I did, and I handed it over to them.
And you also let them, kind of download your phone.
Yes.
And is it fair to say you are scared of Diego?
That night, no, I wasn't scared, because if I was scared, I would have got a protective order or called the police. But like she said, I was under the influence. So the next day is when everything hit. And when I realized what was going on, when they were slammed down in front of my apartment, that's when it sunk in and I got scared.
And are you here under court order to be here, Ms. Layton?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't have any further questions.
Anything else, Ms. Ross?
Yes, sir.
Okay, can she be excused, Ms. Beck?
Yes.
Any objection, Ms. Ross?
Yes, sir.
You're excused, ma'am. Which means you can leave. Thank you. Call your next witness.
I can't stream Karen Reed without losing my monetization because
The
that's
defense
fun.
is calling Diego Ibarra to the stand. Ms. Donnelly has Mr. Paul, Mr. Diego's attorney, to step down from the way.
Look, here's the brother. Oh, she needs a nap, but she's gonna fight it. She's been fighting it. We fast forward through all of this fun stuff. And Diego Ibarra is in the custody of the Clark County Jail, Clark County Sheriff's. He is normally under the custody of the U.S. Marshals in Macon, which is like 2 hours from here, an hour and a half, something like that. Mm. I like this judge. I like that tie. He's snazzy.
Diego Ibarra is here at our defendant. And he is, in our understanding, in federal custody in county jail. And so the state actually had a transport to the Clark County Jail. And then at some point recently, they let us know that they were not going to follow. So we didn't follow. But the problem is he's got pending sentencing in federal court. And he has a
Here,
lawyer
put it in
that
here. Here.
I'm sure we prefer that not be called to testify without his lawyer being present. I just got off the phone with his lawyer. I just found this out, that this person was his lawyer. So we thought he had a lawyer, Nathan, who had been in touch with him. And that person told us recently that they had a conflict. They were getting him through counsel, and they would let us know who that was. So we hadn't heard until 15 minutes ago that it seems to ever have been home. Told him, see if he could be he's driving back. He's about 2 hours away.
Your belly. Belly.
But Mr. Ricky related this rubber band.
Have a hug. Baby girl.
He would most certainly advise Mr. Ibarra to not testify.
Can mommy get a hug?
His right not to testify, since he has a
We gotta clean all these up.
which makes sense. But I don't know. Bring this to the court's attention, because I would like to ask you some questions, but I don't want to.
Sure. Well, let me hear from Ms. Ross. If you want to say anything, I'd love to hear.
Well, Judge, Yes, we had Mr. Diego transported in case either side wanted to call him. We wanted to make sure he was here so that we could continue the trial. I have never spoken to Mr. Diego Ibarra or his attorney. As a prosecutor, I feel very uncomfortable having this witness here without his attorney present. His charges are federal charges and they are immigration charges. I understand that. They're not related to this case at all. But it's my understanding, just speaking to Mr. Donnelly, who just spoke to the witness, that the witness wants his lawyer present. I am uncomfortable as a prosecutor. Don't talk to witnesses without their lawyers present. And so I feel really kind of funny about it. That's what you want my impression about it. So I would suggest that we let him either consult with his lawyer or get his lawyer here, so he can have him here when he testifies. And I'm really hamstrung because I'm not real sure how immigration law works in the federal system, and how this might impact his sentencing. And I don't have enough knowledge of that system to know how his testimony here might impact his sentencing, but I'm sure his lawyer does, which is probably why his lawyer wants to be here.
You said harsh there,
Yes. Okay. Can I have one more just piece of information for the court? So we have another federal inmate downstairs also that we had asked the court to help us get transport orders for the sheriff's office department in the Atlanta immigration facility. He's here. And so what we're trying to elicit are some statements that and I'll just make this proffer to the court that we contend that while in custody recently.
Well, I would wait until, because he is a fact finder and solve this issue to see if we can get his lawyer here.
Okay, let me say where I am. If Eric Eberhard has told you that he does not want his client to testify, period, I don't know that I'm not willing to continue the matter with that, because if he tells him, if he takes the position he's not going to allow him to testify,
I agree.
I mean, then I don't think there's no reason to delay it for that purpose.
I totally agree. In that event, then we would ask to call our next witness and allow him to testify to statements that he heard from Mr. Diego Ibarra, since Diego Ibarra is now unavailable.
I think and this is where I'm hamstrung, because I've never spoken to his lawyer, so I don't really know what he means about not advising him to testify.
Well, I can't say that I would worry about that, depending on, but I sort of hear an objection coming about hearsay.
Correct.
Is what it amounts to. Until we get there, I can't tell you about that. I mean,
I smell an objection.
So,
I love this judge. Oh my God, I love this judge.
No, I guess other than before final decision is made, I can speak to his lawyer. So I don't know.
do you want to step out and see if you can talk to Mr. Eberhard?
Yes, sir. I have a better idea of what we're going to do here.
I'm okay with that. If he's in the car, I guess you can get it. I mean,
And I step out to do that.
sure.
I think that's the end of today. Yeah. So that was the end of yesterday's stream. And we get to day 4. He's going to make sure this is at 1.5 speed. Actually, we might actually do 1.75 and just see what it sounds like. Because I'm thinking we just continue for like another hour and then we'll do whatever in the sentencing tonight after the little goes to bed. But I have to do mama stuff, fold laundry, vacuum, cook dinner. All that, life stuff that I haven't been doing for the last, 3 hours.
Ready? So on behalf of the church, we had planned to call 2 more witnesses, but after talking to the state yesterday evening, instead of calling them, we had a stipulation that we are going to introduce to the court, but we would like to approach to sort of give a little more information. Okay, all right.
Yep.
Okay, so on the stipulation, the defense has here Defense Exhibit 5. It is a report from FBI Agent Higgins, who has already testified on behalf of the state, and parts of it have been redacted, and so we want to introduce that. We understand the state has a document that they want to introduce for impeachment purposes in conjunction with this, and I'm not going to check that.
I've already got Defense 5. That's
Oh, right. That was never actually introduced, so we had marked it already, but we're now introducing it.
okay. All right, I see that now. All
That
right.
was just, he authenticated it when he was on the stand.
Make it clear that's the redacted version of.
Yes, this is a redacted version of what he got.
Any objection? Who's lost?
No, Your Honor, the state doesn't believe that they've had a burden for that, but we trust the fact finder to believe that it is too. So we have no objection to that. We do have a rebuttal to Defense Exhibit Redacted 5, and I would introduce the documents at this time, and also the rebuttal will be some testimony from Special Agent Ibarra, and he'll be playing portions of Diego Ibarra's interview. So I have those items marked. So if the defense wants to rest, then we can start rebuttal. And I'll introduce those documents at rebuttal and tell the court what numbers they are, and the numbers of the documents that, pursuant to these individuals' attorneys, need to be filed under seal, or the request of these attorneys need to be filed under seal.
With the addition of Defense Exhibit 5, that's interesting.
All right.
I'm gonna slow this back down to 1.5. Like 1.75 is just a little bit too fast.
Let me, so, we'll move into the rebuttal. Let me, you all are welcome to say, I appreciate you being here, but you don't have to. That's entirely up to you all. Tell me your name again.
Elizabeth.
Thank you. I know it's several hard to say. All right, you may proceed.
In rebuttal, Your Honor, the state called Special Agent Lucas Fire. And in rebuttal, pursuant to our discussions at.
Okay, so they rested.
And,
They never
now the
actually.
state plans to move to mixed spaces exhibits 330, 331, and 332. And pursuant to the request of the inmates in question, the state would request that these documents be filed under seal after they are reviewed by the fact finder in this case.
Can you check this? 330, 331, 332.
Yes, sir. And would you like the state to prepare the sealing order, or does the court have sealing? Okay.
We'll see.
So it looks like I'll have it covered. All right. May I proceed with the witness?
Yes.
Raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you could please take a seat, say your first and last name.
My name is Lucas Byer, Lucasbeyer.
Where are you employed?
I'm employed with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
And are you the same Lucas Byer that has previously testified in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to talk to you about a few things, and if you could, for the record, do not mention any names of federal inmates, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
If you feel like I asked you a question that requires you to do that, I'm going to ask that you pause before you answer the question so that the attorneys can take it up with the judge at the bench, all right?
Yes, ma'am.
We talked last time you were on the stand. We're not going to repeat any of that, but you told us, well, let me put it a different way. At some point, did you receive information from federal inmates about a statement that Diego had made?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you investigate that?
I did.
And were all the were additional inmates, including Diego's cellmate, interviewed about that statement?
Yes, ma'am.
And were any of the other inmates that you talked to, were any of them able to corroborate that statement?
No, ma'am.
And in the statement that Diego allegedly made to a federal inmate, did Diego confess to killing Laken Riley?
No, ma'am.
Did Diego say he killed Laken Riley?
No, ma'am.
Did you also know that the inmates at that particular federal facility are issued tablets?
Yes, ma'am.
And what's a tablet?
A tablet is a computer similar to an iPad or Microsoft Surface.
And on
I
this
really
tablet, are the
hate that
inmates
they
able
get
to access the
freaking
internet?
tablet.
Yes, ma'am.
And the particular indictment in this case, in the case of Laken Riley, does it mention the weapon that was used to kill Laken Riley in the actual indictment?
Yes, it does.
And how does it do that?
One of the counts dictates or states that Laken Riley was killed by the use of rocks.
And is that information widely out there in the public?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
I want to ask you about your interview with Diego Ibarra, and now we're going to talk specifics. What date did you interview Diego Ibarra?
Friday, February 23rd, 2024.
What time did your interview start, and what time did it end?
The interview started at approximately 5:13 p.m. It lasted for 91 minutes, and the interview was terminated at approximately 6:43 p.m.
Was your interview recorded?
It was audio and video recorded.
Who was in the interview room with you?
Special Agent Ashley Isaacson, also of the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, and Immigration and Customs Enforcement and Removal Operations Officer, otherwise known as ERO, Officer Wagner Machado. Officer Machado acted as a translator from Spanish to English and English to Spanish.
And in your interview with Diego Ibarra, we're going to play just portions of it for the court, and the council's welcome to play whatever parts they'd like to play. We're going to clip this 91-minute interview to about 3 clips. I want to talk to you about, we're going to play these 2 clips, but before I talk to you about them, do you recognize, before we play, you recognize State 329?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
What is it?
That is a thumb drive that contains clips from my interview with Diego Ibarra.
And State 329 and request permission to publish. Okay.
329 submitted.
And this
In your
day
interview
is,
with Diego
everybody
Ibarra,
knows, is relatively short.
did you ask him if he had anything to do with the murder of Laken Riley, basically?
I did.
And what was his response?
He said he had nothing to do with it.
And does he tell you where he was at the time that she was murdered? You asked him that.
Yes, I do.
And what is his response to you?
His response that he was sleeping in bed.
And were you ever, in all the hours that you spent, and let me just ask you this, how many hours have you spent investigating the murder of Laken Riley?
Hundreds.
And in the hundreds of hours that you have spent, what about your colleagues who are working this case with you at the University of Georgia Police Department and at the FBI? So Sergeant Norris, Sergeant Rabu, and Special Agent Kipkiss combined. How many hours have y'all worked?
It combines thousands of man hours that have gone into this investigation.
And in the thousands of man hours that have gone into this case, have you been able to find any evidence that contradicts Diego Ibarra's statement that he was at home at the time?
I found no evidence to contradict the statement that he was at home at the time.
I'm gonna go ahead and clip one for the record.
Wednesday, I started work at 4 in the afternoon. I'm supposed to have started at 3, but I didn't have a ride. I have a friend that sometimes gives me a ride. I didn't have a ride, so I got to work at.
I need to stop you right there, clip one. Is that Ibarra Machado that's speaking?
Yes, that's correct.
And he starts with Wednesday. So what day of the week was February 22nd, 2024?
That was a Thursday.
So when he says Wednesday, he's talking about now the 21st.
Correct. He's talking about the previous day.
And if Laken Riley was killed on Thursday, then the following day when Diego Ibarra and all of the Ibarras are identified, that would be Friday?
Correct.
Thank you.
4 o'clock on Wednesday. Okay, so el miércoles usted entró a las 4, entonces. Sí.
And his work still usually done at 11?
Y entonces el miércoles usted acabó de trabajar a las 11.
Trabajó esa noche.
Oh, yes, 11.
Then after work, where did you go?
Después el trabajo, el miércoles, ¿dónde fue?
En la casa, porque también nosotros no conocemos a nadie aquí, no tenemos más ningún conocido. Nosotros somos nosotros y más ningún conocido así.
So we went straight home. I went straight home. We don't know anyone around here. You know, we're just united together, and we don't know many people around here.
Okay, what time did you get home?
¿A qué hora llegaste a la casa, miércoles?
A las 11, por eso el horario de salud.
No, se salió a las 11. ¿A qué hora llegó a la casa?
A las que me echó que media hora caminando, 11:30, casi a las 12.
So, you know, he walked, so he said he got home at 11:30, almost 12 o'clock.
Okay, when you got home, what did you do?
Cuando usted llegó a la casa, ¿qué hizo usted?
Llegué a reposar un ratito y esperar que el cuerpo se me enfriara para meterme a bañar.
So he got in and just rested for a little bit, and then took a shower.
Okay, who was home when you got home?
¿Quién estaba en la casa cuando usted llegó?
Ellos, como ellos salen más temprano, los hermanos míos. Ellos salen más temprano, ¿entiendes? Yo soy el último que salgo ahorita en el horario.
So they moved him at the house. My brothers were there because I'm the one that gets home early. So get home early.
So they're older?
Todos sus hermanos estaban aquí.
Sí, todos estaban allá en la casa ya.
And then what time did you go to sleep?
¿De qué hora que usted fue a dormir?
No, yo me pongo a dormir el teléfono y no tengo porque me pongo a dormir el teléfono, a escribir a mi familia, a mi hija,
más o menos.
No, ni idea, porque para uno, para tú sabes, cuando no se acaba el día, no se acaba el día, no ve la hora, ¿entiendes?
Okay, so he said I want to be able to save the time because when I get home, I do what I do. I get on the phone, I'm laying on the phone, talking to my daughter, and, you know, just fall asleep. I can save the time that I go to sleep, but I just fall asleep.
Okay, would it have been, you can't give you a range, was it a couple of hours after you got home, or was had the sun come up?
Entonces, cuando después de dormir, dame más o menos, si fue algunos minutos, algunas horas, o ya salió el sol.
No, tampoco así. Como que más o menos me fue pasando como la una y pico, algo así. Pues.
So if I had a guess, I would say probably 1 o'clock.
Okay, then what time did you wake up yesterday?
¿A qué hora que usted despertó ayer?
Ayer que miércoles.
No, ayer fue jueves.
Sí, ayer desperté que como casi a me paré tarde porque me pararon, pero los hermanos míos me pararon que como a las 2 y pico.
A las 2 de la tarde. Sí. ¿Su hermano? ¿Cuál hermano?
El medio y la gorda.
Despertando.
Sí, porque ellos estaban alistando para irse a trabajar y ellos me pararon, no, bueno, voy a trabajar.
Okay.
Era tarde.
So yesterday, they said me woke him up, Manny and the courtroom woke him up and said it was around 2 o'clock. They came to woke him up.
So you were asleep from about 1 o'clock in the morning until 2 o'clock in the afternoon?
Entonces usted estaba dormido más o menos de la 1 de la mañana hasta casi las 2 de la tarde del mismo.
Does that complete the first clip?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
I'm going to play a published clip 2 from the 29th. So we're about to show you a video, and we want you to tell us who you think the person in the video is, or if you know who it is.
Vamos ahorita en este momento.
Because it's difficult for us to see what video is he showing at this time?
Special Agent Isaacson shows Diego Ibarra the video of Jose Ibarra disposing of the jacket in a dumpster.
Entonces, enseñarle un video y queremos saber si usted conoce quién está en ese video.
Do you know where this is?
¿Sabe dónde es eso? Yes.
Who is this?
¿Quién es ese?
Ese es mi hermano, nosotros estamos los juntos ese día.
That's me and my brother. We were both together that day.
Okay, there's only one person in the video, so who is that?
En el video solamente una persona. ¿Quién es?
Is that you or your brother?
Sí. ¿Es usted o es su hermano?
No, es de él.
¿Es él?
Him?
No, ese es el brother.
Okay, I'm gonna rewind it and let him watch it again.
Usted va a ver otra vez.
And where is this?
¿Dónde es eso?
Eso no es basura, otro año que hoy, ¿no?
Eso es en el trash can or the back over there by where we live.
No, ese está pegado, no está.
It's everyone.
Yes, I did. Just give it a second.
Dame un segundo.
You'll still see him walk. Is that his hat?
¿Es algo de su muerte?
Sí, muy bueno.
Yes, it's my hand.
Okay, does he know what his brother is doing?
¿Sabe qué está haciendo su hermano?
Yo me estaba botando la basura. Pero yo sé, ahí está botando la basura.
Yo tengo throwing something in the trash.
Okay. And how does he know this is Victor?
¿Y cómo que usted sabe que es su hermano? Víctor.
Porque ahí esa ropa esa la vista de él.
Because that's even that close.
Claro.
Okay. Are these clothes that only Victor wears?
Esa es la ropa que usa Víctor. Nada más.
Esa ropa que empecé tomando su trabajo y todo.
And that's the clothes that he wears when he's working everywhere.
Okay, and I'm gonna show him one more picture, or yeah, he's gonna show him one more video to see.
One more video for you to look at.
Otro video para ustedes que miran.
And once you watch it, they'll ask some questions.
Usted va a ver el video, después va a hacer algunas preguntas.
Ese video era atrás de la Roma del Tobu.
What video now are you showing at this point at 6:19?
I'm showing Diego Ibarra the video of Jose Ibarra at the bus stop near, at Rogers Road near Building S.
So this is a different video than the one you just showed.
It's,
The videos in the back where we take the bus.
this is the bus stop.
¿Es en la parada de autobús? Yes.
Can you tell who that person is?
¿Quién es esa persona?
Ese video es hermano mío.
Es my brother.
Claro.
Of course.
Sí, ya lo van a reconocer los hermanos.
He said, of course, that's my brother Victor. I know, I recognize my brother Victor. ¿Cómo que sabe?
Porque esa ropa también, esa chaqueta de lo que tiene en la calza.
That's the jacket. That's the
Sí,
jacket.
es
He has at
claro,
home.
claro. Al saber yo como mi hermano.
That's my brother.
He has a little bit of a mustache too.
Does he know why he has gloves on?
¿Usted sabe por qué está con guantes?
Yo también uso guantes, yo me consumo también.
Eso es la pregunta. ¿Sabe por qué está con guantes?
No sé por qué está con guantes el frío, me imagino yo.
I don't know why he uses gloves, the cold, I imagine that.
Does he sometimes bring gloves home from work, from the Chinese restaurant?
Cuando está allá trabajando en el restaurante de él, él viene para casa con guantes. ¿Sí o no?
Sí.
Yes.
Describe gloves that he usually
Describe las guantes que trae para
Es lo mismo que yo tengo metido en mi mochila, son esos.
It's the same one that I put in my backpack, the same ones, yeah.
This backpack that you can see Victor carrying, is that his bag or is that yours?
Esta mochila ahí que está con Víctor ahí, es la mochila de Víctor, es suya.
No, esa era de él, esa es la mochila mía era atrás.
Is that your gray backpack or is that his?
Esta mochila gris es suya o de
Esa es su mochila. Yo la mía era así, pero yo la mía era de espalda.
He said, okay, mine is a backpack. I don't know what he's looking at it. He said, I don't know, but this is gray as well.
That's a bag that kind of goes across your body?
Sí, no de lado.
La mochila que usted trae
De espalda.
de espalda y de Víctor es que
De lado.
de lado. Victor wears the backpack that goes across the body.
Has he seen Victor with that bag before?
¿Usted ha visto a Víctor con esta mochila antes?
Sí, claro, la tiene en la casa.
Yes, of course, he has it at home.
How often does he carry it?
Tiene sus cosas ahí metidas.
¿Qué tan pronto él trae esta mochila con él?
No, tiene que empezar con su mochila.
Él lleva esta mochila cuántas veces por día, por semana.
Ahí tiene todo, sus cosas, sus cédulas, todo su vaina, ¿entiendes? Su colonia, tiene todo ahí metido.
Entonces él trae la mochila todos los días.
Claro.
Okay, so he put the bag every day. He carries all his personal items in that bag.
Is that bag in your apartment right now?
Esta mochila está en los apartamentos que
Está en la casa.
yes, it's at home.
Where?
¿Dónde?
En el apartamento donde vivimos nosotros.
En the apartment where we live.
Where is that?
Does Victor have a bedroom? where
I
he-
lost my stream.
Él tiene un cuarto donde él deja
Vivimos todos, un solo cuarto, nada más vivimos todos.
We all stay in one room. We all stay in one room.
Claro,
We
dos
stay together.
dos camas. Una de dormir la gorda y el otro medio mío. Vale un mueble y yo.
What in seat, please?
¿Cuántas camas entonces?
Dos camas y un mueble. Un mueble.
Okay, so he's saying three beds. And I think he's futon. El mueble.
Mueble, mueble, mueble.
Sí, con un sofá que se abre en la cama. Okay, so he's saying futon. And
Walk in the front door. Like, I just see where Victor's going.
entonces entramos por la puerta de la frente. Guíanos para donde, vámonos para la izquierda o derecha. ¿Cómo entramos? Guíanos para llegar a esta mochila.
Yo me estoy armando aquí en mi entrada de la puerta y todas las cosas que nosotros tenemos nada escondido porque no somos delincuentes, como le digo. Entonces, todo está en su sitio, no somos delincuentes para no escondiendo nada, ¿entiendes?
No, pero la mochila va a estar donde ahí se
Say it, you know you want to. Everything's acceptable here. Even trolls.
Entrando por la puerta, ¿dónde va a estar la mochila?
Si no está en la cama, tiene que estar en la pertenencia, yo tengo mi ropa doblada, que todos somos hermanos, todos
Okay. So he said, come in, it's not right there on top of the bed.
Once it does, you're done for the day.
Where they keep their clothes next to the bed somewhere.
Is that on the left?
¿Es al lado izquierdo o derecho?
de izquierda.
Left.
And finally, clip 3.
Would you be surprised that much of the evidence that we collected during our investigation points to Victor as the person that hurt the student?
Va a quedar usted sorprendido. Sí, la evidencia que nosotros agarramos está indicando que Víctor lastimó a esta persona.
Tienen que tener evidencia, como te digo.
Eso no que le pregunté. Va a estar sorprendido, ¿sí o no?
Si usted dice que
¿Sí o no? Va a estar sorprendido, ¿sí o
yo
no?
no puedo decir que sí porque no sé, yo no puedo decir que
Si
sí.
yo voy a decir ahorita que su hermano Víctor le lastimó a la persona que estamos investigando.
Quedaré sorprendido, quedaré sorprendido, quedaré
Of course,
sorprendido.
he is surprised. Of course, when he's
Claro, porque tiene que tener evidencia, me
we
imagino.
have to have evidence.
Yes, we understand.
tenemos eso.
But again, you don't know anything about that, right?
Yo, otra vez, usted no sabe nada de eso.
No sé nada, no sé nada de lo que está pasando ni nada, me quedo sorprendido porque me están investigando a mí también, me quedo sorprendido.
I'm surprised that you're investigating me as well. I'm surprised.
So, at no time in the past 12 to 24 hours did Victor tell you any information I heard recently.
Entonces, en ninguna vez, ahorita de las 12 a 24 horas, has dicho, Víctor, que algo olvidó, que pasó algo.
¿Te pasó algo?
Sí.
No.
No.
At any point in time, did you participate in trying to cover up so they get hurt?
En cualquier tiempo, participó usted en alguien estando lastimado.
No participaba en nada malo que no me lo que nada entiendo.
¿Quién otra vez?
Que no participaba en nada.
I didn't participate in anything.
And that completes the clips of that interview that distinguishes the fact finder to consider, and of course, the other side can play what they wish. And at this time, I'll pass it.
Good morning, Ibarra. You interviewed Stephanie Slayton for this case.
That's correct.
In your interview with Ms. Slayton, she was cooperative.
Yes, she was.
She volunteered to let you download her phone,
She volunteered to allow us to download her phone. We did not do it.
and she expressed fear of speaking to you.
Yes.
She specifically was afraid of retaliation for her statements.
Yes,
Retaliation from Diego.
that's correct.
When you confronted Diego about whether or not he had threatened Ms. Slayton, he denied doing it.
Correct.
When you were speaking to the state, you said that you had no evidence to contradict Diego being at home on the morning of February 22nd.
I have no evidence to the contrary that he was anywhere other than at home. He did not appear on any video in the apartment complex. He did not appear on the trailer camera.
Multiple people reviewed that video of someone throwing away a jacket in the dumpster.
Yes.
Multiple people identified that person as Diego.
The only person I'm aware of that identified it as Diego is Stephanie Slayton.
Bethany Paisley also said
Objection, hearsay.
it's rebutting, it's impeaching
Call
him.
the witness.
No, it's. Bethany Paisley also said that the person in the dumpster video looked like Diego.
Looked like Diego, but to the best of my knowledge, she was not confident in that identification.
Number of questions.
Bethany Paisley couldn't tell you who it was in the video, is that right?
Correct.
And the people that could tell you were Rose Belly, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Who came from New York with Jose Ibarra, right?
Correct.
And lived with Jose Ibarra for months.
Correct.
Is the same race as Jose Ibarra.
Correct.
Speaks the same language as Jose Ibarra.
Yes, ma'am.
She was able to identify him from the video.
She was.
Was she in any doubt in her mind that that was Jose Ibarra? Did she ever express doubt to you?
No, ma'am.
Same question about Diego Ibarra. Diego Ibarra is Jose's brother.
Yes, ma'am.
Diego Ibarra identified his brother in that video.
Yes, ma'am.
Did Diego Ibarra express any hesitation, any doubt that he was looking at his own brother?
No, ma'am. He said, of course I know my own brother.
And he did it in both videos, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Stephanie Slayton, how long had she known Diego?
Maybe a little bit over 6 months.
Same question about Jose Ibarra. How long had she known him?
A similar period of time.
And she's the only person who expressed an opinion different than that of Jose Ibarra's brother, correct?
That I'm aware of, yes, ma'am.
And the only person that expressed an opinion different than that of Rose Belly, Jose Ibarra's roommate.
That I'm aware of, yes, ma'am.
And in your investigation, Special Agent Buyer, is Diego's DNA underneath Laken Riley's fingernails?
No, ma'am.
Is Diego's DNA on the blue jacket that was found in the dumpster?
Your Honor, object. This is a closing argument. She's making this witness to testify.
Is Diego's thumbprint on Laken Riley's phone?
No, ma'am.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Anything else, Ms. Bennett?
No, Your Honor.
Can you excuse?
Yes, sir. Okay.
Thank you.
Anything else, Ms. Bennett?
No, sir. State rest for violence.
Anything
My
else?
assumption is closing arguments don't take that long.
While you're doing that, I'm gonna do this. Or is that what you want?
Yeah,
You're trying to blame the brother. That's what it sounds like.
Give me a moment to look at these exhibits.
I don't know what's worse, a state facility because you unalived somebody or federal detention for immigration. And I'm skipping to where they're actually talking because just sitting here is worthless. His face says it all. Like,
On statement of defense, the evidence is closed.
Yes, Your Honor.
you all ready to go into so much?
State's ready. That's ready.
Okay, Ms. Walsh, you have opening and concluding.
Yes, sir.
Today's stream only was 5 hours, and
May it please the court.
a lot of that was deliberation.
Your Honor, Laken Riley herself has given you all the evidence you need alone to find this man guilty of every single count in this indictment. And as I said in my opening, and what the evidence has shown in this case, is that she did fight. And it is a direct result of that fight that gives you all the physical evidence you need to convict him. And if you only had that physical evidence, you would have enough to convict him. But what you have heard in the last few days in this trial is video evidence laid on top of the physical evidence that corroborates it. Digital evidence laid on top of the physical evidence and the video evidence that all corroborate one another. And the three forms of that evidence in this case, the physical evidence, the video evidence, and the digital evidence, combine, twist this very powerful knot that this defendant cannot get out of. There is no way out for him. The evidence in this case has been overwhelming. And the evidence in this case has spoken loud and clear that he is Laken Riley's killer and that he killed her because she would not let him rape her. And look no further. You have to look no further to his actions 73 minutes before he encountered her on the trail to know what he was up to that day. And so not only does the physical evidence identify him, the video evidence identifies him. His own brother identifies him. His roommate, Belly, identifies him. The people who he was living with condemn him. But his digital evidence of posting selfies of himself wearing what is basically his rapist gear an hour before he leaves his house, that condemns him. He has condemned himself. And what I'm going to do in the time that I have before this court is review the evidence that this court has heard and ask that you find him guilty on every single count of this indictment. Not because you feel sorry for anyone, but because he earned it, because he deserves it, and because we have proven it beyond a reasonable doubt. Let's start with the physical evidence. The defendant's DNA is under the right fingernails of Laken Riley. And it is only Laken and this defendant in that sample, and no one else. It was first done at True Allele, and because Argenis and this defendant are blood brothers, he couldn't be excluded under YSTR. And then it was Diego who could be excluded by YSTR because he has a genetic mutation. But True Allele, when looked further in at the sample, eliminated both Diego and Argenis. So the evidence in this case has been, and is, that it is only the defendant and Laken Riley underneath her right nails. And how did that happen? Because she, in her fight, marked him, scratched him. And the testimony from Ms. Hinkle yesterday, when asked, well, how do you get a person's DNA underneath your fingernails? One of the first things she says is scratches or bodily fluid. Casual contact is not enough, and wearing an item is not enough. And how do we know that? The black Adidas hat that we all see for our own eyes on Diego's head doesn't have his DNA on it. I mean, contact DNA isn't the magic bullet that everybody likes to pretend it is in front of a jury. But we know Diego was wearing that hat. You can see it for your own eyes. And I'm going to talk a lot more about that hat and why and how Diego was wearing that hat a little later. It is the defendant's thumbprint on Laken's phone. And this was from the Daubert hearing. This is, first of all, the digital image of Special Agent Daniela Stewart, and that is a digital image 597, which is in evidence on one of the thumb drives. And the court heard the testimony that we adopted from the Daubert hearing, and I have here states 28 from the Daubert hearing of October 11th, where Sergeant Stewart of the ACC Police Department, who has been a latent print examiner since 1994, has looked at thousands of prints, compared that image that Special Agent Stewart took on the night of Laken Riley's murder when they finally found her phone after dark away from her body. And he compared it to the known fingerprints of Jose Ibarra, and he did it twice. And he found and explained to the court at the Daubert hearing, which we have adopted as part of this transcript, 15 points of comparison and similarities between the latent prints left on Laken Riley's phone and Jose Ibarra's fingerprints. So in order to find this defendant not guilty of killing Laken Riley, you would have to disbelieve DNA. You would have to disbelieve fingerprint evidence. And even if you did that, you would still have this. Quite frankly, she got him. She scratched him. And you heard the testimony from Sergeant Epps and from Corporal Sayan. The left wrist was still oozing. Both of them saw that. And when asked, what's with these injuries by Corporal Sayan, and we played that part of the body cam video for the court to see, Corporal Sayan wasn't coming at him hot. It was super calm and casual. They're out there laughing. They're laughing in those videos. Smoking, talking on the phones, talking to one another, all four of those people inside that residence, chillaxing. And Sayan's like, my friend, do me a favor, show me your hands. My friend, how did you get those injuries? And his first response is that of a monstrously guilty individual. What scratches? Y'all don't see any scratches. We don't see any scratches. So in order to find him not guilty, you would have to disbelieve your own eyes. What scratches, he says? All of those scratches. And there were more scratches than that because when Daniela Stewart, those photos are in evidence, when she photographed him and made him take his shirt off, there are scratches on his back. His back. And you know what that's consistent with? That is consistent with him asphyxiating her, being on top of her, compressing her chest, and smashing her head in with that rock. That's what that's consistent with. How do you get scratches on the back of your neck? How do you get scratches on your back? Laken left those scratches, and the physical evidence says that she left those scratches because that is why his DNA is underneath her right fingernails. She marked him. She marked him for everyone to see. She marked him for you to see. And the digital evidence that she wore that day also corroborates everything, all the physical evidence and the video evidence. We will never know. We will never know what he did to her on that trail and in what order. And we'll never know what he did to make her stop. Because quite frankly, I'm certain she could outrun him if she wanted to, but she didn't. And he did something to her where she knew immediately she was in trouble. And how do we know that? From the Garmin and her phone. Simultaneously, if you put those two things together, which is what this graph is that you saw in this evidence, at 9:10 a.m. And there's some seconds in between them that really only matter if you're an Olympian swimmer or a track runner. It is so close together in time, it doesn't matter. It is simultaneous. Simultaneously, she enacts or tries to call 911 from her phone using the SOS function of her iPhone. And we know that from her phone. And simultaneously, at that same time, she comes to a dead stop. She stops in her tracks. And we know that that is the time she meets him on the trail. And how do we know that? Well, we know that from the FBI. Because there is a chart that I'll show you a little later in my closing argument, where at 9:10 a.m., their digital profiles overlap one another. They have met in that woods. His from his timing advanced data from his phone. And remember, the moment he enters the forest, his Wi-Fi is no longer active. And so there's no Reuben data from about 8:55 to about 9:40 a.m. And that is evidence of his guilt too. The fact that he's in that forest, that means he's in the forest. And we know he's in the forest because he has no Reuben data. And we know he's in the forest because his timing advanced data puts him there. And they meet simultaneously, digitally, on that trail at about 9:10 a.m. And so something happened. And this is her Garmin watch. And we know there was a fight because the way that it looks, look at this, on the trail, she's still on the trail till about 9:14 a.m. And then her Garmin starts moving off the trail. And he takes her off that trail 65 feet, 64 feet and 11 inches to be exact, 65, close enough. And he does that for only one purpose. And that is to isolate her so that he can victimize her. And that is exactly what he did. But the true allele under her nails, as damning as it is, isn't all that you have. And you could put that aside and fingerprint aside, although there's no reason to. On the jacket that he is seen throwing away about 12 minutes or 14 minutes after her heart stops beating. And it is no coincidence that he is in that forest until her heart stops beating at 9:28 a.m. And it isn't until around 9:40 that he emerges. He is with her that entire time. But about 14 minutes afterwards, he is seen on video dumping a jacket that you have here in evidence that you've seen a lot, so I'm not going to show it to you again, that has a mixture. And this is traditional DNA. This is not true allele. This is not probabilistic genotyping. This is traditional DNA. And it is a mixture between only two people, Laken Riley and this defendant. And it's no mistake that it is blood, a mixture of their blood on that jacket. And on that jacket also are 29 hairs that are consistent with Laken Riley that all have been forced, not all of them, but several of them have been forcibly removed from her head. And they were wrapped around the button that you see in some of the photographs when Officer Davis testified, the way that he saw it. And it is a rare day that as a prosecutor, we ever get such great evidence of tampering with evidence, but the defendant himself is on video, and here it is.
Throwing it away. Usually it's not this easy, but today it's this easy. I'll paraphrase for her. Jesus, I mean, how do you not know that, like...
And I guess the defense will have you believe he just threw away that jacket right at this moment just because he just didn't want it anymore. That's not reasonable. He threw away that jacket because he knew exactly what was on it. He knew it was his blood, he knew it was her blood, and he knew he had to get rid of it. And he also knew that he had to get rid of his gloves. And so what he does further on in this frame is you can see him take them out of his pocket and throw it in the bushes. And on those gloves is Laken Riley's blood. He threw away the gloves because he knew what he had done. He knew her DNA or her blood would be on that, and he got rid of it. That is what we call consciousness of guilt in our business. He threw away those items because he knew he had killed her, and he threw them away because he didn't want anyone to find her. That's why he did it. And what's so fascinating about this video is the part where he looks at the hat. Let's talk about that. That's what he didn't throw away, the hat. It's his brother's hat. Diego said it in the interview. That's my hat. He wears his own brother's hat to go kill someone. And he looks at it. No blood on that. He didn't see any blood on it, although there is some blood on it. Puts it back on his head. Doesn't throw that away. And then lets his own brother walk around with it the next day. And the fact is, if Diego had not been wearing that hat, we may have never caught these people. We may have never caught him. But Diego was wearing that hat. You think for 1 minute, Diego would have to be the dumbest killer on the face of the planet if he killed Laken Riley and was still wearing that hat around. Because what Laken Riley's killer did was he got rid of all the evidence. At least he thought he did. And that hat right there, he couldn't see her blood. And he gives it back to his brother. And luckily for all of us, his brother decides to wear that hat that next day. And we know his brother wasn't wearing a hat on that day because you got to see the video for yourself where Diego goes to work on the day of Laken Riley's killing, he's at work and he's wearing a completely different hat. And each day that we have of the videos of where he's going to work, he's wearing a completely different hat. So this defendant, this killer, gives a hat back to his own brother that he was wearing.
That's cold.
And I have to take a moment. You know, the officers in this case have done a lot of things. They dive.
Big mad.
Daniela Stewart told me she was on her hands and knees on that crime scene looking for rocks that were somewhere. Couldn't find any rocks around where Laken Riley was murdered. A lot of it, Sergeant Timothy Johnson, whose testimony we adopted from the hearing in October, just hitting the streets looking for things. Zach Davis, dumpster diving. It was a combination of good police work and, quite frankly, just luck. We were lucky that Diego decided to wear that hat. And you think for 1 minute if Diego had killed her, he would put that hat on? No. And looking in the video that you see, and you saw slowed down versions of it, Diego has tattoos on the back of his neck. They are not in that video. Rosebelly herself, who knows both of these two, identified this defendant in that video. And if you're concerned about whether she's right about that, well, the FBI's digital profile of this defendant's device hovers over that dumpster at 9:40 a.m. It's him. And there is no doubt that it's him.
Don't bring your cell phone with you
Here
to a
is
crime.
the FBI profile.
Don't commit a
Digital
crime.
profile from the
If
cast
you're going to be
of the
dumb,
defendant's device now over the
don't be
dumpster. In the
that
center of
dumb.
this is D1, 9:40 a.m. He's at the dumpster that we just saw him at, dumping bloody clothes. And how do we also know he's back at his apartment at that time? Because Special Agent Hipkiss, who extracted 1B7, said at 9:58 a.m. the device is plugged back in and charging, which means he's back home. But he's not done. And before I go on to the other videos, these are all the selfies of this defendant on his phone 1B7. And I understand, and I suspect maybe the defense will argue, well, Judge, other people used his phone. Yeah, they did in October. And then the other 2 months that they want to talk about are other 2 accounts. Oh yes, Diego has a Google account that has been accessed from 1B7. Both of those accounts that they talked about, one on Facebook, one on Google, I can't remember exactly. There were 2 of them. Rosebelly had one and Diego had one. One of the accounts was closed in January, and the other one, Rosebelly, was closed in February of February 12th of that year. So on the day in question, on February 22nd of 2024, there is zero evidence, no evidence that anyone other than this defendant was using that phone. And any attempt to argue that someone else was is just pure speculation, because the only activity on the phone prior to leaving is him taking that selfie at 5:30 in the morning. That's it. There's no one texting, no one WhatsApping, no one calling in the time that he's out.
That I was sleeping that early.
Because he's holding the phone and he's a little busy because he's looking for victims. He's looking for females. Nobody else is using that phone. And the FBI said, and the phone tracks his own video. You could put the video of him at the bus stop, which I'll show, and put it with the digital profile of the phone, and they track one another. So the videos and the digital profiles track one another because he's holding the phone at the time. And this is what he does when he gets back. His phone is plugged in at 9:58 a.m., but he's not done destroying evidence. That shirt that he's seen wearing with the black and white pattern in the video, in the dumpster video, a few minutes later when he comes out of his house at 10:21, he's changed. And now he's wearing the clothes that he's actually arrested in. This is him, 10:21 a.m., and he's got a bag in his hand. I really wonder what's in that bag. Never found that bag. And he didn't want anyone to find that bag. And how do we know that? Because he's walking towards a dumpster. And Sergeant Norris said that dumpster in that part of the apartment complex had been picked up about 45 minutes later that day. So they weren't able to get and see what was in that bag.
But
and no one
you
ever
knew
found what
that.
was in that bag. But you know what was also never found? The striped bag that he's wearing over his, or that sling bag that he's wearing in both the dumpster video and in the bus stop video. That bag was never found, ever. And I suspect it's because it was in that bag that we just see. And here he is coming back 3 minutes later, and there is nothing in his hand. He's gotten rid of the rest of the evidence because that's what guilty people do. So the digital evidence that I have talked about, in summary, from Special Agent Jay Burney of the CAS team, it is his opinion that he left that house at 6:52 a.m. and that he returned around 9:50 a.m. And that there is no Rubin data on that phone from 8:55 to 9:40, which is consistent with him being in the forest. This is the slide from, and
the Milwaukee cops Dahmer was
testimony that
they let a victim
9:10
go.
a.m. So on this slide here, that was before the court, page 29 of his exhibit, at 9:09 a.m. to 9:12 a.m. is where on the trail Laken Riley and this defendant meet digitally and in person. And so that is pretty much the evidence. DNA is there, his thumbprint is there, and he's on video, the dumping evidence associated with the crime shortly thereafter. I want to talk to you about the charges in the case, and this is usually when I would go on much longer with the jury, but I don't think there's a need to do that with this court. These are slides that I use in murder cases where I close all the time in front of juries. Court is aware that in the state of Georgia, we have malice murder. The defendant is charged in count 1 of this indictment with malice murder. Malice can be taken 2 ways, as you know, but we really don't even need to talk about implied malice in this case. This is express malice. Everything this defendant did to Laken Riley on that trail show his intent to murder her. And what express malice is simply the intent to kill. And so what evidence is there that when he interacted with her on that trail and he drug her off that trail that he intended to kill her? Well, look no further than the evidence of the medical examiner in this case. He put huge holes in her head with a rock, and he did it more than once. And there could be no other reason to do that other than to silence her forever, so that she could not call Sergeant Maxwell or anyone from the University of Georgia Police Department and report that he tried to rape her. Because guess who did call the police on him? Dangerously. And we're going to talk about that county indictment. And he ran away after she confronted him at the door. So he had a motive to kill Laken Riley, but you don't even have to go that far. All you have to do is look at his actions and look at the state's exhibits that we admitted through the medical examiner and look at those 9 holes in the left side of Laken Riley's head. That's intent to kill. And the rock sure is a deadly weapon, especially when used that way. He used a rock like it was a hammer. And that's what he did to her. That's intent to kill. The petechia also, because these are concurrent causes of death. Asphyxia. He asphyxiated her in some manner. Again, we'll never know everything he did, how he did it. But he asphyxiated her, we know enough. That caused petechia in both of her eyes and even at her lips. That is a tremendous amount of petechia that she has there from a compression or a strangulation injury. He was depriving her body of oxygen long enough to form those wounds on her. He intended to kill her. There is no other reasonable explanation for that conduct. We have also charged 3 counts of felony murder in this indictment. I'm not even going to define it for the court because I know you know what it means, but I'm just going to go straight to the felonies. And they are kidnapping with bodily injury, aggravated assault with intent to rape, and aggravated battery. First, with the kidnapping with bodily injury. That is exactly what happened in this case. And that actual felony precedes the murder in time, because he didn't murder her on the trail. He took her 64 feet and 11 inches off the trail for the purpose of victimizing her. That is asportation, that is recognized under our law, and it is what permitted him to do the things to her that he wanted to do all along. And if he hadn't had asportated her on that trail, he would have been interrupted. So it is a kidnapping with bodily injury. And I have a crime scene photo here from, again, Daniela Stewart, where she shows marker 1, which is Laken Riley's other AirPod. And that's how we also know there was a struggle on the trail. Sophia and Lily find, and we know Laken was listening to music when she was running. They find her AirPod, one of them, in the middle of the trail. And there's a photograph in there. A little towards the side, but still on the trail. AirPod number 2 is found by Daniela Stewart, where marker 1 is off the trail. So there was some kind of struggle between the two of them on that trail, and it's also shown on the garment, where she loses her AirPods on the trail. And he takes her off that trail. And we'll never know exactly how he took her off the trail to pick her up and carry her. Did he somewhat drag her off the trail? Did he somewhat push her off the trail? We know that he took her 65 feet because we know that's where her body was found. And also Daniela Stewart saw like a leaf. She called it a displacement of the leaves, and she marked it with those orange flags, but no real dragging marks. So that's a kidnapping with bodily injury. Taking her off that trail, and in the commission of that crime, he kills her. He is guilty of felony murder, with the underlying felony being kidnapping with bodily injury. That's not contested that she has bodily injury.
I didn't realize that moving 5 feet was kidnapping, but
dragging her. I suppose the defense might be, well, I killed her, but I didn't intend to rape her.
Yes.
Well, that makes no sense. Because the only thing that makes sense about why these two individuals who don't know each other, never met each other, had this encounter on this trail at this moment while Laken is out for her morning jog, is because he wanted to sexually assault her. What evidence do we have of that? What has been left behind from the struggle that we can discern that? What circumstantial evidence? Well, her clothes are in 2 different directions. And it is important to talk about her clothes. I'm not talking about her clothes in order to shame her as a female. No. It's evidence on how she wears her clothes. She would wear running tights when she ran because that's what's comfortable. And that's how you run. And she would wear them over her navel because when you're running, you want your clothes to stay put. And she wore a Lululemon jacket, and she wore 3 layers of clothes that day. And it's important to talk about that from an evidentiary perspective because these are tight running clothes that are designed not to move. Not to move. And if they want to say dragging may have caused one of the layer of clothes to come up, all right, I'll give you 1. But I can't give you 3, and I can't give you the clothes going in 2 different directions. Her shirt was up. Her running bra up. Her jacket up, and her breasts were exposed in a way that you saw in Sergeant Maxwell's body cam video, and in a way that Special Agent Ibarra testified to the court in the photograph, and they were twisted all together in a knot almost above and like almost tying down or pinning down her shoulders. That is not an accident, and that is not from dragging. If you even want to think that was from dragging, then how do you explain how her tights are down below her navel? She never wore them that way. Her underwear is pulled up, and you can see it in the body cam video, and you can see it in the photos from Special Agent Ibarra, and her underwear has been torn. He did that to her. He did that to her.
Yeah, I'm sorry. No self-reflecting female wears torn underwear and pulls them over the top of her leggings. Like, yeah, No, it's just not the way it works.
Her after he drug her off the trail. And he did that to her because he wanted to try to rape her. And we don't have to prove a completed rape. And thankfully, she wasn't raped. But he tried to do it. And he was unable to complete it for some reason. Now, we will never know. Maybe he didn't like the fight. Maybe somebody ran by. Who knows? But he didn't complete it. We don't have to prove that he completed it. Injury to Laken's pubic bone, State's Exhibit 316. That also corroborates that he attempted to rape her. Why is that injury so low? All these injuries to her stomach, these linear injuries. That means her shirt was up when he's on top of her. Could it have been the bag? Possibly. It's consistent with the metal object. Never found the bag. Don't know. But there's no reason for her to be exposed that way unless he was trying to sexually assault her. That is the evidence of aggravated assault with intent to rape. It's the only thing that makes sense about the encounter, but there's all that physical evidence that supports and corroborates it. That's exactly what he did out there. Aggravated battery. I could talk forever about aggravated battery and disfiguring her skull. Just look at State's Exhibits 305 and 307. I really don't need to say anything else. Look at those two exhibits. That is the very definition of aggravated battery under Georgia law. He is guilty of aggravated battery and felony murder with the underlying felony being aggravated battery. Obstruction of a 911 call. The SOS call was made, no doubt about that. We got that from not only Laken's phone, but we also got that from Kevin McCreevy from the 911 call center. She made a call. She made a call. It was answered. You heard the call. Kevin McCreevy testified. The caller hung up on the 911 center. That was his testimony. The 911 center called Laken back twice, and that you could see that in her phone. And neither call was answered. Who hung up the phone? Well, he did. How do we know that? State's Exhibit 28. It is no coincidence that his thumbprint is on her phone where you would go to hang up an iPhone. And also on that call, that's about a minute call, you hear him say, yo, hang up. I have. Yeah, you do. You do have. You had her phone, and he hung it up. And when 911 called back twice, no one answered. And her phone is separated from her body. So her body is in, she was murdered by the tree. She was moved and hidden and put leaves over her. And it worked because it took Sergeant Maxwell 20 minutes to find her, and he had her digital profile. And we didn't play the whole thing, but he testified it took him 20 minutes. And because he hid her, because he didn't want anyone to find her. We were lucky there too. But he separated her from her phone. Her phone was so far away from her, it took them hours to find it. You heard Sergeant Norris. I was walking through, shining a flashlight. I almost stepped on it. You saw the video of his body cam. You saw how dark it was out there when they found his phone, her phone. He separated her from her phone because he didn't want her to complete that 911 call. And she didn't. He's guilty of that. Tampering with evidence. I've already covered this. It is rare we get this on video, but we got it on video.
I like
He's throwing
your
away the bloody jacket.
PowerPoint.
He's throwing away the bloody
Bullet
gloves. That's how it
point
is alleged in the
81.
indictment. He's guilty of that. And I've already covered this. There he is. No tattoos, been identified, looking at the hat he decides to keep. Here he is on social media. If you have any doubt, but that's him wearing the hoodie and the black Adidas hat. Did you a huge favor there as the fact finder. It's 5:37 a.m. on the day of the murder. He's about to go out, and that's how he's dressed. He is alone in all of these times. Trail cam video, Tasia Sweet, and Sally, the other female runner that encountered him at 8:24 a.m., where he is what? In the woods. And how do we know that? Because when Tasia Sweet calls the police on him at about 8 o'clock in the morning, he vanishes and disappears into the back, and Sergeant Review testified in the direction of the iron fields. And he stays there. What's he doing there? What's he doing there? Well, he isn't running. I doubt he's bird watching. He's sitting there waiting for someone to come by because his first intended target, he wasn't able to get. And I'm going to ask if there are any cameras that want to show a portion of something I don't want the peeping victim to be seen.
So I would direct media to not publish this.
All right. So are we good? We're good. Okay. I'll let you know when it can come back up.
Hey, I'm sorry. Hey, can I come in or you? All right. So I'm just gonna get one thing over the radio. 6427, I believe it's gonna be the north facing at the end of the building. Hey, so are you okay? Oh, gotcha. I understand it a little bit scary. I'm just gonna be asking a couple questions, get some clarifying information, okay? So you're taking a shower, correct? And you heard something going on?
Yeah, I heard something was moving and disturbed someone from upstairs. Maybe they usually hear that. And then when I actually came out, I went going to the door.
Or you heard it come from this door?
Yes.
Okay.
So I went to see looking for it, and then I saw actually someone was corrupt up and trying to do it. I think I just opened it.
Okay.
And then I thought it was just me because I thought opening, but I was trying to do that kind of personnel.
Yeah.
So, and then I said, excuse me. And as I said that, they tried to get back up and I could see them nothing.
Mm-hmm.
And then they went away. And then after I tried to get the phone, then when I was standing by the door, then I could see them peeking, trying to peek and take a look.
They're trying to look into the so at no point did they ever enter your bedroom? Okay, good.
In this frame, you can see, as some people would say, clear as a country mile to the back of Building S from Tasia Sweet's apartment. She absolutely saw him looking in her apartment. And when she said he was ducking, you can see that for yourself in the trail cam video. And the peeping Tom, and I'm gonna, okay, y'all can come back up now. Are we good? Okay. Is important as a charge. And you can see how scared she was and frightened in that video. She was unnerved about what happened to her. She's in the shower. And that's when he decides to try to open her door. Again, he had been outside her apartment for an hour. The testimony from Sergeant Rabu, and you saw this video yesterday from GBI Cyber, he first appears on the trail at 6:52 a.m. according to that trail cam video. Guess what that coincides with? His digital profile from the FBI. His phone is moving at the exact same time that you see him on this video for the first time. And what this does is, it is a crime, and he is guilty of that crime, but it shows his state of mind. You watched the video yesterday. He's there for an hour. You see students kind of mulling around, some of them waiting for the bus, a lot of them on their phones. He is not pressed. He doesn't care. He talks to no one. He interacts with no one. And he keeps circling back and forth from Tejaswi's door to the back of her apartment, Tejaswi's door to the back of her apartment. And he does it 6 times. And he tries to open her door at least twice that we can see. And when she says he is ducking, there's her window. You've seen that image as well. Here is the part of the video at 7:54 a.m. You see him ducking. She is absolutely correct. And what's he wearing? He's wearing a hoodie, a black hat, black gloves, and carrying a cup. His digital profile puts him right over her apartment at these pertinent times. His Rubin data is collecting at this point because he's not in the forest. And so it's him because of that as well. His digital profile puts him there. He's wearing the same clothes. But if you have any residual doubt that that's him in the video, boom. His DNA is on the cup. The white cup that you can see him carrying in that video was found smack in between Tejaswi's apartment and Laken Riley's body, and it is his DNA on that straw. And yes, it's a mixture. It's not Diego's, it's not Artemis's, it's not anyone related to him. It's him and some other male, and there's alcohol in that cup. He's drinking alcohol at 7 o'clock in the morning while he's out prowling and hunting females. It's him. No doubt that it's him. And I'm gonna talk about the gloves, because the gloves that he chose to wear that day, you heard from Alexander Coven of the crime lab. Luckily again for us, they were cheap. They're not latex. There's some kind of polyethylene, like plastic gloves that tear easily, is what he said. That was his scientific testimony. And those gloves were torn. And you saw photographs of them where Katrina photographed them at the crime lab. And because those gloves were torn, he was able, and maybe they were not torn when he was holding the cup. Maybe they got torn when he's holding these rocks and murdering Laken Riley when she is fighting him. But at some point they were torn. And we know that because after they're recovered in the bushes, they go to the crime lab and they are photographed and they are examined. And the first person who sees them at the crime lab is Valencia Johnson, and she says they were damaged. The second person who sees them is Katrina, and she photographs them. And you have the photographs and evidence used. You can see for yourself that they were damaged. So what in the world is he doing outside a co-ed's apartment, wearing plastic kitchen gloves, a hoodie, covering up his face and skulking around? He is trying to get her. And when he couldn't get her, he ran away into the forest, and he stayed there until he encountered Laken Riley about 73 minutes later. And then he did all of the things that we've already covered in the indictment. And I want to talk to you a little bit about circumstantial evidence, but not in a way that I would talk to a jury about it. There is no legal difference between circumstantial evidence and direct evidence. It's not bad. It's just different. And in this case, it is powerful. And it is layered upon layer upon layer. And there is no way out for him. He is guilty of everything in the indictment. I want to talk to you about the defense case. And this is actually something that a scientist said yesterday. It's amazing how trials are, how people say things you never expected, and they just have a life of their own. Trials. Ashley Hinkle yesterday, I think it was on Cross. The absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. I couldn't say it better myself. I suppose their defense is Diego did it, because that's all we've been talking about is Diego. And yeah, Diego was a suspect because he's wearing the hat that they saw.
I love her.
But eventually, you know what the officers didn't do in this case? They did not turn a blind eye. They got Diego's phone, they got Diego's DNA, they interviewed Diego, and they followed it to its natural end. They looked through hundreds of hours of video. You saw the chart that Detective Norris put in on Friday of all the videos around the IM fields. There were multiple cameras. He and Sergeant Rabu and Special Agent Lucas Beyer, they watched hundreds and hundreds of hours of videos. Guess who's not anywhere near the IM fields at the time and on this day? Diego. He is nowhere to be found. And the only way that Diego could have done this crime, and the only way that it could be even like a reasonable hypothesis that he could have done this crime, is if he had two things. Number one, magic pixie dust. He would need the magic pixie dust to put his brother's thumbprint on her phone. He would need the magic pixie dust to put his brother's DNA underneath Laken Riley's fingernails. And he would also, in addition to that, because of the video evidence, he would need one other thing. And that would be Harry Potter's invisible cloak. He would have to put that on and go to the iron field and do these things because nobody sees him. And I want to talk about Stephanie, because what your decision is today is it's Stephanie versus science. Stephanie who wants to invoke the fifth when asked about whether she had a sexual relationship with Diego, which goes to her motive for being here. And the conversation, which is so interesting, she said she had with Diego on the night of the 22nd, after the police were in her apartment. And we know it had to be the night of the 22nd because it was after Laken Riley's body was found, which was noon on the 22nd. But before 8 a.m. in the morning, when Sergeant Johnson sees Diego
Oh my
wearing that
God,
hat
though.
that his brother left in the apartment
Pet
after
peeve.
killing her. And she says between that time, she had a conversation with him at some point. Well, guess where Diego was that day on the 22nd? You saw it for yourself. He was at work. And he was at work until about 11 p.m. And it was Stephanie's birthday, and she was out drinking. And she drinks so much, Judge, that she even said, and the GBI, Annie Mormon, confirmed, she was drunk when she was talking to the GBI the next day still. And maybe she did have some semi kind of conversation with him. And even then, if you take her at her word, it's not a confession. There is no evidence that he did anything except be a brother to him. And it's pretty low down that you're going to take the killing hat and then let your brother wear it around in the apartment complex the next day. But that's just what a killer would do.
That's cold.
So to believe her, you would have to disbelieve all of that. And then today we heard some unreliable inmate hearsay. Not reliable. And cannot weigh anything against the mountain of forensic evidence, video evidence, and digital evidence that you've heard in this case. And yes, here is Diego wearing that hat. You think he'd have worn that if he had known what was on it? He didn't know. Glad he wore it. He didn't know. And so that completes my portion of this closing argument. And I will cede to defense and see Your Honor at rebuttal. Thank you.
That was good. That was good. She not only broke down why he was guilty, but why all their defenses were bad.
Evidence that is subject to more than one interpretation is not proof beyond a reasonable doubt. As Mr. Kirby said in his opening, the evidence in this case is graphic, disturbing, and it is deeply sad. And I don't envy your position, Your Honor. The rest of the people in this courtroom get to be human. We can feel shock and outrage. But Your Honor, is the court. You are the embodiment of law. And as the court and the fact finder, the law requires that you not allow your verdict to be swayed by sympathy for anyone. It must be based on the evidence. Mr. Ibarra, acting on our advice, elected to have a bench trial, trusting that Your Honor could, and believing that Your Honor would, set aside the emotions in this case and simply consider the evidence.
That's why he went with the bench trial.
I'm going to catalog for Your Honor why the facts and the evidence in this case should leave you with some reasonable doubt. Before I do, I want to touch on two legal principles. Your Honor is already familiar with them, but I do want to make my legal arguments clear.
He knows he's screwed.
The first legal principle is embodied in OCGA 2446. And that law requires that when the state's case is built on circumstantial evidence, they have a higher burden. They have to go one step beyond proving their case beyond a reasonable doubt. They also have to exclude, beyond a reasonable doubt, any other theory consistent with Mr. Ibarra's evidence, in a sense. Because the evidence is subject to more than one interpretation, it is not proof beyond a reasonable doubt. And while the evidence in this case is voluminous, it is circumstantial. The second principle is the difference between a party to a crime and accessory after.
Did you just say evidence was circumstantial? DNA is not circumstantial. Cell phone data is not circumstantial. Video is not circumstantial with timestamps. When all three of those combine, that's not circumstantial. You need a dictionary for Christmas, lady. I understand you got to do what you got to do, but that was the dumbest thing you said all trial.
This principle is codified in OCGA 16-1050, and I would also direct Your Honor's attention to Purvis versus the state. Purvis is spelled P-U-R-V-I-S. That is 208 Georgia Ave 653. And that case basically explores the difference between proving that someone is involved in a crime while it is committed versus proving that someone is involved in the cover-up of a crime. The important difference, Your Honor, is that if the evidence shows that Mr. Ibarra was involved in the cover-up of the crime, but does not prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he was involved in the murder itself, Your Honor would be authorized to find him guilty on the tampering with the evidence charge, but not with the murder.
For DNA.
So now I want to talk about the evidence that was presented. First, I'm going to discuss the reasonable doubt in the state's case that Mr. Ibarra was involved at all. Then I'm going to discuss.
It's like the media. Don't believe what you see. Don't believe what you hear. Believe what I'm telling you. Not what you see. All this evidence you see. Don't believe that shit. Believe me. I'm right.
Two alternative theories that are consistent with the evidence that would show Mr. Ibarra is not guilty of the malice murder or the felony murders. And finally, I want to discuss a few specific elements of a few crimes and the evidence we've heard on those. The state bases its case in chief on some categories of evidence. There's DNA, there's fingerprint. They talked about the digital evidence and surveillance footage. There is reasonable doubt in each of those pieces of evidence. I'll start with the DNA. There is doubt based on what was tested and doubt based on what was not tested. When Ashley Hinkle was on the stand testifying, and Mr. Kirby was cross-examining her, she talked about the limits of her sentence. She talked about the fact that some of the factors involved in testing for DNA are controlled by humans and some are run through a program. She decides how many people's DNA is on an object and then asks True Allele software to compute from that number of people the likelihood of whose DNA that is. Her decision impacts how the test is run. She told you that there is an element of randomness in True Allele and that if they run the same test multiple times, different probabilities will come out. And that's what happened in this case.
Okay. Can anybody in the chat tell me what's the difference between 1 in 50 octillion and what 1 in 10 octillion. It's not like she went 1 in a million and 1 in 10. Like, dumb.
Your Honor should be skeptical of the DNA evidence also because of something that Ms. Ross talked about. A hat that we know for certain was on Diego. A hat that we know for certain was his hat that he claimed. Nothing on the hat tested positive for his DNA, which goes to show that even if someone is wearing clothes, touching clothes, owning clothes, DNA is not always going to show up when the lab tests it. People in court wore gloves when they handled this evidence because they were afraid of cross-contamination. They were afraid that their touch would impact the reliability of future DNA tests. When you look at the apartment from which these clothes were taken, that is a lab tech's nightmare. There are clothes everywhere piled together. It's 5.
Hose picker. I said I don't disagree with you, which means I agree. So I agree with you. We may not agree on exactly what needs to be overhauled, but there's a lot of shit in this country that needs to be overhauled. Our justice system is based on how much money you have, i.e. Jeremy Hales. He's pushing it through because he has the funds to. Like our immigration system takes people years and years and years and years to be able to freaking become a citizen. That's why people come here illegally, because it's quicker. Like, there's a lot of shit that needs to be overhauled in this country. The actual criminal, like the prison system, like, yeah, we incentivize people to get out of prison and recommit a crime because they're not given the resources and the ability to get back into, like, yeah, this could be a whole stream. Hose picker, I should invite you on and we'll discuss it because like just like the criminal justice system, from the court system to the prisons, because people aren't given the resources to, when they get out, to actually be successful. And then everybody looks at a convicted felon like they're the most horrible person on the earth, and they might have been when they committed that crime. But guess what? They might actually be trying to be a better person, and we aren't giving them a fair shot because we look at their past and judge their present. So I think we have a serious problem in this country with a lot of shit, but that's just me.
People living in one room. And the state's theory is that they shared clothes. Of course their DNA is going to be on each other's clothes. It's more than possible that one brother's DNA would get on another brother's clothes. In fact, it's probable. And who would have the most cross-contamination? Diego and Jose, because they shared a bed and they shared clothes. When it comes to True, I do believe our argument is hampered by not having experts, but there are clearly flaws with that testing system. One of the tests that they ran for the evidence in this case came back to a retired GBA agent who was not involved with the testing of the case, and was not in any way could have had their DNA on that object. There's also doubt based on what was not tested for DNA. There was a bloody thumbprint on Laken Riley's phone that they believe was placed there by the killer. And they chose, rather than swabbing that for DNA, they chose the less reliable scientific method of fingerprint evidence. There were no swabs tested of the phone, even though Saunders testified that they did take swabs. There were no swabs tested from Laken's neck and torso. But perhaps the most important is that they swabbed Jose Ibarra's hands and his fingernails. And their theory is that his gloves ripped enough for him to leave a fingerprint on the phone. That rip would have allowed him also to have contact with Laken Riley's body. And then if they had tested the swabs on his fingerprints, we could have seen Laken Riley's DNA showed up on his hands. But they did not. They don't get to cite a name of a guy we don't know, James Sebastian, call it a day. They should have provided some reason why they didn't test these swabs, and they gave Your Honor none. They also didn't test any of the gloves found in Diego's bag. They had a visual examination, but we know from the state's own evidence that's not enough. Katrina Ostakovich testified that she has to use a special light to see blood on objects. She called that light an ALS and compared it to a black light, because blood is not always visible to the naked human eye. So Saunders' visual examination of the gloves in Diego's bag should not persuade Your Honor beyond a reasonable doubt that they did not have blood on them. The fingerprint evidence in this case is also questionable. At the Dauber hearing, Tim Stewart testified about the APHIS database, and that is a federal database that stores any fingerprints deemed valid enough for comparison taken by federal agents. There are hundreds of thousands of people in that database. And Tim Stewart, before he did his own comparison, ran the latent fingerprint from the phone through that database. And there was no match with Jose Ibarra. He wasn't even in the 120 possible candidates that APHIS populated for Tim Stewart. I want to also speak briefly about confirmation bias. When we were speaking to the medical examiner, she talked about how when she looks at the case, there's information already populated in the system that she doesn't generate. The case, number, and the involved parties. And the involved parties in this case are telegraphed to the scientists at GBI as to how the state wants the evidence to come out. The information said subject Jose Ibarra and elimination Diego Martinez Ibarra. And unfortunately, when you're testing for DNA and you know ahead of time the result you're supposed to get, that colors the process and weakens the scientific reliability of those DNA tests. Now, as the phone location
That
data,
woman in
there
the
are theories that
background's
Jose
not
had
even
the phone.
buying this
Agent
crap.
Jenkins testified that Jose is the user of the phone. Their evidence relies on the fact that Jose had exclusive access to that phone, but that is dispositively not true. Norris testified that other individuals were communicating with other members of someone using that phone in October. The stipulation
There's a
of
big
parties
difference
showed there were
between
other accounts on
October
the
and
phone.
February.
There were 2 Gmails belonging to Diego, and there was some evidence that that email account was active in January of 2024, which is a month prior to this. Rose Bailey had a Facebook Messenger account on there. Jose's mother-in-law had a Gmail account on there. There are multiple Instagram accounts belonging to Diego on there. That's all stipulated. And even if you consider that Jose had the phone, the testimony of Jay Burney shows that there's some shakiness as to exactly where that phone was at the time of the murder. The broad band of where that phone could have been due to the delayed timing evidence of the phone is quite wide. It covers parts of the Laconia forest and parts that are outside the forest. He concluded that the user of the phone must have been in the forest because of the lack of Wi-Fi Rubin data, but he also conceded that that Wi-Fi Rubin data could have been lacking if someone turned off their Wi-Fi. That uncertainty as to what caused the Wi-Fi to not respond is reasonable doubt.
When he steps out of the forest, it magically comes back. And the time that there's rebuttal is going to be amazing if she does it. Like, like, oh my God, every point she's making, I can refute. And I'm not a lawyer. And if me as a non-lawyer can do it, then any lawyer should be able to do it.
In the dumpster video, Your Honor should have some doubt based on the angle and the quality of the video. Rose Bailey did identify Jose, but
if I interviewed Daryl Brooks, I'd be the next trial you watch.
She testified that the reason she identified him was because of the hat and the shoes. The hat that we know Diego owns, and black slides that we know Diego owns too, because the agents found a second pair of black slides in the apartment when they searched it. So the hat and the shoes that Rose Bailey identified for Jose could just easily have been Diego's. In the 911 call, no one identified the voice. I don't know why the state didn't ask Rose Bailey, but she was here. Maybe she could have testified who was speaking, but no one did. And the phrase that the state would like you to believe was being spoken, Yo Tango, was heard by somebody who does not speak Spanish. We don't know what is being said on that call. We don't know who says it. There is an alternative theory in this case that makes sense of some of the discrepancies in the state's case. Jose was short. He was chubby. He was, according to the state, wearing slides the morning of February 22nd. I agree with the state that Laken Riley was physically fit. She was fast. She could have outrun him. But there's another suspect in this case who was taller, who was more physically fit, who was wearing sneakers on the day of the murder, and that is Diego Ibarra. We know from the dumpster video that the person throwing away the jacket is tall, because Officer Zach Davis testified the slot in which the jacket was thrown was about 6 feet high. The person in the video didn't have any trouble in the slot. That suggests someone that's taller than Jose Ibarra. We also know that there was a second person out wearing dark clothing, not a runner, on the day of the murder. He testified that between 9:46 and 9:48, he saw somebody who was skinny, wearing dark clothing, wandering around intramural fields, and was about 6'9" or taller. That description matches Diego to a T. And we know it can't be the same person in the dumpster video because it happens at the same time. The dumpster video is at 9:44. Clementi is pretty certain about his timeline because he's tracking his position using a running app on his phone. Other evidence that suggests Diego is the one who killed Laken Riley is, of course, that the fact he was wearing the hat of Laken Riley's blood on February 23rd. According to the state, you can see blood on black clothes, so Diego, when he's choosing hats that morning, should have been able to see that the hat was bloody. But more importantly, Mr. Epps.
Oh, bitch, you can see freaking blood on black clothes with a freaking special light. You know, like, you ever watch that MTV show back in the day where, like, people used to go, like, look at their prospective date's house before they actually met them, and they would take a black light and, like, look at the bed, because you can see crap under a light that you can't see with the naked eye. Dumb. Refuted that point.
Officer Epps testified that he observed dirt on the brim of the hat. Tim Johnson testified that he observed dirt on the brim of the hat. There is no way Diego put on that hat without noticing something strange about it. Yes. And the reason he put it on, without questioning why it's got dirt and blood all over it, is because he already knew that it was there. The state would like to say that Diego would have to be the dumbest killer in the world to put it on. But unfortunately for the state, that's exactly what the person in the dumpster video does. After he examines the hat, he puts it back on. So if their theory is that's Jose, or that's Diego, either way, the killer put the hat back on his head after having been committed a murder. So that argument does not hold water.
Your argument doesn't hold water because why would someone who unalived someone wear that hat the next day like nothing happened? That's dumb.
We know that Diego had 2 cloth gloves in his bags. Both of them are mismatched, meaning that assuming that they each had a pair, there's a pair of gloves Diego owned that was never found. But while we're talking about gloves, I want to talk about the black gloves that were found in the apartment. We know they were disposable kitchen gloves, and unfortunately, we don't know where they came from because the officers didn't track the investigation that far back. However, Rose Bailey said that they did not come from Utah Gym, the sushi place where Jose and she worked. They did not come from the place that Jose Ibarra had access to. What we cannot rule out is the Bolton Dining Commons, the UGA dining facility where Diego worked. Why is that important? Because bringing the gloves home shows a step of premeditation. Who had access to do that? Diego. Why would he do that? Because he was planning to use the black gloves at some point. And speaking of gloves, why are there 3 of them found in the bushes? Jose has 2 hands, like everybody else, but there are 3 gloves, and they test all 3 and found presumptive blood on all 3 of them. What that suggests is that there are multiple pairs of hands wearing those gloves.
No, bitch. No, bitch. No, bitch. No, bitch. What that suggests is if you've ever worked with bodily fluids, patients, washing up in the bathroom, sometimes you double glove. Especially if you think you're going to be using a rock where you might cut 1 layer of glove, you wear a second on your dominant hand. You double glove, you dumb thunder cow.
Now, they did enter video evidence of Diego clocking in at work, but that video is not an alibi for Diego because his commute to work was only 10 minutes, and his clock in time on February 22nd is 3:57, which is 6 hours after work. If anything, Diego's work schedule makes him more suspicious because the bus stop that he regularly takes to work is the one featured in the surveillance video near Sarah Swati's
Plug, I love the
same bus
randomness.
stop that the officer said they reviewed and never saw Diego. And we know that they should have seen Diego because he took that bus stop to get to work that day, which means the detectives never saw him because they missed him at least once, possibly more than once. We know that Diego's phone had no service, no location capabilities, and the agents testified that Jose's phone was a go-kart to Jose's race car. If Diego needed to use a phone with service, the phone was already logged into his Facebook, Instagram, and Gmail, he would have taken Jose's. The state argued that Diego didn't act suspicious. Neither did Jose. Both of them complied with police commands. Both of them answered questions and were talking, laughing outside the apartment. Officer Cyan testified that the vibe amongst all the roommates was relaxed and they were smoking cigarettes. You can't assume anything good from Diego's behavior on February 23rd that you can't also attribute to Jose. But it goes beyond the possibility that Diego was involved. Diego himself multiple times confirms it. First, by threatening Stephanie Slayton. Now, Miss Slayton has no incentive to lie, and the state did a lot of work trying to make her look uncredible. And I like that the state is not about shaming females until they're testifying in a way that complicates their evidence. Because they tried to use her sexual relation with Diego to implicate her involvement. They've tried to shame her for celebrating her birthday. But the truth of the matter is she was scared and she came forward to the police anyway. She talked to them multiple times.
They didn't shame her. They said the truth. It's probably still drunk. Not shaming. Honest.
In the context of that conversation that Slayton was talking about.
And there's
she
no
told
shame
Diego,
in getting
I know you're
drunk.
in that area a lot. You must have seen something. You should tell the police. And that's when he said, if you tell them that I was in the area and I might know something, I will tell them that you did it and then I will kill you too. Why is the two important? Because it's implying that he has already killed before. But Slayton is not the only one who has heard statements from Diego that implicate his involvement. Your Honor is aware that there are inmates who have heard Diego say that he was wearing the blue jacket on the day of the murder, that Jose threw it away in the dumpster, presumably for him. He told them that Jose didn't do it, and the police weren't looking carefully enough at the evidence. He put himself on the scene and told those inmates that he saw Laken Riley's body. Your Honor is obviously going to be thinking, well, how did Diego then not show up in the DNA evidence? He might have. We know that there were multiple male profiles on the straw.
You ever
They said
think
it
that
couldn't be a blood relative because
people brag about shit they didn't do all the time?
Was not a YSTR comparison.
You're already in
from
custody.
experience. So that could have been Diego on there. And as Kinkle said, the absence of Diego's evidence is not evidence of Diego's absence from this case. Some of the minor.
Do you ever think someone in prison might brag about doing something they didn't do in order to get street cred? And if you, I've never been in prison, never been in jail, but I would think that people are less likely to fuck with you if they think you've unalived somebody. Just saying.
Profiles on the gloves and the hat were not identified. And the true allele ratios that the state relies on said that the DNA was more likely to be Diego's than Arhannes'. Another theory
And one more reason not
that
to be
is not excluded
tested.
by the state's evidence is that Jose was an accomplice after the fact of the murder. Maybe it was him throwing away the jacket, as Diego said. Maybe he was covering up for his brother. Maybe one of the two men in the area went to the dumpster, and one went to the retainment pond at 946, which is where Joseph Clementi saw somebody standing. Maybe one of them dumped clothes in a dumpster behind the apartment, and maybe one dumped clothes in the woods.
There's
Officer Krischer found clothes
blocks
exactly
all
in that area
underneath my
that were
chair.
not tested because they didn't fit the simplistic narrative.
Put
of
'em
the
up. Excuse the weird
state.
camera
Maybe there were 2
angle.
men involved in covering up Laken Riley's body, which is why there were 3 gloves recovered in the bushes. 2 people wearing 2 gloves. We just don't know what happened before. To explain why there are 2 rocks in this case. We know that Jose was looking for Diego on the morning of February 22nd because Agent Hipkiss testified that at 2:30 in the morning, there's a missed call from Jose to Diego. So there is some evidence that he was looking for Diego. The Spanish phrase in the 911 call could be Otango, but it could also be the name Diego. That could be Jose saying his brother's name. Under that theory, of course, Jose would be guilty of tampering, but that theory does not prove that he was present or involved in the murder of Laken Riley.
And it's really hard to come up with a defense for somebody who they know is probably guilty.
Their basis for concluding that the aggravated assault was intent to rape was the state of the clothes and the markings on her body. But Maxwell, the officer who found Laken Riley, testified that the area where he found Laken had vines and thorns. He testified about those catching on his uniform as he walked around looking for her. And they also, so it could have been that she was cut up by the vegetation of the area. We know that she unfortunately was dragged at some point because the scene where the blood is separate from where her body was found. So the scratches could have come from her being dragged to another area. And we also know it's unlikely to have been the scratches of her assailant from the fingernails, if that assailant was Jose, because when Danielle Stewart went to take his fingernail clippings the day after the murder, they were too short to take any clippings without having cut into the quick and being very painful. So it's unlikely to have been Jose's fingernails that caused those scratches. We also know that she had bloody marks on her ankles that didn't correspond to the wound, which suggests that somebody with bloody hands grabbed her ankles and used that to move her. And that could explain how her clothes were pulled up in that dragging position. We know that there was a struggle. We know that Miss Riley fought. Somehow her clothes could have ended up twisted in that struggle. And lastly, the intent to rape is a very specific intent. It's not just an intent to sexually assault someone. It's not just an intent to look at someone. It's not just an intent to expose their breasts. It has to be the intent to commit the legal definition of rape. And in this case, there's no evidence of trauma, according to Dr. DeMarco, of anything like that having happened or even attempted to happen. As far as the peeping Tom, the only part of the evidence I wanted to highlight for your honor at this point is that when Ms. Saraswati identified someone looking into her apartment, she said she never saw any part of his face, only the rim of his hat. So I think there's reasonable doubt that someone was actually able to look in. It may have just been the hat that was visible to Ms. Saraswati. Just one moment, your honor. Evidence that is subject to more than one interpretation is not proof beyond reasonable doubt. I would remind your honor that even if you think the alternative theories of the evidence are less likely, but they present any reasonable doubt, you would still be required to find Mr. Ibarra not guilty. We ask that your honor apply the exacting standard of the law to these facts and find Jose Ibarra not guilty. Thank you.
Ms. Ross?
So what we just heard really is magic pixie dust defense. It is not reasonable. It is not supported by any evidence, and it is desperate. And it is a combination of a break with reality and mischaracterization of the evidence. And I can just give you a few examples. They did not report, the GBI did not report that someone else's DNA who used to work at the crime lab was in any of these items of evidence. That was not the testimony at all. The testimony is that they have a validation for true allele. And if any amount that was a 4% contributor falls below their threshold, those are not reliable results, which is how they compensate for the known error rate of true allele. The GBI will not report results below the known error rate of true allele. Every single result in this case that is before your honor is reliable, reproducible, and validated. That's why they reported it. If it were not those things, they would not have reported it. And then let me give you another example of the desperation. Well, the straw could be Diego's.
Lori, there's a reason I don't live up by
It
you
wasn't the
anymore.
YSTR result with the straw. It was a true allele result. And it was this defendant's DNA on the straw with a mixture of someone who the expert testified is not a male relative. He could not be on that straw. So what we have heard is truly a mix between mischaracterization of the evidence and the magic pixie dust defense. There is no reasonable explanation for all of this evidence other than he is guilty of every single count in this indictment. And you should acquit him because Tejasvi only saw the rim of the hat. That completely ignores that there is a head on the hat. That is desperate. And she said herself, he peeked. I see him peeping in my window in the body cam video. He is guilty of that, which shows his state of mind. And her aggravated assault intent to rape truly is what I thought it would be, which is he killed her, but he didn't try to rape her. Her underwear is torn. And I know your honor is an experienced jurist. There are multiple cases out there in the state of Georgia that disheveled clothing alone is enough to support a conviction for aggravated assault with intent to rape. But we have more than that because we have his motive 73 minutes before, and we have evidence of her clothes going in 2 separate directions. So those are,
Anybody wanting
my old childhood used to say,
cupcake?
there's ink in the water. That's just to distract the court. The defendant, our evidence isn't based upon him having exclusive access to the phone. We never said that. She said that. What we have said is he had the phone that day, and there's no evidence to contradict that testimony. In order for you to find him not guilty, you would have to ignore all the evidence. They're saying, don't believe the DNA, it's not reliable. Don't believe the fingerprints, it's not reliable. And by the way, Tim Stewart covered in the true allele, the Albert fingerprint hearing, that it is not unusual to not get an APHIS hit but still do a hand-to-hand comparison and how they match. And his results, if you're at least bit
Lori, you could take this one.
skeptical about them, and you shouldn't be based on his experience and his training and the methodology and the board that he created and how he explained how he got there. We're blind peer reviewed by another completely different examiner who came to the same conclusion. This is reliable evidence. This is reliable forensic evidence. And then they're like, oh, well, don't believe the digital evidence. You can't believe that either. There's no reason for you not to
Of all the
believe evidence in these
hurricanes I've
cases.
ever been in, this was the
And when you
first
look at
one
all
that
of it
effed
together,
us
it has only
over.
one reasonable explanation, is that he is guilty.
Usually we lose
everything in
power
this
for
indictment.
like 6
For the
hours. We're
past
good
week,
to go.
Miss Jackson and I
This one
have
sucks.
been fighting for Laken Riley every day in this courtroom. We're done. Our work is done. And we turn this case over to you to make a decision on all of this evidence in this case. And we are asking you in your decision to render a verdict that speaks the truth about what happened that day, on the 22nd day of February, 2024, when this man took the life of an innocent woman, just going about her business, living her best life for no reason. It's senseless, and only you can end it. We're asking you to find him guilty of every single count of this indictment, bring justice to Laken, her family, her friends, Tejaswi, and your entire community here in Athens. Thank you, Rob.
Lori, when I lived in Waukesha County, I drove to my dad's house, lived along the lake.
You're welcome to look at it again.
He had like 6 inches of snow. Waukesha had nothing. Hurricane Katrina hit New Orleans and that area in Louisiana. I didn't live down here then. I didn't live down here until 2020.
We'll take 15-minute recess. Out that typically my role in a trial, in a criminal trial, is to manage the process. And the fact finding is done by a jury. That wasn't the case in this trial. I managed the process, try to, and I was also the finder of fact, and that is a somewhat of a different role than we typically see. I'll tell you that you may have seen me, I make notes during the trial. I probably filled up 2 legal pads full of notes during the trial, but the closings, I want to just listen. And that's what I did. But I wrote down 2 things in the closing. One was a statement by Ms. Ross that the evidence was overwhelming and powerful. And then I also wrote down what Ms. Beck said, that I'm required to set aside my emotions. That's the same thing that we tell jurors and we give them their job. I would, that's the way I have to approach this. And I did. Both of those statements are correct. I'll now announce the verdict. In the state of Georgia versus Jose Antonio Ibarra, case SU 24 CR 0323, count 1, malice murder. I find the defendant guilty. Count 2, felony murder. I find the defendant guilty. Count 3, felony murder. I find the defendant guilty. Count 4, felony murder. I find the defendant guilty. Count 5, kidnapping with bodily injury. I find the defendant guilty. Count 6, aggravated assault with intent to rape. I find the defendant guilty. Count 7, aggravated battery. I find the defendant guilty. Count 8, obstructing or hindering a 911 call. I find the defendant guilty. Count 9, tampering with evidence. I find the defendant guilty. Count 10, peeping Tom. I find the defendant guilty. I certainly will allow both sides to look at this if you want to do it.
The interpreter is trying not to cry.
The next step is sentencing. I'm prepared to go forward with that now, or if either side suggests that you need a few minutes, an hour break or something to do that, then I'll certainly do that as well. Consider that.
And I'm pretty sure it was her family.
Sure.
That was her friends that were crying.
I understand. We will recess till 12:30. Recess till 12:30. Will that work? Okay.
Okay, and I honestly didn't expect him to come back with a verdict in 10 minutes. Because I think when you talk to somebody every day for 8 hours a day, you develop a connection, whether it's a good one or not. Sorry.
You ready? Ms. Ross?
Snacking my way through the day like a fatty.
You would first like to present and have testimony to his honor, and then I will proceed with talking about merger issues like that in the sense that the state would be seeking. But I'm going to go at this time and call the witnesses up who wish to be heard for victim impact. So first, I would like to call Allison Phillips. And why don't Allison, John, and Cameron come on up together, the three of you? And defense counsel has agreed that there's no need to swear the witnesses for the statement. If you could come over here, Ms. Phillips. So before the court, Your Honor, first will be Allison Phillips, and she's Laken's mom. Behind her is her husband and Laken's stepfather, John Phillips, and then their daughter, Laken's sister, Lauren.
Your Honor, on February 22nd of 2024, our family and friends were given a life sentence without a chance of parole. Jose Ibarra took no pity on my scared, panicked, and struggling child. There is no end to the pain, suffering, and loss that we have experienced or will continue to endure. On that horrific day,
Sorry, I forgot about my laundry, so I'm here, but
my precious daughter was attacked, beaten, and shown no mercy. She fought for her life and dignity and to save herself from being brutally raped. This sick, twisted, and evil coward showed no regard for Laken or human life. We are asking the same be done to him. Laken had a beautiful and bright future. She was smart, hardworking, kind.
I believe Mrs. Riley. You know what? I'm all for an eye for an eye. If someone beats, I think that they should get the exact same treatment. Just saying.
Thoughtful,
but I'm
and most
equal, so
importantly, she
you
was
can
a child
take
of
that with
God.
a grain of salt.
She had a personal relationship with Jesus, and she loved being the hands and feet of his hands and feet in this world. She shared her love for our Lord with others through mission trips, working with elderly at the nursing homes, and through her nursing career. Laken was an amazing friend, sister, niece, daughter, and granddaughter. Anyone who knew her knew about her loving heart. Laken's life was not the only life taken on that day that Jose Ibarra attacked her. The life of her family and friends was taken too. None of us will ever be the same. This monster took away our chances to see Laken graduate from nursing school. He took away our ability to meet our future son-in-law. He destroyed our chances of meeting our grandchildren. And he took my best friend.
This is how I felt about Jose this entire time.
He ripped away every beautiful memory we will ever be able to make with her again. This horrific individual robbed us all of our hopes and dreams for Laken. Your Honor, I'm asking you to please give Jose Ibarra the same thing he gave us when he made the choice to take Laken's life and destroy ours. He showed no mercy on Laken when she was begging for her life.
Yeah.
There's no end to the pain and suffering that he inflicted on her family and her friends. I'm asking you to please give this monster life without any chance of parole so that he never gets the chance to hurt anyone else ever again.
Sorry, this is where I have to fold my laundry
I'd
because,
like to thank Your Honor for the opportunity to speak today. I truly appreciate it. I heard in the opening statements from the defense that the loss of a life that was apparently full of promise is tragic. I'm here today to let Your Honor and the entire world know that Laken's life was not apparently full of promise, but instead was abundantly and exceptionally full of promise and was a shining beacon in the life of everyone that knew her, that ever came in contact with her. I'm so proud of Laken and the beautiful person she was. And while I can stand here and try to tell the world the things that made her such a wonderful person, as well as the many things we have all been robbed and deprived of, I think one of her last journal
they
entries
didn't
dated
seek the death penalty in this case.
12/17/23 says it best.
Unfortunately.
So here we go. To my future husband. As silly as I feel writing this, my old small group leader once recommended it, so here I am. To my future husband, I want you to know that I'm thinking about you. I'm working
No,
every day to
it's
become the best
keeping
wife I
me
can
from.
be. By working through my current relationships to best prepare me for ours and our kids one day. I'm focusing on God and what he defines as a faithful Christian life, and so that I can best embody those characteristics. I pray that you know that it is with my full faith and trust in God that I know this relationship has been handcrafted by him. I pray that we continue to glorify the Lord, prioritize him in every aspect of our lives, and raise our family, our future family, to be God-fearing Christians as well. I pray God is the center of our relationship as it is a gift from him. I thank him for you before I even know you. And can't wait to love you in the best way I know how for the rest of our lives.
Thanks, John.
I pray you know and feel the importance of my love and hopes for our relationship. No matter what challenges we face, I pray that our trust in God and love for one another overrules the obstacle. May our relationship last forever. Your future wife.
3 hats
Laken.
and a cod, and hopefully some Gen Pop justice.
That, Your Honor, was our
Not that
beautiful
I,
Laken.
you know, advocate for that.
That, Your Honor, is
but
just a glimpse of what was tragically and brutally taken from her and us that day.
I know she was
The
22,
best daughter,
but
sister, granddaughter,
I'm
friend,
39.
and
She
overall
was a
person that you
child.
could ever hope to meet. While it's true that none of our lives will ever be the same, we refuse to let this person rob Laken of the hope she gave to her family, loved ones, friends, and the world as a whole. We will proudly carry this hope on in her name in the days ahead and for the rest of our lives, because together we can all keep hope alive. So today, I plead with this court to protect the world from this truly evil person by sentencing him to prison for life without the possibility of parole for any reason, so that he can never have the opportunity to do this to anyone else ever again. Thank you, Your Honor.
Next Honor is Lauren Phillips.
Your Honor, I wish I could truly put into words how much the tragedy that occurred on February 22nd, 2024 has affected me, but I don't think I'll ever be able to do so. With that being said, I'm going to attempt with the best of my ability to do that for you today. My name is Lauren Phillips, and I have the amazing privilege of living with Laken Riley as my older sister. Laken was and will forever be my most favorite person. She was my biggest role model, and I looked up to her in every way. She brought the joy that I needed into my life and never failed to make me laugh. There was absolutely nothing that I wouldn't do for Laken, and nothing that she wouldn't do for me. Laken was my biggest protector, and I always had this sense of comfort and safety in her presence. We've been inseparable ever since the moment I was born, and I've been lost ever since she was senselessly stripped from our lives by Jose Antonio Ibarra. I now have this hole in my heart and in my life that I know will never be filled. I had to walk the stage of my high school graduation without my biggest supporter and cheerleader in the crowd. I had to finish my senior year of high school, which most would say is the happiest and most surreal part of your life. It was simply the opposite for me. I had to turn 18 and become an adult without the one person I looked up to there by my side. I had to get accepted into my dream school, the University of Georgia, without my sister telling me how proud of me she is, and finally getting to live in the same town together again. I now have the burden of dealing with the fact that my best friend and sister will never come home again. She'll never send me another daily good morning text, funny TikTok, or silly Snapchat. The true sense of joy I felt when she would randomly surprise me will never happen again. I will never get to hear her infectious laugh or see her light of a smile ever again. I now get to explain to people when they ask me if I have a sibling that I no longer have one, and not just because she passed away, but because she got brutally attacked and murdered. I cannot walk around my own college campus because I'm terrified of people like Jose Ibarra. My parents will never be the same after losing their daughter in this tragic way. Seeing their heartbreak is excruciating. We were once a happy family of 4, and now there's an evident hole where her presence is forever felt. We are a broken family of 3, struggling to find out how to live this life through the silence and emptiness that her absence has left behind. The joy that she brought through our home has been completely replaced with grief, and we are just left holding the pieces of a life that will never feel whole again. She will not get to be at my wedding and next to me as my maid of honor. I get to deal with explaining to my future children what happened to their Aunt Laken and why they won't ever be able to get to feel her love or be spoiled by her. All of these experiences were and will be stripped of me against my will, and I now live in a constant state of fear, anger, and sadness. I think about how my sister saw exactly what was coming and had no way of preventing it. I think about how scared she must have been and how that man is the only one to truly witness that scene. I'm not sure why he did this to my Laken, and I know I will never understand. I've waited for him to have a reason, but as the details of this case have unfolded, I realize I'll never get any peace or closure. What Jose Ibarra did to my sister is almost unbearable to listen to. I am completely disgusted having to even look and be in the same room as him.
I don't blame you,
That predator
girl.
is inhumane and is the epitome of evil. I have no doubt in my mind that the
He
monster
doesn't
sitting in this
care.
room with us today is the same monster that encountered my precious sister on February 22nd, 2024, where he proceeded to attack, assault, beat, murder, and attempt to rape her. Jose Antonio Ibarra has completely and utterly ruined my life, and I can only hope and pray that he receives a sentence that ruins his. Thank you.
Your Honor, I stand here today as a grieving father whose heart was shattered in ways I never thought possible. My daughter, Laken Riley, was not just our child. She was the light of my life, the person who brought joy to every room she entered. And now that light has been extinguished forever. taken from us in the most senseless and violent way imaginable. The pain I feel is unexplainable. Every day I am reminded that my daughter is gone. I will never hear her laugh again, never see her smile, never hold her hand or feel her hug. She was taken from us, from her family, from her friends, from her future. Our world has been torn apart, and no matter what happens here today, nothing will ever bring her back. I am haunted by the thought of the fear she must have felt in those final moments, and it breaks my heart knowing that she suffered. I have to live with the fact that I could not protect her when she needed me the most. The pain of not being there, of not being able to stop what happened to her, is something I will never escape. My daughter had so many dreams, so many hopes for the future. She had worked so hard to become a nurse, to work with children and spread the love of God. She was a loving, kind, and intelligent young woman. She had so much to offer the world, and her life was taken from her far too soon. I will never get to see her achieve those dreams. The void that has been left is unmeasurable. The impact of her loss on our family is immeasurable. As a father, I am forever burdened with the pain of losing my child. I will spend the rest of my life trying to navigate this grief, trying to make sense of the world that took my daughter from our family. But I will never forget her. I will keep her memory alive. And
Flash fan,
I hope justice is served
me too.
for her,
Also,
not only because I'm her father, but because
we
she
ain't got
deserves
time
it.
for this shit.
I ask that you consider this life that was taken, the pain that has been caused, and the lasting effects of this tragedy on everyone who loved our amazing daughter, Laken Riley. Thank you.
Rody Steiner, Sophia Madonna,
Good afternoon. As I stated in my testimony, my name is Connolly Huth. Laken Riley was my roommate for 2 years, my devoted and loyal running partner for 2 years, and my best friend forever. I stand before you looking at you through eyes that have seen, ears that have heard, and a heart that has felt emotions no body, and especially no 22-year-old, should have to. On February 21st, my life was complete. I woke up on February 21st at 7:30 a.m., walked out of my bedroom door to streamers hung outside of my bedroom from the top of the door frame to the floor, balloons blown, decorations taped, and gifts presented precisely on my kitchen island. Laken did it. It was my 22nd birthday. She had a 5 a.m. nursing clinical, yet she woke up at 4:30 a.m. to make me feel loved and appreciated, because that is who Laken Riley was. I went to dinner that night with my roommates and my family, and ended the night with my roommates, and especially Laken, showering me with love. It is clear and evident that this defendant, Jose Ibarra, has never felt this type of love and appreciation. I've been impacted by this brutal, cowardice, and preventable tragedy in every way, shape, and form. I no longer have a best friend that I relate every thought or worry to. I no longer run every day. I lost my partner, and I lost the joy of what running was before Laken was taken from us. I cannot imagine running when I constantly am looking over my shoulder in public, wondering if I am next. I live with excruciating guilt every day that I was not accompanying Laken on this run, and that it was her and not me. And I hope and pray that it will never happen again to anyone. Along with this, the crime this monster committed ruined one of the most special places in our friendship. Lake Herrick was Laken and I's safe space. We loved to go on running adventures throughout the park together. We had a code called dock time. Dock time consisted of either ending our runs or taking a calming walk to the dock at Lake Herrick. Here, we would sit in silence, play music, or talk while sitting on the dock, simply enjoying each other's presence. All it took was a text saying, "I need dock time," and we were on the way to debrief whatever we needed to discuss. Now, when I think of this beautiful spot, I think of the terror and horror my sweet best friend had to endure at the hands of this monster. I think of all the things I have to do now to remember Laken. At times, I forget how she laughs or how she sounds, and I have to resort to looking through my camera roll of hundreds of videos I have. Videos where I talk to my future kids and introduce them to their Aunt Laken in college. To talk to my friend, I have to drive 20 minutes to her grave and sit and talk to her with no response, screaming at the sky. When I want to remember her, I have to go to my closet and pull out her clothes I was given and smell them to remember how she smelled. As I stand up here today, I'm wearing one of Laken's shirts. This shirt has sat in my closet for months, not because I'm saving it for an occasion, but because I cannot afford to not remember these things like this about her. I sit in therapy week after week trying to heal February 22nd and life after. When I hear emergency vehicle sirens, I'm triggered. I sat that day and watched dozens of emergency personnel drive by as I sat helpless. My roommates and I had to draw our own conclusions that the pinnacle of our house was no longer here when we watched a coroner drive by us after sitting at the field for 2 hours with no answers. Our fears were confirmed when we received a university-wide email that alerted students, faculty, and staff that a female was deceased. I lost faith in humanity the day that my kind, selfless, beautiful, smart, loving, and perfect best friend left this earth. I will never understand why it had to happen in the first place, but more importantly, why out of all people, it had to be her. The world lost a girl who would take the clothes off her back for her family, friends, and even strangers, who studied and devoted her life to Christ and nursing so she could save lives and make a difference in this world.
Laken cannot be replaced. If you had the ability to bring her back out of all this, I would give up every earthly possession I have to see her infectious smile, hear her contagious laugh, and her infamous love you girl, and I would hug her neck, but you cannot. Laken made this world, and more specifically my world, better. My first years of college, when I did not know Laken, I went home all the time. My last years of college, you had to drag me home. That was because Laken was my person. So, Your Honor, I wish to proclaim the maximum sentence for the defendant, as I will never be the same, her loving, beautiful family will never be the same, and this world will never be the same. I hope this sentencing sets a precedent, so it stops with Laken and fails to happen to anyone again. Laken was a hero and a warrior. She died a hero and a warrior, and she is a hero and warrior to all of us. Laken was my source of light, joy, and unwavering happiness. So when her life was taken, so was the part of me that knew how to truly feel those things again. Thank you, Your Honor.
Lily Steiner.
Your Honor, my name is Lily Steiner, and as mentioned in my testimony, I was one of Laken's roommates, friends, and family. On the day of February 22nd, 2024, Laken Riley was taken by Jose Ibarra from her family, her roommates, her friends, her sorority sisters, her classmates, her future children, her future husband, and her future patients. This trial focused on the death of Laken, which has overshadowed the life that she lived, the life that was stolen from this community. Laken was the most driven student with the biggest heart of anyone I think I ever will meet. As roommates, we got to spend a whole lot of time together. We had our family dinners that were strictly chili. We watched Dancing with the Stars every Tuesday. We had almost daily Starbucks runs, which I hoped to do that morning when I checked her location around the time she took her final breaths. We'd often get to a point at least once a week where we'd get emotional, thinking about what life is going to be like once we graduated. Laken held a place in all of our imaginary futures. Now Sophia, Connolly, and I graduated in May, required to move on with our lives, while Laken can't. We have the privilege to get jobs and move to an exciting new city to experience post-grad life, but Laken doesn't. I'm currently working as a medical assistant, waking up every day dreading that I won't get a text from her to make my day better. I'm striving to work in the medical field, but I know I could never be half the healthcare worker that Laken would have been and that the world was deprived of. While living together, we often would play outside of our house in the middle of the street, specifically Foursquare, listening to a playlist I made called Playtime with My Family. Our home was such a special place to us, one that was tainted. Athens has never been the same, nor will it ever be. Shortly after Laken's death, I had to come back to UGA to finish my classes without Laken and without the safe space that we built together, and it was awful. Every time I wanted to go somewhere, I had to drive by the apartments that provided a roof over his head while he got to rip away ours. Life without Laken has been so dull. Having to learn how to navigate time without her, through grief, anger, and fear has been beyond difficult. So many people are lost without her. Laken made her short time on Earth so significant that she managed to impact those who she never even met. Laken left a colossal legacy to everyone she touched, and I have zero doubt that she is still not finished building it. And that is something Jose Ibarra will never be able to take away. I hope to never say his name again, but to shout Laken's every chance I get. I kindly ask Your Honor that you help us all in our long
I've never said
journey
his name
by
and I
allowing
don't
the maximum
plan on it.
sentence for Jose that unfortunately still won't make up for the
I have
beautiful life
nothing to
taken.
do with this, except for being a mom in Georgia.
Your Honor, my name is Sophia Magana. I'm Laken Riley's roommate of 3 years. I stand before you today with a heart full of grief, sadness, and an overwhelming sense of loss of my best friend. Laken wasn't just my best friend. She was my roommate, my sorority sister, and above all, she was my chosen family. The joy and kindness Laken brought into my life every single day can never fully be put into words. We confided in each other, supported each other through life's challenges, and celebrated our joys together. The loss of my best friend has shattered my world in ways I never thought possible. I never imagined that I'd have to navigate life without her by my side. Every day, her friends, family, and loved ones carry the weight of her absence, a weight that is heavy and unrelenting. Laken was my fearless other half. As someone who's reserved and awkward, Laken was always there to nudge me to step out of my comfort zone. She would pull me onto the dance floor and encourage me to try new things and remind me to live life to the fullest. I trusted her completely, and I always knew she was there for me, as I was for her. Those small, precious pieces of life that we once took for granted are now reminders of what I've lost. Laken taught so many people in her life invaluable lessons. She showed me how to find joy in every moment, how to embrace life with an open heart, and how to dance in a crowded room without caring what anyone else thought.
He doesn't even have his headphones on for an interpreter.
Laken was not
He's
just
not
my
even
best friend.
listening.
She was a devoted daughter, a loving sister, and a cherished friend.
His interpreter's talking to
She was an
him, but
exceptional student with a bright
not
future ahead of
completely.
her, destined to become a nurse who would touch countless lives with her compassion and care. I miss hearing her laugh, seeing her smile, and hearing her voice, all of which brought warmth and light to all those around her. Now we are forced to confront an unthinkable reality. We will never again hear the joy of her laughter, feel the warmth of her smile, or find peace in the sound of her voice. The loss of Laken has left a hole in our hearts that can never be filled. The monster who took Laken's life has clearly never known love, like the love Laken showed everyone in her life. Love that was boundless, love that was a testament to the amazing person she was. Jose Ibarra brutally attacked Laken. Her now spaces that were once filled with joy and peace are places I fear for my safety. I now live my life in a fear, constantly looking over my shoulder with a new reality that the unexpected can happen. A world Laken taught me to embrace is now a world I feel unsafe in. Every day I put on a brave face as I step into my classroom, ready to speak and support my students. I mask my emotions and fears to shield them from the harsh realities of the world, preserving their sense of security and innocence in the world. Yet inside, I'm struggling, holding back tears until I can slip away to the bathroom or wait for the school day to end so I can finally let my true emotions surface beyond those four walls. February 22nd, 2024 is a day we'll never forget. It is a day Jose Ibarra chose to commit an unthinkable act of murder Laken. He took from this world somebody who embodied love and light. Jose took my light, my sense of joy, my best friend, and my other half. Losing Laken has left an enormous hole in my life. The world feels quieter, emptier, and far less joyful without her in it. Her absence is felt in every corner of my day-to-day life, and I don't know how to fill the spaces she once occupied. But what I do know is this. Laken's legacy of love, kindness, and friendship will live in all of us who knew her. The love she gave so freely will continue to guide me as I navigate this life without her. Jose Antonio Ibarra took Laken's life, and I hope that your verdict ensures that Jose experiences lifelong pain that is only a small glimpse of the pain he will live with daily since the loss of Laken. No punishment will ever truly account for what Jose has done, but it is my hope that justice will honor Laken's memory and the profound impact she had on all of our lives. Thank you.
Abby.
Oh, I don't know if I can watch too many more of these. I'm not gonna lie. Oh. Okay. There's.
So, Your Honor, Ms. Carrie Howell will be reading.
It was 1:49 p.m. on February 22nd of 2024 that I learned
Sorry.
Laken was missing. I immediately text her.
There is
"Laken,
none.
where are you?
You're mine, Steve.
Why are people saying you're missing?" Just minutes after 2:17 p.m., a campus email came out confirming my worst nightmare. Laken had been found unconscious and not breathing. Laken, the girl I met in middle school and became best friends with our freshman year of high school. The girl I couldn't imagine being far away from when it came time for college, so we both decided to attend the University of Georgia together. The girl who stuck by me and got me through some of my toughest times in life, as well as accompanied me during some of my best. The loss of her is something I will never be able to come to terms with. I will never be able to come to terms with the fact that I was sitting in class just down the road, going about my day, the morning this horrific event was taking place. I will never not think about the last time I saw her, the pink sweatshirt she was wearing, and the last words she ever said to me. I will never not think about all the things I would have said had I known it would be my last time seeing her and talking to her. Myself, everyone up here, and the world has lost such a special person. Laken was intelligent, patient, loyal, driven, and kind. Her pureness and love for the Lord were evident and shined through her in a way unlike anyone I have ever met before. She is in a better place, but it is not fair that the rest of us still here on earth have to suffer because of this individual's actions. Because of this individual, some of my happiest days, such as the day I get married and have kids, will be forever accompanied by a feeling of grief, a sadness that Laken will not be there with me to experience them. Because of this individual, I have so many fun memories, but no one here to share them with. Because of this individual, I will be searching for the rest of my life for a friendship like the one I shared with Laken, but I know I will never find one because ours was simply unreplicable. I am here today to support Laken. I hope to provide only a fraction of the support she continuously gave me during her time here on earth. I miss her desperately and long for the day I get to see her again. Since February 22nd of 2024, I will forever be changed.
Sophia Plum.
Good afternoon. February 22nd, 2022 changed my life forever. Not being in Athens that day will forever haunt me. Finding out through an email will forever haunt me. Seeing this posted all over social media will forever haunt me. Laken Riley was my best friend, the person I told everything to, and the person I trusted with anything. The pain of the last 9 months has been indescribable. If you would have asked me a year ago where I thought I'd be and what I would do in 2024, I'd tell you I'd be finishing up my second to last semester of college with Laken as my roommate as she finishes nursing school. I'd tell you we spent St. Patrick's Day together in Savannah, and I'd tell you we went on the trip we planned to New York. I'd tell you she finally got me into running, and she would train me for the ad half this year. I'd tell you many things and many of our plans, but instead I get to tell you how different my year was. I get to tell you that I can't do anything by myself anymore, even in broad daylight. I get to tell you that a town I used to like being in just fills me with dread. That everywhere I go, this reminds me of places we used to hang out and go on walks to. I tell you that I can't go past our old house and haven't been able to return to the IM field since. I tell you the weight of emptiness I feel when I still go to text her sometimes. This is now something I have to live with for the rest of my life, knowing her life was taken too soon, and things I was looking forward to will never happen. Being at each other's weddings, graduating together, and seeing each other's start our careers. This wasn't just a life that was taken, it was a future stolen.
No,
It's
but
difficult
I'd
living
actually
where
make
mom beneath
one.
you, and nobody will fill the hole that's been left in her absence. I will never get to experience her famous belly laughs again, her comforting presence, or her cheering me on as we go through life. So many what ifs play in my head over and over. If just one more thing maybe would have changed her path that day. But instead, my reality is that she's not here. And that because of what this animal did, we have sat here all week hearing every fraction of evidence and reliving the worst days of our life on repeat. I know nothing will bring her back, even though I so badly wish it would. But justice would bring comfort to us all. No one who can take away such a light and sweet soul deserves to walk free ever again. The death of my best friend has changed my life forever.
Carrie Howell. Hi, Your Honor. I've started this over and over and over. Feeling paralyzed in my thoughts. With overwhelming emotions, not knowing which direction to go, because there's so much that can be said today. Everyone has spoken so beautifully over her, and I had the privilege of getting to speak about her at her celebration of life and getting to talk about all of the beautiful and wonderful things about her. My name is Carrie Howell, and my husband Matt and I have had the blessing of calling Laken and Lauren's parents, John and Allison Phillips, our best friends. John and Matt met in college, where they were roommates and fraternity brothers, and they formed a bond as friends that grew into a true brotherhood. This brotherhood between them extended to connect our families together in the same exact way. It is a friendship that runs deep and loves big. Our families and children have grown up together and had many adventures and vacations together over the last 20 plus years. We have had the privilege and joy of watching Laken and Lauren grow up. 272 days ago, on the morning of February 22nd, 2024, our lives were forever changed in a way none of us could have ever imagined. The moment I got the call from my husband that Laken had not returned home from her morning run, that no one could get her on the phone, that she was missing, I knew in my heart something horrific had happened to her. I had the worst feeling that she was no longer with us, but I prayed and prayed and prayed as I frantically got ready to make the drive to Athens to be with my friends. I was begging the Lord for her to still be alive, and as terrible as this would be, that she had just been kidnapped and would be found physically unharmed and alive, or that she would be able to escape to safety, and praying she wasn't being trafficked. I was literally praying for her to not be kidnapped. Like, that sounds so crazy. But that just at the time seemed better than the alternative. I've never prayed for anyone to be kidnapped. I get the calls on my phone, and in fact, I pray for those people to be found and unharmed. Can you imagine your pleading prayers with the Lord being for someone you adore and love to just be kidnapped? That option gave me hope in that moment, that she would be brought back to her family alive. I was desperate for my friends. This nightmare spiraled out of control when I received another call from my husband while he was on the road, or while I was on the road to Athens. John had called my husband, and he said to my husband, "She's with Jesus, brother." That will never leave my memory. As my oldest daughter and I sat in traffic on our way to Athens, time seemed to have stopped in that moment. Yet, as we are here 272 days later, time has continued. It has continued in ebbs and flows of every emotion you can experience. Time has stood still in utter disbelief that this precious human is gone, while day-to-day life continues on. This was an act of pure evil at the hands of Jose Antonio Ibarra. He willfully chose to prey on innocent young women on the morning of February 22nd, with Laken Hope Riley being the young woman he would succeed in torturing in the most excruciating and brutal way, while she fought not only for her life, but for her dignity. He must have believed that she was there for his taking, that he was entitled to whatever sick, perverted urges and desires he had that morning. Not one person on this planet has even one right to take what they want from a person simply because they want it. Yet Jose did that. Because of his evil actions, we are all being forced to learn how to navigate life with the stark, harsh reality of Laken no longer being here. Her amazing friends have been robbed of the beautiful gift of lifelong friendships and doing life together with their future husbands and children, the way my family and the Phillips family have been blessed to do all of these years. Her grandparents and aunts and uncles and cousins feel the absence of her presence constantly and have been robbed of the continued blessing of her being a bright light in their family. My family and I have journeyed alongside our dear friends as they attempt to navigate and learn how to live a new normal without their oldest daughter. I've gotten to know my best friend's face in a new way, the way I would give back if I could make returns on the most devastating circumstances life can hold. I look at her and I know when a situation is too much. I know when a comment is too much. I know when to be silent and when she needs encouragement. This year is showing on all of our faces like the harshness of cold winter days, that there seems to be no end in sight. But we will keep fighting because we refuse to allow Jose Antonio Ibarra to take anything else from us.
Thanks.
And we serve.
I had to go change a smelly diaper.
We've already been forced to journey through our annual family vacation without her, family get-togethers, fun events. And the absence of her presence is so deafening. I mean, sure, we still laugh, but we're still living. We're still here. So we have to keep living, and we're going to honor her with everything that we have.
I got these little ice packs.
And we're just going to
For
keep
baby
trusting in the
spit.
Lord to help our dear friends and sweet Lauren with all of the things that they're now not going to experience with their daughter. No parent should have to say goodbye to their daughter in this manner.
Avocado.
The loss of a child is devastating no matter what the circumstances are. But when something like this, where evil intentionally goes out to harm somebody, there's no words for it. And so today I stand before you with her friends and family, and we ask you, Your Honor, to bring earthly justice for our precious Laken.
I
and for
don't
all of us who
disagree,
love her so
Shane.
very much.
I don't disagree.
She was truly one of the most precious people that I've ever had the honor of knowing. She exhibited the fruit of the Spirit in the Bible because she truly lived her life for Jesus, as you got to hear John read in her journal entry.
Can mommy have a hug?
That was her. That was a private entry, not for
Can mommy
anyone
have a
else.
hug?
And you got to see the type of person that she truly is in her heart. Pure and lovely, and her laugh that everyone has talked about, literally one of all of our favorite things about her. And we never get to hear it again because of him. So we ask, Your Honor, for you to consider in your sentencing for him to not be able to ever be out of prison and for him to spend all of his days there without any possibility of getting out. Thank you. It is Carrie Howell. Yes, sir.
And Your Honor, that at this time completes the statements. Impact evidence from
You go put them in the
Laken's
freezer for
family
me?
and friends. The state would also have a few more items to present for victim impact, and then I'll address the indictment with the court. And one of the things I wanted to share with the court is that a lot of times when we hear victim impact evidence, it is very much so the way that we hear it here in court. Hold on, I'm gonna pause this. But what we have in this case is something that I ran across in my review of the evidence in this case, which is really 1 minute of when or where this court will be able to get the true impact of what the murder of Laken Riley did to her family and the impact of his actions on her family. Because what the investigators did in this case is, as you know, they were all wearing body cam videos, and there's hundreds of hours of it in here. And there is one moment.
Are you awesome?
Where, and I'm just going to play 1 minute of it, just 1 minute
Doesn't
of the horror
seem
that this
like
family has gone
anything.
through in the last 9 months and what they're going to continue to go through
Silly.
for the rest of their lives. And it is the moment that they learned that their daughter was dead. And in
I
this
can't
video,
even
I'm showing,
imagine.
which I've marked as states 333, at the top right corner, it's at 1950. You'll see a black truck.
Okay, let's step up here.
Huh?
I don't want to tell you yes because I don't have names. I don't know who anybody is. This person existed.
That's what they endured. And that's how it was on that day when they came here to look for their daughter. And what it took away, you heard from her friends and family, and some of the things that you even heard in the trial. You got a little peek, just a little peek about the personality of Laken Riley. For example, in Lily's 911 call, one of the things she says is, Laken never misses class. Never misses class. That's the kind of person she was. And in our review of all the evidence in this case, some of the things we had to look at were the social media presence of everyone, and there was a lot of digital evidence in this case. And the review of the digital evidence, I'm going to share with you just some of it, which is been marked State's Exhibit 336, is that Laken was a very joyful and quite silly, playful person. And a lot of that is viewed in her social media. And the Ring doorbell. Running. Same race. And these are just little snippets that we saw in the investigation that we thought would be important to share with the court that shows not only the type of person that she was, that you just heard from her friends and family, but the true impact that her murder had on her parents. But more than that, one of the things that the court is permitted to consider in victim impact testimony
Girl dads are
is the
different.
impact that her death has on this community. And in that regard, the investigative team has spent a great deal of time out there at the crime scene, Lake Harry, all of those trails, and looking for things, measuring things, just going about the daily jobs of homicide investigators and homicide prosecutors. And one thing that we noticed that's still there is State 335. It's a mural, a memorial to Laken Riley that is still up there to this day that shows the impact of her death on this community. And that is something that Your Honor is permitted to consider in deciding what would be an appropriate sentence in this case. And everyone is correct, and I'm sure we'll hear it. Whatever you do, Judge, you can't bring her back, and it's horrible. But what you can do is give comfort with your sentence. And what you can do, and what you are permitted to do, and what I urge this court to do, and what the law permits this court to do, is to exercise your discretion and your judgment in a way that brings comfort to this community, and in a way that a sentence which appropriately
Clip that,
reflects the harm
mofos.
that was done in this
Right
case.
there.
And a sentence of life without the possibility of parole would bring comfort to this community. And no matter what your sentence is today, and it will be litigated from here to 40 years from now, there is at least one person in this courtroom who will inherit it. And that is Lauren Phillips. That is Laken's younger sister. And she should never, first of all, she's growing up without her sister. She's going to have to deal with elderly parents alone. Her children won't have an aunt. She is an only child. And she should not have to worry 30 years from now, 40 years from now, if he comes up for parole, should he might get out. She should never have to worry about that. And your sentence can ensure that she will not have to worry about that. And so in looking at the indictment in this case, count one, the offense of malice murder,
I knew you
which
were
this
my
defendant has been
kind of
found
guy.
guilty of, in this particular case carries a maximum sentence of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. It carries a minimum sentence of life imprisonment with the possibility of parole. The state is requesting that you sentence this defendant to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, not only due to the victim impact testimony, but also because if you read the indictment, which you have obviously, and you're familiar with the facts of the case because you've heard the case, there are several statutory aggravators in this case that separates this case from a regular murder case. And yes, there is malice murder, and all malice murder is bad. I'm not saying there's a malice murder that isn't bad. But there are some malice murders which are more aggravated than others, and this is one of them. Kidnapping with bodily injury, which is the felony murder in count 2, which by the way would be vacated as a matter of law, but not the kidnapping itself, which is count 5. But kidnapping with bodily injury is an aggravating statutory factor under our sentencing scheme in the state of Georgia. It makes malice murder worse than regular murder. And for that reason alone, you should sentence this defendant to life without the possibility of parole. Aggravated battery, which is also in this indictment, and which is also the facts, and it's also something he's been convicted of, is also a statutory aggravator under our statutory scheme, which makes this murder different and worse than a regular malice murder. So there are aggravating circumstances, which you have already heard, which I will not repeat to you, but they're not only recognized by the facts, but are recognized by our statutory sentencing
This
scheme.
is a
So
Lord
going down the rest of the
Hippie
indictment, felony murder count 2 is vacated as a
candidate.
matter of law. Felony murder count 3 would be vacated as a matter of law. Felony murder count 4 would be vacated as a matter of law. On count 5, kidnapping with bodily injury, the state is asking you to sentence this defendant to a sentence of life imprisonment with the possibility of parole, which is the maximum for that count. And we are going to ask that you run that consecutive to count 1, a sentence of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole for the malice murder. Count 6 is aggravated assault with intent to rape. It does not merge. In fact, it is a separate crime under those circumstances. The penalty for that is 1 to 20 years in prison. The state would be asking you to sentence this defendant to 20 years to serve in prison. Count 7 of the indictment, the aggravated battery, would merge as a matter of law into count 1, so we would not request a sentence on that count. Count 8, obstruction or hindering a person making an emergency telephone call is a misdemeanor. The maximum penalty for that is 12 months to serve in the county jail. We ask that you sentence him to that and run it consecutive to any other sentence that you impose in this case. Count 9, tampering with evidence, the way that it is actually alleged in the indictment, and factually it is a misdemeanor. So the maximum for that is 12 months to serve in the county jail. We ask that you sentence him to that and run it consecutive to any other sentence that you impose in this case. And finally, count 10 of the indictment, peeping Tom, is a felony which carries a penalty between 1 to 5 years in prison. We ask that you sentence him to 5 years to serve in prison to run consecutive to count 1. So to sum it up, the sentence would be on count 1, life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. Count 5, life imprisonment with the possibility
Okay,
of
I'm
parole
gonna
to run
skip this
consecutive to
because we
count
don't
1.
know what they're
Count
asking
6,
for.
20 years to serve. Count.
Mr. Donnelly?
Do we even care what he has to say?
Thank you. So obviously, the court is aware that on count 1, there's really only 2 options.
Doesn't he remind you of Bruce?
It's an automatic life sentence. The only option is whether the court can
Ooh, your
should be
posture.
without the possibility of future parole we're asking the court to not impose that. The life without parole, because getting a life sentence is automatic. There's certainly no guarantee.
Just put those in the freezer.
Uncertain, and it would be many decades in the future. And we do not oppose the state's recommendation that count the life sentence, which is also mandatory on count 5, be made consecutive. We purpose and also and the request and the court, whatever the situation. The law allows that.
There's the first time I saw any emotion.
Of incentive to that reflection. With
And it looks like contempt for his lawyer.
need to be deported. And,
Did they just ask for him not to be deported?
that's all I have. In the discussion court, thank you.
No, this defense team is not as bad as Harris. This one's at least ethical. I don't agree with them, but it's ethical. James Owens and company were not.
Oftentimes, people use the term closure at an event like this, and I acknowledge that there's no such thing as closure. There will not be closure.
It will be
This
right
is just
back.
another stage or event in this tragedy, and that's the way I view that. People mean well by saying that, but it's I've heard it explained that when you have something like this that impacts one or many, you even have to make a conscious effort to breathe at sometimes. And that just comes on you at any particular, if you just don't know what's going to bring it on you. And you realize that you do make it through the day, but you don't know how you did it.
Daddy's home. You went beeline into the door.
But
Don't get
also,
between a girl
this
and her
goes back
daddy.
to what Carrie Howell was saying, that as many times as you reflect on the loss, at some point you start smiling about the memories.
He's over there
And,
stuck in her thumb
I'm
going
hopeful that at some point that takes over to a certain
on our
extent.
door
But
every day.
there's very little, including the sentence of Mr. Ibarra, that's going to help much, and I acknowledge that. With that, Mr. Ibarra, if you'll please stand. Count 1, malice murder. I sentence you to life without the possibility of parole. Count 2 will be vacated as a matter of operation of law. Count 3, vacated by operation of law. Count 4, vacated by operation of law. Count 5, life in prison consecutive to count 1. Count 6, 20 years to serve consecutive to count 5. Count 7 will merge with count 1. Count 8, 12 months consecutive to count 6. Strike that. 12 months, but I don't want it to 6. This is just going to be consecutive.
God, I love this judge.
Count 9, 12 months consecutive. Count 10, 5 years consecutive to count 6. So that would mean the misdemeanors would come after the felonies. That will be the sentence. Mr. Ibarra, I will advise you that you have 30 days from today to seek any post-judgment relief in the form of a motion for a new trial or appealing this case directly. If you make a motion for a new trial and that is denied, you have 30 days from that date to file your first appeal, first level of appeal. Court will appoint a lawyer to represent you if you cannot afford one. I'll also advise you that you have 4 years from the date that your conviction becomes final in order to file a habeas corpus petition. Mr. Donnelly, can you tell me, are you all going to be involved in the next stage?
That remains to be seen, but my understanding is that we will remain on at the court's appointment until unless relieved by compromise.
All right, and you'll make those
We will
arrangements.
communicate that with Mr. Ibarra and with the court.
Okay. All right. Anything else, Ms. Ross?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. It's going to take a little. Yeah. Can we take? Okay, that'll be fine. You can do that.
Everybody, nice seat, please.
All right. That will conclude the proceedings. Can I ask you something, Dan?
Why couldn't you put that in the email chain?
Well, because
Yes,
yeah.
ma'am.
Anyway, thank God that's over. Like, I really don't know if I could do that again. Well, tonight we don't have a night stream. I mean, I might still do one just for the sake of doing one. Everybody says hi, hon. He's like, yup. Just yeah. So yeah, we all knew where that was going. Like, I heard the verdicts came out earlier today, and I'm like, it's just not like I know what it's going to be. Like it, yeah. But so, what did y'all think of Night Court Squids Edition? Because I'm kind of liking it because one, we don't have to sit all day. Second, we get to watch it faster, so we stop wasting time and we get to skip through the crap that we're all like, okay, I don't want to hear this. You know, Flashman, I might take tonight off because then tomorrow we can do Thursday night our politics stream. I might do the I'm probably going to do the Where'd Our Money Go. So for those of you who don't know, every Thursday I do a politics stream, but it's not a politics like this is what I think. It's a politics like here's the situation, here's what's written about it. Let's cut through the bullshit. I'm always a cut through the bullshit kind of person. So let's cut through the bullshit, see what the facts are, and you make your own decision. It works. Sweet. Works for Aussies. I love my Aussie people. You Jingleberry Shane, if you haven't seen Jingleberry in a stream, y'all are on the same continent. Like spoiler, the money went everywhere. Oh, yeah, it did. But it's because there's this thing with Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy, and I feel always sad because I don't ever pronounce his name the same way twice. So it's one of those things of like everybody's talking about it, like, oh, the government, all you're gonna do is cause more problems. Things are gonna shut down. I'm going through some crap, and I'm like, say what? What? So I think that might be tomorrow's stream, and then next week we'll get back on the cabinet picks and incoming administration. The pick for I am going to do a stream about what Megan covered yesterday. Megan did some stuff on JFK or RFK. And if you watched her stream or you want to watch her stream, YouTube took it down because it's supposedly medical misinformation. She did put it up on her locals. So if you don't subscribe to her locals, probably do that because she put it up over there. But I'm kind of going to do something like that, but I think I'm going to modify it a little bit so that my stream doesn't get demonetized or taken down. But I like the Night Court. See, and Flash Fan, you and I have been kind of talking about this. I like if 5 people are covering the same trial, why watch me instead of somebody else? Like, what, you know what I mean? Like, if I'm not collaborating with somebody, like, there's bigger streamers there's lawyers who cover things. Like, why watch me? And that's why I try to be like the same but different. Like the Night Court, still watching the same trial, but for working people or for people that don't have patience like me. Because y'all see me clicking through stuff because I'm like 5-second break. Like we're gonna skip because I'm not. I got shit to do. So. Thanks, Patrick, for the gifted 1 Squid Pro Club membership. And that went to... Oh, wait. Why is my thing being weird? There we go. It didn't update. D. Robertson. Yay! So, No, and that's the thing. Like, it's everybody watches everybody who they want to. And it's not that I worry about the bigger guys, but like I do share because I'm a mod for Megan. I watch Legal Vices all the time, and it's like a lot of my audience, the start of my audience was overlapping with them. Like they were the same people because they knew me from Megan's chat. So it's kind of like, but I like to do the same things, but I am not normal and I don't like to do things the way normal people do them. I like to put my own spin on things. So that's why I'm like, plus I like to experiment with different things because some people may love this night court and some people are like, F this crap. But I like to vary the way I do things so that I keep things interesting. Because if it's the same commentary at the same times every time, it's going to be boring. Yeah. This was the second trial we've done like this. We did Sarah Boone like this because I could not listen to James Owens speak. One, I didn't have the time because, like stay-at-home mom, but like I got crap to do. Secondly, I could not listen to James Owens on regular speed. And listening to him argue with the judge, I was like, I gotta watch this on 1.25 or 1.5 speed because I can't do this. I will need a new setup because I have one monitor here and one monitor here. This monitor will be broken because I will just throw a right or I got a right jab. Sorry, I couldn't even think of a punch at this monitor. I need like a punching bag, like right here. Why do I speed up the video? One, because sometimes it gets you around it gets you around some copyright stuff because technically you're altering the video. And secondly, some of these people, I can't listen to them at regular speed because one, they talk too slow and their voices are annoying. So I speed it up a little bit. Plus, when it's an 8-hour day, this mama don't have 8 hours to sit in front of a damn computer. I've sat here for 5 hours. I didn't get a lot of crap done. And I'm really hoping Mr. Squid doesn't notice. Too slow. Too slow. Like, oh yeah, I need a recovery attic setup. Oh my God. I need a whole separate room. We don't have the space for that. He's got his computer set up in our spare bedroom, which is our hunting room. Our Elmer Fudd closet is in there. But and I'm in the dining room. So like, this is my dining room table. So like it's, like here's my window. Like there's my outside. Like there's my kayak. Well, actually Mr. Squid's kayak because one of his friends has mine. So like, yeah. To see the full stream, but not on full slow mode. But on that note, I have to get going. Like, yeah, I love Tug and Megan, and I love them together. I can interact with my chat because it's small. Megan made a comment about this. Was it last night? I was listening to them on my way home because I have a 40-minute drive from work to home. So, I have a 40-minute drive from where I work to my house right now. So I should, but I don't, my Google Voice is weird and I don't know how to do it yet. So I'm still learning. Like this channel is not that old. Like everybody's like, I'm privileged because I have 1,363 subscribers. I started my channel in March. I did my Give, Send, Go in March, and I think my first video was posted sometime in April. So, like, this is not, like, my background is not in electronics. My background is not in broadcasting and journalism. My background is therapy, occupational therapy. This is, but Megan and Tug have, 2,000 people watching, and even if a lot of those are just lurking, you say you get 500 people in chat. That's a freaking, and Tug doesn't believe in slow mode. Bless his heart. I love him. He's so nice to me, but he does not believe in slow mode whatsoever. So, yeah, Shane, if you haven't checked out Legal Vices, he's a American lawyer, but he's living and working in Korea. He does an Unexplained with Danny on Direct and Flux. Also two really good streamers. Flux is my girl. Love her. Not in that way, Mrs. Flux. So, but, it is what it is. But let's see who else is streaming so I can send y'all someplace because, it's so much fun. Got to remember how to do it. I always forget that I'm able to redirect now, that I kind of forget that I get the opportunity. Oh, and Slug has a really really good stream tonight. So check him out. I don't know what time he's streaming, but if you've never heard of Christina from Radix Verum, I'm going to send you over there. She's awesome. I love her. She's in Michigan, but she's done a lot of like Gretchen Whitmer, that conspiracy. She was making a movie and YouTube hates her for it. So she was making a documentary about it. So she's doing a Schaefer Cox hearing. So y'all head over there. You tell her I sent you. Tell her she's awesome. And I will see you guys on the next one. Bye.